Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Young Boy. Sorcerer, Bloodline Power. In the southern region of the Aichi Kingdom, within the Coloran Town's mining area, at the number 3 red copper mine. Damn it, just this last piece should suffice. Deep within the mine, drenched in sweat, the frail boy named Eileen clutched the iron pick tightly, struggling to support his nearly collapsing body, panting heavily. He was a slender youth, his somewhat immature face smeared with dirt, yet the eyes beneath his bushy brows sparkled with an unusual brightness. Even as he grit his teeth and glared at the ore before him, they still radiated with the optimism and brilliance of sunlight. Bastard, if this doesn't work, then I have no choice. Suddenly, a flash of resoluteness passed through his eyes. Here goes. With a heavy exhale, he concentrated all his energy into his hands, sensing the invisible particles in the air gathering around him. Despite being utterly exhausted, he suddenly swung the pick once more, striking down with great force. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted. The ore, precariously hanging from the mine wall, finally fell. Behold my awakening power. I've finally mined enough. Or, ha! In the dimly lit tunnel, Aylin's triumphant cheer erupted, only to be swiftly followed by a pained scream. Ah! My foot! It hurts! From further down the tunnel, a chorus of laughter echoed. That little rascal Eileen has clumsily smashed his foot again with the ore he pried loose. Ha ha! That makes it the 3rd time this month. Just 2 more, and help break last month's record. Can't he be a bit more careful? How could he keep smashing his own foot? As dusk descended, a weary figure emerged from the mine's exit. Eileen, drenched in sweat and exhausted, limped back to the seemingly dilapidated Coloran town. He entered the town's only apothecary, Aunt Emma's clinic. Aunt Emma, I'm here. Little Eileen, that old rascal still alive and kicking, huh? This was how most townsfolk greeted him, and Aunt Emma was no exception. I wish he would just die, but he's still going strong. If you hadn't been buying his medicine and taking care of him, he would have perished long ago. But I can't just let him die, can I? So you don't actually want him to die, do you? Oh dear, what happened to your foot? Didn't you come in yesterday, saying it was fine? Did you smash it again today? Cough, cough, it's just an old injury flaring up again. With a face full of gloom and embarrassment, Eileen exited the clinic, clutching a bundle of medicine amidst the concerned voices of, is that old rascal still the same? Little Eileen, you smash your foot again. Do be more careful next time you return home. His abode lay beneath a small earthen mound on the southern side of the town, enclosed by a bamboo fence. As Eileen pushed open the creaky gate, an elderly man with a head full of white hair sat at a simple stone table in the yard. This elder was tall, but appeared frail, his skin marred by the marks of time, giving him a notably aged appearance. His attire, much like Aylin's, was fashioned from faded mining sackcloth, though his garments appeared relatively clean. Ha ha! Upon seeing Aylin's limping form, the elder paused momentarily before erupting into laughter, clutching his belly. It seems unavoidable after all. Where have you been? Time for your medicine. Eileen tossed the medicine bundle into the elder's gleeful embrace, then plopped down onto the stone bench without a care for his dirty hands, grabbing a hard piece of bread and biting into it, muttering in frustration. The ore in the mine is dwindling. It's becoming increasingly difficult to extract. However, I have awakened my power. Even if mining becomes harder, I should be able to support both of us after a few bites of bread. Aylin's gloomy expression was replaced by a hint of pride. What a curious fellow. No wonder it took me so many years to find you. You remain so cheerful and optimistic in such dire circumstances. The elder squinted and smiled, glancing at Aylin's feeble hands that seemed barely able to lift. It appears you couldn't resist utilizing your magical power again today, but I've told you many times, using magic when your physical and mental limits are reached puts a heavy burden on your body, and in severe cases, it could lead to death. I'm merely trying to support myself, and you old rascal, Eileen retorted dismissively. Besides, it's just an occasional use. All right then, reckless young oddity, since you have awakened and achieved this level, it is time to reveal the truth. Eileen looked at the elder. What truth? Are you dying? Bastard, do you wish for my demise so eagerly? Not at all. I do you worry about affording a burial plot. You brat, listen closely. My tests and trials for you have concluded. Tomorrow you may prepare to attend the St. Dawn Academy. Tests and trials? Cough, cough. Eileen choked on the dry bread, coughing violently. Old rascal. What nonsense are you spouting now? The elder regarded Eileen. All right then, let's start with the term old rascal. Why do you call me that? Because ever since I found you 7 years ago, you've claimed you would teach me, imparting the ways to become a powerful sorcerer, yet in these 7 years, you've done nothing but laze about, failing to teach me any training methods. That's why everyone calls you an old rascal. Eileen retorted, glancing at the elder with annoyance. It seems your brain is truly muddled today to ask me such a question. The elder smiled faintly. But if you call me a lazy old rascal, why not just discard me? If I were to discard you, who would take care of you? Even if I found a stray cat or dog, I couldn't just abandon it to starve, could I? You fool, you compare me to a stray cat or dog. The elder shook his head in exasperation. Have you considered what title Collar Town bears in the South? The forgotten, abandoned town. Ever since the collar and iron ore was depleted, only the barren red copper remains. A territory even the most inept lord wouldn't choose. Only some old miners and townsfolk, unable to make a living elsewhere, choose to stay here. Even a homeless beggar wouldn't traverse the desolate, abandoned mines to come here, especially on a cold, snowy night. As night fell, the stars began to twinkle. Aylin's half-eaten piece of bread fell from his mouth. That makes sense. Eileen stared blankly at the elder, who indeed appeared somewhat different than usual. Old jeans. Are you serious? You can see I am serious, otherwise you wouldn't be calling me old jeans. You'd simply call me old rascal. Could it be that you're truly a sorcerer? Eileen muttered in disbelief, shaking his head. Impossible. There must be a conspiracy. If you genuinely intend to teach me to become a powerful sorcerer in the Dolus continent, then why haven't you taught me any methods of physical training or martial arts in these 7 years? Because from the very beginning, there's another fundamental aspect that determines a sorcerer's power. This fundamental aspect is the bloodline power. Pride illuminated old Gene's face, his tone becoming increasingly fervent and passionate. The pure, giant bloodline, possessing extraordinary innate strength and boundless power, the pure orc bloodline, endowed with the ability to rage, possesses astonishing explosive power. The pure elf bloodline, remarkably agile, moving like the wind, and endowed with an extraordinary focus, far surpassing ordinary individuals in the application of magical power. As for the various dragon bloodlines, their physical strength and magical prowess are even more formidable. Yet, you've reiterated this over 20 times in the past 2 months. Aylin's voice was tinged with frustration. And what does it have to do with me? I am merely of ordinary human bloodline. It seems you are quite sick, and it's time for your medicine. You idiot. Though well aware that Eileen was an extraordinary boy who defied logic, old Jeans could not suppress the urge to retort, interrupted mid-passionate discourse by Aylin's words. I've told you many times, different bloodline powers equate to various innate talents. Although the pure human bloodline lacks any unique bloodline power, it integrates better with others. After the Great Dragon War, many powerful pure bloodlines have dwindled, with countless bloodlines merging and evolving over time, causing their powers to fade in an era where most sorcerers lack particularly potent bloodlines. A sorcerer supported by a formidable bloodline from the outset will naturally stand out. But does this really relate to me? Aylin's feeble voice echoed. Once more old Jinx could no longer contain himself and exclaimed in anger, "Can't you use your brain, even a little? After all this time, you still don't understand. Over these 7 years, the hardships I've brought upon you, as well as the stories and experiences I've shared, have all been your training. Every minuscule particle of your body, having long been deprived of adequate nourishment and subjected to daily exhaustion, is now in a state of acute thirst. Thus, you are more frail than your peers, appearing to be 2 years younger than them. Only at this age have you begun to awaken, but because of this, your body will absorb the power of other bloodlines far more effectively than the average person." Aylin's expression transformed into one of revelation. "I understand now." Old Jinx exhaled, hoping Eileen would finally articulate the words he longed to hear. "I understand." Yet, Aylin's subsequent remark nearly caused him to faint. "Old Jinx, you pervert. The only thing you've done over these 7 years is to torment a child's body while deceiving their emotions. What to say? I have finally uploaded it officially. Normally, one would say something. First and foremost, this book's flavor will differ greatly from the previous one. The transformation of immortals and demons. This is a tale of an eccentric young lad and a group of equally peculiar companions. Some plot points might be quite absurd and comical, so it's best to treat it like an anime, such as Slam Dunk or Naruto, without delving into discussions of serious literary merit. Amidst the clamor and joy filled with youthful vigor, this book embodies simplicitino need for deep contemplation. As for the newly uploaded book, I certainly hope for your generous support. Any form of contribution, be it red tickets or monthly votes, is immensely appreciated. If you're feeling lazy, simply favoriting the book would suffice. There will be various activities associated with the new book, offering numerous prizes, including physical copies of the Transformation of Immortals and Demons, cushions, mouse pads, and even spots at our fan club's annual offline meeting, with meals and accommodations provided, along with charming young ladies, of course. I shall also be present. Lastly, there will be plenty of updates today. I hope most of you find it enjoyable. I would also like to express my gratitude to the generous supporters from the Red Flower Society and the Sin fan group for their contributions. I will strive to share all my stored manuscripts, as I've found that having these manuscripts makes me brimming with ideas, constantly wanting to revise and writing too slowly. Chapter 2, Forward. St. Dawn Academy. Can you please take me seriously for once? A furious shout erupted from Aylin's small courtyard, nearly toppling the walls. All right then. Observing old Jinx on the verge of a breakdown, Aylin raised his hand in a gesture of surrender and said, "You emphasize the foundation and bloodline power so much. What exactly are you trying to convey? Are you intending to pass down some bloodline power to me?" Finally addressing the crux of the matter. Yet why still that indifferent expression? "You rascal. Everyone knows this fellow is extraordinary, yet I can't help but feel infuriated." Old Jinx panted heavily, gradually calming down. Aylin, rendered utterly exhausted, slumped onto the stone table. "I'm so tired," he groaned, resting his chin upon the table and gazing at old Jinx, weakly stating, "If that's the case, then let's proceed. What bloodline power do you have for me?" Old Jinx couldn't help but chuckle. Such a perplexing character, unafraid and perpetually optimistic, must surely drive others to frustration and madness. Blood contract. Seal of awakening. With a deep and rapid chant, he extended his right hand, clasping Aylin's right hand. The moment his fingers made contact with Aylin's skin, 5 glimmers of silver coalesced into 5 ancient draconic runes, unknown even to the earliest scholars of dragon language, which permeated Aylin's body. The 5 points of silver light lingered upon the surface of Aylin's hand for a brief moment before gradually dissipating. Is this the fusion of bloodline power? Aylin gazed at his hand in a daze, feeling no unusual sensations within his body, except for a slight tingling at the tips of his right fingers. There are only 2 methods of inheriting bloodline power. One is through procreation, and the other is via sacred artifacts imbued with unique powers. Observing Aylin's newfound seriousness, old Jeans nodded his head. These sigils merely act as keys, granting you access to the sacred artifacts that facilitate the merging of bloodline power located within the library of St. Dawn Academy. Therefore, your task is to attend St. Dawn Academy and promptly merge the bloodline power I have bestowed upon you. Wait a moment. An old trickster has suddenly transformed into a sorcerer. I'm a bit dizzy. Let me ponder why this is so troublesome. Could it be another ruse? Aylin remained propped against the stone table, tilting his face to inquire of old Jeans.as if he had anticipated Aylin's response. Old Jeans chuckled softly and produced a small pouch, placing it beside Aylin's eyes. "This is the tuition fee I have prepared for you." Instantly, Aylin felt an unexpected surge of energy, leaping to his feet. "That I'm rich." However, upon opening the pouch and glancing inside, he was struck dumb, nearly drooling. Old Jeans glanced at Aylin, saying, "Now do you believe?" Aylin hastily tucked the pouch into his clothing, nodding vigorously. "I believe, but if you are such a formidable sorcerer, why have you chosen me? Is it because I was merely 9 years old and rather foolish when you found me, making me easy to deceive?" Yet, he could not resist asking immediately, "You are indeed the most foolish of fools." Old Jeans replied earnestly, nodding, "I have traveled to many places, and you are the only one who has taken me in for so many years, passing my trials and tribulations. So what do you intend for me to do after allowing me to study at the academy? Do you wish for me to become a powerful sorcerer to assist you in executing certain tasks, or to protect a family and fight for them?" Suddenly invigorated, Aylin pondered other questions. No. Old Jeans chuckled and shook his head, raising his gaze to the starry sky as he spoke slowly. For every awakened youth, the starry sky holds countless dreams. As a return for the sacrifices you have made over the years, my sole duty is to set your sails for a journey in the voyage of life. You are free to choose your dreams. Eileen, you must understand this. When a person's abilities reach a certain level, they are destined for greatness, destined to shine like the finest gem. The most arduous circumstances have sculpted your qualities of kindness, optimism, resilience, and fearlessness, so I need not worry about your future. Thus, from this day forth, Eileen, pursue and fulfill your dreams with abandon. It sounds rather impressive. Eileen rested his chin on his hand, gazing at Old Jeans. You seem to have overlooked a crucial point. What exactly is the bloodline power hidden within St. Dawn Academy? Any sorcerer would devise means to conceal certain methods, ensuring that their secrets and powers are not laid bare before all. Hidden strength often serves as a means to victory and survival. Thus, if bloodline power is immediately discernible, it is naturally unfeasible. Yet if it can be concealed, that is far better. Old Jeans squinted and smiled. Because you tend to disregard advice and act recklessly. I have decided not to disclose why I have placed the means of inheriting bloodline power at St. Dawn Academy, nor will I reveal what that bloodline power is, if even you are unaware. Then naturally no one else will discern it from you. Eileen exclaimed in frustration. Is it truly necessary for you to tease me like this? Old Jeans, tell me quickly. Stop dreaming. I will never reveal it to you. No, you must tell me. Impossible. Save your strength to finish your meal and take a bath. If you don't tell me, I shan't attend the academy. Such a clumsy threat is futile. You yearn to attend the academy more than anything. As your eyes have betrayed you. Will you tell me or not? Absolutely not. A conspiracy? There must be a conspiracy. Fool, have you ever seen anyone spend so long devising a plot to harm a mere child like you? If you refuse to tell me, it must be a conspiracy. Haha. Then you need not attend St. Dawn Academy. The night deepened, the soft starlight enveloping Eileen's little courtyard. Exhausted to the utmost, Eileen fell into a deep slumber. Issuing a series of snores, occasionally, fragments of dream talk mingled with his snores. Just tell me what the bloodline is, you rascal. You've deceived me for so long, and I thought you were a homeless old man. Yet you possess so many silver coins. I shan't let you off easily. If you want to tell me, I shall eventually discover it on my own. St. Dawn Academy, St. Dawn Academy. Old Jean stood at the bedside of the slumbering Eileen. Listening to the repeated mention of the academy and Eileen's dream talk. In the darkness, he could not help but smile softly, murmuring, though I scarcely mention the prospect of attending the academy. Knowing that other awakened youths pursue their dreams there, it is clear that your heart, just like your body, longs for what you have earned through greater hardship than others, and surely you will cherish it more than they do. Eileen, I eagerly anticipate your performance. If you refuse to tell me, then your mysterious demeanor suggests you possess something remarkable, though it cannot possibly be the bloodline of a dragon. At that moment, the sleeping Eileen turned over, uttering another piece of dream talk. Little one, please don't look down on others so much. Go and seek your answers at your own pace. Old Jeans gazed at the slender figure beneath the blanket, feeling a mix of annoyance and exasperation upon hearing that. What? Eileen is going to study at St. Dawn Academy? Come morning, the town of Coloran was ablaze with excitement. Eileen, with a satchel slung over his shoulder, stood at the edge of the town, flanked by a throng of farewell well-wishers. Old trickster, where did Eileen acquire the funds to attend St. Dawn Academy? While merely awakening grants entry to the academy, tuition and living expenses are also essential, are they not? Ahem. I have already stated that I was once a sorcerer and saved up some money. While I might believe you saved some money, who would trust that an old man like you was actually a sorcerer? Regardless, it is commendable that he can provide funds for Eileen's education. Old trickster, Eileen is leaving. Will you not accompany him? I have already mentioned that I am here to guide Eileen as a sorcerer. Once he departs, I can retire to pursue my own affairs. Still stubborn, are we? The farewell crowd buzzed endlessly as Eileen and Old Jeans embraced, preparing for their official departure. Are you truly not coming with me? Eileen whispered near Old Jeans's EAR.my mission of seeking and guiding you is complete. Now I must take a break, Old Jeans replied. I am old and no longer wish to pursue any dreams. Eileen made a distinctly disdainful gesture, muttering, there is undoubtedly a conspiracy afoot. Then you need not attend St. Dawn Academy. Old Jeans laughed heartily, gazing at Eileen with penetrating eyes, softly adding, you need not worry about me. You should understand that being able to casually produce a pile of silver coins for me means I can live quite well without you. Well, I shall not concern myself with you any longer. Eileen huffed, turning away, but not before softly adding, however, Old Jeans, I will miss you. Old Jeans affectionately watched his retreating figure, seriously responding, I will miss you too. I am off. Eileen extended his arms, striking a forward gesture, and with great enthusiasm shouted, Forward, to St. Dawn Academy. Wrong way, come back. Huh, fool, is that the direction of St. Dawn Academy? You're going the wrong way. Haha, truly worthy of the little Eileen who has tripped 5 times in a month. Even moving forward, he manages to get the direction wrong. Chapter 3. The Emergence of Giant Bloodline and Elven Bloodline. Name, Eileen. Age, 16. Residence, Collar Town. The forgotten abandoned town. At the enrollment office of St. Dawn Academy, Kate, who was diligently registering applicants, looked up in surprised eye in her recollection. The desolate mining town of Corallan should have been devoid of youth. And she had heard that those who remained there merely scraped by on the meager yield of barren copper or, observing Eileen, whose hair was somewhat parched and whose clothing was fashioned from an unknown fabric. Standing at the height typical of a 13 or 14-year-old boy, her brow furrowed. You are Eileen, hailing from Corallan. Are you truly 16 years of age? Indeed, why do you ask? As Kate scrutinized Eileen. He too was assessing the young teacher in the thoroughfare of St. Spring Sound where the office was located. St. Spring Sound was one of the 4 main streets of St. Laurent City, lined with numerous shops, and at its center stood a 12-tone fountain that emitted melodious music. Various stores, their facades adorned with vibrant and smooth stones arranged in intricate patterns, captivated Eileen's senses. The delicate azure academy robe embroidered with the words St. Dawn worn by Kate was a novelty for Eileen, who was visiting such a grand city for the first time. Corallan, is that not a forsaken ghost town? I thought it was devoid of young people. A mocking voice interjected, resonating with laughter from behind Eileen, belonging to a red-haired boy who towered half a head above him, with a round face speckled with faint freckles and an air of arrogance. Ha! What is this? Kate's gaze shifted to the red-haired boy, and upon noticing the viper emblem on his attire, her pupils involuntarily constricted. And you are, Eileen, accustomed to the scorn of minors, remained unfazed. He turned to the red-haired boy. Am I truly that small? Listen well. I am Moss, of the Quinn family. The red-haired boy seized his moment to boast, laughing heartily and striking a rather juvenile pose. Indeed, Kate's eyes twinkled as she regarded both Moss and Eileen, momentarily refraining from interjecting. Little one, you are undoubtedly too short. Moss chuckled, gesturing towards Eileen. Look at me. I am merely 14 yet tower over you by half a head. Eileen, slightly dejected, scratched his head. So, it seems I am indeed quite short. Moss paused, only to erupt into even louder laughter. Are you a fool? You do not even realize whether you are short or not. There is no one my age in Corallan to compare with. Eileen replied nonchalantly, inwardly cursing old Jins for putting such burdens on young children. This fellow is remarkably oblivious. How can he not be angered? Observing Eileen's unperturbed demeanor despite being called little one, Kate sighed softly and spoke. Very well, Eileen from Corallan. You will need to pay 100 silver coins to complete your enrollment. What? 100 silver coins? That is exorbitant. Eileen's incredulous exclamation echoed. Kate rubbed her ears, still ringing from Eileen's outburst, and explained. This fee encompasses not only a year's tuition and accommodation, but also the cost of the academy uniform and some expenses for external studies. 100 silver coins for just a year. Eileen grasped Kate's sleeve. Could it be a bit cheaper? Haha, little one, you cannot possibly be unable to afford tuition. You truly have no idea how much it costs to attend St. Dawn Academy. Yet you come here to enroll? Moss burst into laughter once more. Be why the looks of you. Saving silver coins must be a challenge, and to awaken at 16, you appear rather frail. Certainly not someone of exceptional lineage. After a bout of laughter, Moss's expression grew serious. Honestly, you would gain nothing from studying at St. Dawn Academy. I suggest you refrain from wasting your hard-earned coins. You see those laborers, even with a hint of giant blood. They can only toil as laborers in St. Laurent City. Laborers, following Moss's gaze, Eileen spotted several burly men clad only in animal skin shorts, their bodies adorned with coarse ropes, each towering near 2 meters. They appeared extraordinarily robust, their legs resembling thick barrels, with muscles that seemed as solid as rock. What are laborers? Eileen could not resist inquiring. Do you not know? Laborers are those who assist in hauling heavy loads. Moss declared loudly. Someone like you should not even bother trying. That it would be wiser to save your coins for something else. Just because you possess a fraction of giant blood, you presume to dictate the lives of others. A cold voice interjected from the side. Moss was taken aback, turning to find a striking girl with long, silvery hair, immaculate and unblemished, standing nearby, her expression icy and aloof, almost matching Moss's height. Who do you think you are to speak so to me? Moss retorted, his anger flaring. Do you not see that I am acting in his best interest? Is it in his best interest to look down upon others and criticize them at will? The girl did not even glance at Moss, merely stating, arrange his enrollment, please. I will cover the 100 silver coin fee. Oh, Kate regarded the girl with interest, smiling. You will pay Eileen's fee. Eileen was momentarily taken aback. 100 silver coins could sustain a typical household for 2 years. It was no trivial sum, and he was certain he had never encountered this girl before. His fees, along with mine, the girl replied curtly, producing 2 gold coins and tossing them to Kate. In Dolus Continent, 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins. Are you also a new student enrolling at St. Dawn Academy? Kate inquired. Intrigued. In his memory, the girl had lingered at St. Spring Sound for quite some time without joining the queue, and now it dawned on him that she seemed disinclined to stand among others, waiting until they had all departed before approaching to handle her enrollment. Just because of Moss's remark, she was willing to cover Eileen's annual fees while maintaining a pristine handkerchief, as if fearing even a speck of dust might mar her. This young woman was likely not only proud and aloof, but also possessed a degree of obsessive cleanliness. Scoundrel! An indignant voice erupted, as Moss, his face flushed with rage, shouted at the girl, Is this about money? Do you think I cannot afford to support him? No one has the right to arbitrarily decide another's fate. Every individual is entitled to pursue their own dreams. If you can afford it, then simply do so without all this unnecessary chatter. The girl coldly interrupted Moss's angry tirade, still not sparing him a glance, focusing instead on Kate. Teacher, since I have already covered his enrollment fees, please assist him with the subsequent procedures. You? Moss's face twisted in anger. Reaching into his pouch to produce a money bag, he thrust it towards Kate. Teacher, I will cover his tuition, utterly devoid of principles. The girl turned her head aside, gazing at the street corner, her voice dripping with disdain. What did you say? Moss's fiery hair nearly stood on end, fists clenched. If you were not a girl, I would have shown you what for today. Eileen's feeble voice chimed in. Everyone, please do not quarrel. I can pay for my own tuition. What? You can afford tuition? Moss incredulously turned to Eileen. Eileen nodded vigorously, cautiously unfastening the pouch he had been clutching tightly in his hand. If you have such wealth, why did you make such a fuss and haggle? Moss was nearly apoplectic, noticing Eileen's pouch contained at least 20 gold coins and over 100 silver coins, far exceeding the amount in his own, because the tuition is indeed quite steep, so if it could be a bit cheaper, that would be preferable. Eileen smiled sheepishly, yet continued, But I must thank you and this sister. You are both kind people. Mose was rendered speechless, and at that moment, Aaron abruptly ceased speaking, sensing an icy chill enveloping the air. The white-clad girl, who had earlier turned away, now pivoted to face them, her expression marred by a frown, teetering on the brink of explosion. What's wrong? Mose and Kate exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. I see, Aaron said apologetically. I must have misspoken. It should be thank you. Sister rather than thank you, elder sister. Some girls are indeed quite sensitive about their age. Mose and Kate suddenly comprehended the gravity of the matter. You fool, I am a boy, not a girl. The girl with a furrowed brow shouted in indignation. Ah! Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. Why you are a boy? Aaron stammered, his gaze drifting to the girl as flat chest, slowly piecing things together, muttering, But you are far too beautiful, resembling a girl too closely. Mose and Kate could not help but nod in agreement. Truth be told, even Kate had previously assumed the individual was a flat-chested beauty. What do you mean? The girl in white glared at Aaron, her voice dripping with menace as she enunciated each word with precision, her long, cascading hair billowing with her agitation. Fox ears. Aaron's voice rang out, filled with astonishment, as he observed the girl's elegantly pointed ears. Idiot. Mose delivered a light tap to Aaron's head. What fox ears? These are elven traits. Elven traits? Aaron was taken aback. If you dawn as Eileen ascended the creaking wooden staircase to the second floor of the library, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, utterly taken aback. The entire expanse of the second floor was lined with rows upon rows of bookshelves, extending all the way up to a height inaccessible without a ladder. The sturdy, deep brown shelves were meticulously arranged, filled with an array of books adorned in various colored covers, creating a veritable ocean of literature. Most of the shelves and the majority of the tomes appeared remarkably ancient, some with covers faded over time. Yet all remained impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. The atmosphere inexplicably shifted to one of solemnity. Eileen navigated through the rows of shelves. The library boasted 4 levels in total, but he chose not to ascend further. instead slowly searching until he found himself in a corner near the staircase leading to the third floor. There, nestled on the penultimate shelf, lay a book titled On the Architectural Styles of the Age of Dragons. Its cover a striking shade of purple. The moment Eileen pulled the book from its resting place, without any forewarning, an astonishing phenomenon occurred as countless minuscule silver motes of light emerged from the wooden slats of the shelf beneath. Swiftly converging at the tips of Eileen's right fingers, these dust-like silver motes rapidly crystallized into 5 tiny, diamond-like formations at his fingertips. Concurrently, 5 small marks materialized on the tips of his fingers. In an instant, all 5 crystalline entities pierced Eileen's fingertips, and the 5 luminous marks vanished simultaneously, all occurring in less than a second. Even if someone had been approaching from behind, they would have been unable to witness the transformation in Eileen's fingertips as he extracted the book. With a sudden jolt, Eileen felt as though an invisible giant hammer had struck his heart, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. Was this the fusion of bloodline power? As his hands instinctively pressed against his chest, Eileen realized his heart was once again pounding fiercely. Thump, thump. With each violent heartbeat, he observed the skin exposed to the air vibrating like waves. The blood within him seemed to grow significantly heavier, pressing down on his body, compelling him to bend. If this continued, would his heart leap out and split apart, leading to his demise? Eileen felt an indescribable discomfort. Yet, in the next moment, his youthful visage transformed into one of confidence and unwavering determination. His hands releasing his chest to clench into fists. Come on. Whatever this bloodline power is, let it merge obediently. Eileen's body trembled incessantly, yet he found himself gradually straightening up. Time passed, and the violent heartbeat subsided. Though the blood within him still felt remarkably heavy, an inexplicable intuition began to take hold, suggesting that a little movement might ease the flow of blood, making it less burdensome. What? Still not merging completely? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Eileen set the book back down and took a few tentative steps. Discovering a modicum of comfort, he resolved to walk briskly, eventually exiting the creaking library, and began to run along the tree-lined path. Is this the obedient fusion? There is not a hint of combat power. After only a few minutes of running, just as he began to sweat profusely, Eileen realized that all discomfort had vanished, and his heartbeat had returned to normal. After a short while of steadying his breath, he threw a few punches, feeling that his body seemed unchanged from before. Was the bloodline power truly so feeble, or did it only manifest after becoming a mage? After muttering a few thoughts to himself, Eileen noticed that ahead lay an array of bustling shops, with many brightly dressed clerks energetically vying for customers. Behind the seemingly endless line of shops, a tranquil park stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a commercial street. Eileen suddenly comprehended that he had inadvertently stumbled upon the only commercial street within the Holy Dawn Academy. The entire city of St. Lauren was built upon the slopes of a mountain, with the Holy Dawn Academy located on a gentle slope to the east of the city. The commercial street lay in the heart of the academy, adjacent to the largest park within, Goddess Park. Named for the abundance of white tulips known as goddess planted throughout the park, Eileen pondered the sheer number of people present. As he subconsciously surveyed the academy's commercial street, which seemed larger than the entire Coloran town, he spotted a shop surrounded by a throng of people, curiosity piquing within him as he approached. After much effort squeezing through the crowd, the sight that greeted Eileen nearly caused him to faint. It was a shop boasting a sign for Super Giant Fried Pork Chop. At the entrance, several plump individuals appeared on the verge of vomiting, yet they continued to devour the golden fried pork chops voraciously. Were these pork chops truly that delectable, that they would consume them to such a state? Unable to comprehend, Eileen couldn't help but exclaim, only to be met by a chorus of explanations from nearby students. This shop had just opened its doors, and the owner claimed that anyone who could consume 10 pieces in one go would eat for free. So that was it. Enlightenment dawned upon Eileen, and he felt a rush of eagerness. Could anyone participate? Are you also thinking of joining? Don't be ridiculous. One chop is bigger than your face. Eating 10 in one sitting is utterly impossible. The highest record so far is only 7 pieces. If you can't finish, you'll have to pay for the ones you eat, right? Better not get fooled. It's clearly a scam to deceive naive youths. Amid such chatter, Eileen gestured, acknowledging that the pork chops were indeed substantial. Just then, a few more pork chops were brought out. Deliciously fragrant super giant pork chops. Don't miss out. Generous portions, truly a super giant golden fried pork chop. Anyone who can eat 10 pieces gets them for free. The rotund owner, beaming with excitement in his white chef's attire, called out, attracting even more students from Holy Dawn Academy. Ugh. Overwhelmed by the rich aroma of oil, the challengers, who were already on the brink of sickness, turned pale and retreated, with 2 even pushing through the crowd to the street's edge to vomit loudly. Eileen found some amusement in their misfortune, but at the moment the enticing scent wafted into his nostrils. A spontaneous tremor radiated from deep within his body. He could feel all his muscles vibrating, as if they had been reduced to infinitesimal particles, rubbing against each other. A sensation akin to having gone days without nourishment. Stirring an overwhelming sense of hunger within him. In the next instant, his entire body began to ache, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Gulp. The sound of his loud swallowing echoed. Can I give it a try? Eileen's gaze remained fixated on the golden fried pork chops, unable to look away. Sure. Seeing another challenger, especially such a slender youth, the beaming owner couldn't contain his joy. Everyone is welcome to try. Just eat 10 pieces. And they're free, but remember, you must consume them all in one go. My supergiant fried pork chops are truly fragrant, crispy, and juicy. The owner was in the midst of his enthusiastic pitch when a gasp of astonishment rang out. 9 pieces. Already 9 pieces. Incredible. Is this fellow truly of pure giant blood? How can he eat so much? The owner turned to look, nearly losing his composure. In the blink of an eye, Eileen had polished off all the pork chops beside him. His belly now protruding, yet his expression remained one of dissatisfaction. This student has quite the appetite. The owner, regaining his wits, patted Eileen's shoulder with a knowing smile. What potential, to eat 9 pieces in one go. Since that's the case, go ahead and have the 10th. Once you finish this one, it's free. With that, he bent down to retrieve the 10th pork chop. Is this really a pork chop? This can't be considered a pork chop. You're cheating. Scoundrel. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd before a cacophony of furious shouts erupted. The owner produced a pork chop that was several times larger than the previous 9 combined. Resembling half a pig. Ha. I never said all 10 pork chops would be the same size. How can that be considered cheating? The owner beamed with pride. And I run a small business. It's not easy. So everyone must be understanding. What? Can anyone possibly eat this? However, half a minute later, his incredulous cry echoed through the bustling commercial street. Under the gaze of countless astonished onlookers, Eileen finished devouring the enormous fried pork chop. Then rubbed his distended belly and thanked the boss, who looked as dazed as a simple-minded child. He then uttered a remark that nearly caused everyone around him to faint. Hey, where are my feet? I can't see my feet. Chapter 5, The Not-So-Simple Roommate. Excuse me, are you a freshman? Do you happen to possess giant blood? A multitude of awestruck students from the St. Dawn Academy quickly surrounded Eileen. For the youth, an individual capable of feats beyond their own always instills respect and curiosity. Yet, at that moment, Eileen, feeling somewhat satiated, began to perceive the surrounding noises as if they were drifting away. And his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Damn it, what kind of bloodline power is this? Is it not over yet? I can't just fall asleep here, Eileen mentally screamed, struggling to keep his eyes open. But before he could instinctively clench his fists, he succumbed completely and collapsed, drifting into a deep slumber as he slept. One could hardly believe it. He actually fell asleep just like that. What kind of person is he? He has eaten like a balloon and simply dozed off. What is going on? Who sent you here to mess with me? The boss, along with many others who had realized Eileen was merely asleep, was on the verge of tears. Just leave him to me. At that moment, a languid voice broke through the commotion as a handsome young teacher from the academy squeezed into the crowd, effortlessly lifting the sleeping Eileen onto his shoulder. What is this? Upon recognizing the young teacher's face, the plump boss and several senior students instantly turned pale, a chill running down their spines. They remained silent, too intimidated to voice their concerns as the young teacher carried Eileen away from the throng. What is happening? A bewildered lower-year student could not help but inquire of a senior student, whose face had turned ashen. That Teacher Lister, the senior replied, struggling to contain his fear, his voice trembling. Teacher Lister. The eyes of all the lower-year students filled with shock and reverence. Was he not the Academy's most formidable elite teacher, who alone comprehended the secret techniques of the sacred mandate? Indeed, that is him. The plump boss was now drenched in cold sweat. This is the infamous Teacher Lister, raised by the Nightwolves, known for his cold-bloodedness and bloodthirstiness. Seems you aren't particularly well-liked in the Academy. These youngsters are too afraid to even speak in your presence. Just as Lister exited the commercial street, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared before him, none other than the loquacious librarian, Professor May. They've merely been misled by rumors. However, it's something to take pride in if one can instill fear. Lister shrugged nonchalantly, his eyes narrowing slightly. But you, the true strongest teacher in the Academy. With your obsession for cultivating and love for books, are you really leaving the library because of this little fellow? Professor May did not respond to Lister's comment. He merely glanced at the soundly sleeping Eileen. His condition is quite peculiar. What do you make of it? Lister replied. His current state resembles that of someone who has completely surpassed their physical limits through arduous training. I have encountered this young man at the reporting station, and I am curious as to what transpired in the library that led to this. I'm not certain. Professor May shook his head. He stayed in the library for a brief period, but something seemed off when he emerged. Nobody in St. Lawrence City can tamper with your library, Lister chuckled lazily. It seems this little one harbors numerous secrets within him. After a brief silence, Professor May inquired, what do you intend to do? I have no interest in prying into the secrets of others. St. Dawn Academy permits all students to keep their secrets. If this little fellow truly impresses me, I shall personally oversee his education. Lister stroked his chin thoughtfully. For now, I plan to take him to the dormitory. Upon hearing Lister's words, Professor May, who had appeared unusually taciturn outside the library, nodded and turned to leave. Senior, Lister suddenly called out. Professor May turned back, unsure of Lister's intent. One day, I shall surpass you, Lister declared, his lazy demeanor replaced with earnestness. Not so soon, Professor May replied impassively, uttering a simple two-word response before walking away. A good roommate is indeed essential. It appears I shall need to put in some effort, Lister mused to himself as he strolled towards the Ivy dormitory area. Morning. The rhythmic sound of snoring was palpable. Eileen lay on a wooden bed draped in deep green bedding, the dappled shadows of trees cascading through the window onto him. He slept in a dreamy haze, feeling somewhat parched. Yet, as his drowsy eyes fluttered open, the fleeting images before him vanished, and his eyelids drooped once more. He remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, merely feeling as though he had slept for an eternity, enveloped in comfort and satisfaction. Hey, wake up! A voice suddenly pierced his slumber. Eileen struggled to open his eyes, abruptly confronted by an unfamiliar figure standing before him. Startled, he jolted upright, bewildered. What is going on? What happened? He instinctively asked, dazed. You certainly know how to sleep. A refined young man, seemingly of similar age to Eileen and wearing glasses, stood at the foot of his bed. You've been asleep since yesterday afternoon. By the way, I'm your roommate, Barrow. Eileen, still in a daze, responded, Hello, I'm Eileen, but where exactly is this? This is our dormitory, room 233 in the Ivy dormitory area. Barrow adjusted his glasses, observing Eileen's still confused expression. It seems you don't even know how you got here. Do you know Teacher Lister, the Blood Knight Wolf? I arrived at the dormitory and have slept from yesterday afternoon till now. Eileen's face was a mask of confusion. Blood Knight Wolf? Who is that? Our academy's strongest teacher, rumored to be a fiercely cold and bloodthirsty figure. Anyone who opposes him is said to be met with brutal methods, often resulting in severe consequences. Blood Knight Wolf is his nickname. Barrow habitually adjusted his glasses. Its said, he was the one who brought you here. Is the academy's strongest teacher really that formidable? Eileen shook his head in disbelief, but I truly don't know him. Regardless, Teacher Lister has assigned you to share a dorm with me. Starting today, we are friends. Barrow gestured towards the edge of Eileen's bed. You should change your clothes and wash up in the water room at the end of the corridor. There's a restroom next to it. I'll head down to buy something to eat while I wait for you. Eileen noticed a set of the same blue academy uniform laid out beside his bed. Appearing soft and inviting, he instinctively asked, Wait, for what? We're about to have class. You need to hurry, Barrow replied as he walked out. It's Teacher Houston's class, and the consequences of being late could be quite severe. Class? Eileen, still completely bewildered, picked up the blue academy uniform. The uniform consisted of two sets. The inner attire was snug-fitting, while the outer robe was slightly loose. Both bore the emblem of St. Dawn Academy. The inner garment appeared more resilient than the outer one, seemingly designed for intense physical activity when one would only wear the inner attire. As Eileen grasped the uniform, he suddenly sensed a significant difference in his body compared to usual. It felt as though he had an abundance of energy, and there seemed to be a luminous aura at the crown of his head, akin to the opening of a door. Most strikingly, he was still clad in his usual attire, yet it felt unusually tight. He stood up and examined his arms and legs. This was no mere illusion. It seemed as if his clothes had shrunk. He had not only grown sturdier, but had also gained considerable height. Unable to resist, he swung his fist. With a whoosh, his punch sliced through the air, producing a sound of rushing wind. Even more astonishing was that as he swung his fist, it felt as though countless invisible particles were instinctively converging toward his hand. This was the manifestation of mana, a sensation only those who have awakened could perceive. However, in the past, he had to focus intently and concentrate fully to even perceive and harness his magical energy. Yet now it seemed he could effortlessly wield it. Undoubtedly, this transformation was a consequence of the integration of his bloodline power. It appeared that old Jean's bloodline strength was not as feeble as he had initially presumed. But what kind of bloodline was it, exactly? Ellen, feeling a surge of newfound prowess, was somewhat exhilarated, yet a tinge of frustration washed over him as he realized he did not even know the nature of the bloodline he had fused with. The Evergreen dormitory area, where the male students of the Dawn Academy resided, was among the oldest structures on campus, built during the same era as the Katkin Library. Unlike the library, however, the Evergreen dormitories were constructed from stone. Each 3 stories high, with towering trees planted between the buildings. These ancient trees, even older than the dorms themselves, were cloaked in ivy, creating a canopy that rendered the dormitories seemingly nestled within a vast forest. Due to their antiquity, the accommodations at Dawn Academy appeared somewhat rudimentary when compared to newer institutions. Each floor shared a communal washroom, and there were no private restrooms. After changing his attire and completing his grooming, Ellen stepped out of the 7th dormitory, only to find it desolate, save for Barrow, who awaited him with a bag of provisions. "Let us go," Barrow said as he immediately led the way to the Philosopher's Stone Forest, explaining that it had been converted from the old arena of Dawn Academy. Perhaps due to the many formidable sorcerers who had unleashed their potent magical energies there, it seemed easier to concentrate and sense magic within that space. Thus, first-year students uniformly attended classes there, with all freshmen taking the same foundational courses, while second-year students would be sorted according to their preferences and achievements. He munched on the ham sandwich Barrow had purchased. Ellen found himself appreciating the camaraderie of this newly acquainted roommate. Why do they seem to look at us strangely? He pondered. The Philosopher's Stone Forest was situated between the Evergreen and the Catleya dormitory areas. A leisurely walk of 10 minutes from either. They approached. Ellen noticed several latecomers, both male and female, though these newcomers seemed to avert their gazes upon seeing them, deliberately maintaining a distance. "Perhaps it's because we are rather handsome," Barrow remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Ellen nodded in agreement, feeling indeed more dashing in his pristine academy attire. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the closer they drew to the Philosopher's Stone Forest, the more he sensed those new students' gazes gravitating towards Barrow, prompting him to glance at his bespectacled, refined-looking companion and wonder if there was more to the situation than met the eye. Chapter 6. The Impulsive Freshman and the Little Notebook Teacher. The Philosopher's Stone Forest, once the old arena of Dawn Academy, had merely undergone a cleanup, with unnecessary rubble cleared away, while the damaged circular stands naturally formed walls. The massive stones within had been erected, creating a series of partitions that obstructed sight lines, leaving behind traces of past battles that now formed a complex training ground. The areas divided by the towering white stones were adorned with naturally growing weeds and trees, creating a lush atmosphere. Gathered in one of the clearings within the Philosopher's Stone Forest were over 100 freshmen, with the red-haired Moss standing out prominently. "Can anyone truly consume that much? It seems impossible. I certainly couldn't manage it," he remarked skeptically, eyeing a few nearby students. They were buzzing about a newcomer rumored to eat more than a jungle beast, having devoured 10 pieces of fried pork cutlet, one of which was practically half a pig in size. Upon hearing Moss's doubt, a tall, slender student beside him affirmed, "It's absolutely true. I witnessed it myself, and it even drew the attention of Professor Lister, who personally took him away." Moss remained unconvinced, frowning. All freshmen attend foundational classes together, especially in Professor Houston's class, who values punctuality above all. No one dares to be late. If what you say is true, shouldn't that guy be here as well? At that moment, Ellen and Barrow's figures emerged between a few colossal white stones, entering the scene. It's him. The moment Moss laid eyes on Ellen, the slender student beside him let out a hushed gasp, and the clearing erupted in murmurs as many recognized Ellen. "You little shorty. It's you?" Moss exclaimed incredulously. Ellen, who was surveying the surroundings and the other students, heard this outburst. He turned to Moss in confusion. "What do you mean it's me? You are the legendary Big Belly King." Moss stepped forward through the crowd, confronting Ellen. "You ate 10 colossal fried pork cutlets? Ah, you know about that." Ellen scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "How could that be?" Moss exclaimed, pointing at Ellen. "I can't even eat that much." "How could you? You little shorty." All the freshmen present regarded Ellen's slender frame with expressions of disbelief. Ellen felt a bit embarrassed, while Barrow adjusted his glasses and turned to him. "Is this red-haired fellow your friend?" "How could that be?" Before Ellen could respond, Moss interjected vehemently. "If he isn't your friend, then this is quite manageable." The delicate and composed Barrow laughed heartily. leaping in front of Moss with fervent interest. You little shorty, how rude. And here I am standing before you. Yet you haven't even glanced my way, as if I don't exist. Get down on your knees and lick my feet. Or I'll make sure you won't be recognized. Everyone was left speechless. Ellen recalled the peculiar gazes they had received earlier, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Moss stood frozen. Taken aback, get down on your knees and lick my feet. Though Moss was generally known for his arrogance, he had never encountered anyone so audacious, someone who could so effortlessly utter such words. It's Barrow. He is the impulsive freshman. Amid the uproar, Moss finally realized that the individual before him was the infamous impulsive freshman, Barrow, who looked exceedingly refined yet was reputed to be impulsive and boisterous. It was said that while Barrow appeared genteel and well-mannered, he was prone to bouts of impetuosity, becoming excessively enthusiastic at the slightest notion of fun, often dragging others along into his reckless escapades. He had originally been in a higher class, but had been demoted due to an incident that left both him and a teacher injured. It was easy for new students to get themselves hurt. But the teachers at Dawn Academy were formidable sorcerers, and a student capable of injuring a teacher could only be deemed dangerous. Moss finally understood why some freshmen had looked at Barrow with such peculiar expressions. You dare speak to me like that? Do you wish to die? Although he now recognized Barrow as the dangerous figure of legend, Moss couldn't help but shout in outrage. Barrow ignored Moss's furious cries. Instead, turning to Ellen with excitement, shall we take on this guy together? Let us not, Ellen replied, already overwhelmed by Barrow's sudden change in demeanor. We are all classmates. Moss's nostrils flared in anger as he shouted. Oh really? Why don't you give it a try? You two can team up if you wish. If you're not going to step up, I will, Barrow said to Ellen, cracking his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Clearly eager for action. Just then, someone shouted, Stop fighting, Professor Houston is coming. Ellen turned to see a young male instructor clad in a light blue academy uniform approaching. The young male teacher, of average height with a round face and fair skin, had an exceptionally striking feature. His short hair, slicked down with an excessive amount of oil, formed stiff, glossy spikes that stood upright. Upon his appearance, Barrow let out a disdainful hum, adjusted his glasses, and reverted to his usual delicate and demure demeanor. Moss, brimming with resentment, could hardly contain his vexation, yet he gritted his teeth and stifled any outward expression as the approaching Mr. Houston commanded the room's attention. Such vitality, exclaimed Houston as he tousled his own hair. Glancing at Barrow and Moss with a grin, I simply adore spirited youth. A palpable chill swept through the majority of newcomers, who had heard whispers prior to their arrival that Mr. Houston, while not particularly formidable in skill, was notoriously cunning and excessively concerned with appearances. Those who unintentionally offended him often found themselves noted in his little black book, facing unpleasant consequences. Most crucially, he was known to be exceedingly vindictive, leaving many bewildered as to how they had incurred his displeasure. Observing the compliant expressions on their faces, Houston shook his head. Finding the latest batch of freshmen quite endearing, he cleared his throat, instructing everyone to take a seat before commencing the lesson. Under the starry skies of Dolist, countless dreams awaited, and we, at St. Dawn Academy, are here to facilitate your pursuit of those dreams. With a signature phrase he believed to be both classic and incendiary. Houston then turned his gaze to Barrow, inquiring, And what is your dream, my dear student? It was evident he had singled them out. Almost all eyes shifted to Barrow, who was renowned among the starry-eyed aspirants for his exceptional talents. With a glimmer in his lens, Barrow replied, One must defeat many formidable sorcerers to achieve that. Ambitious, Houston chuckled, pivoting to Moss. And you, my friend? I merely wish to become a slightly more powerful sorcerer than him. Moss retorted, casting a resentful glance at Barrow. I truly admire this spirit of competition, Houston exclaimed, slicking back his shining hair with a hearty laugh before turning to Eileen. And what of you? What is your dream? The concept of dreams had been lingering in Eileen's mind since he first laid eyes on the gates of St. Dawn Academy. Back in the Corallan district, his daily thoughts revolved around mining enough or to support himself and old Jeans. Now, suddenly liberated from such burdens, he felt lost, pondering what he truly wanted to pursue. A dream, he mused, should be something one deeply yearns for yet finds challenging to attain. Yet, he realized that no such aspiration had yet surfaced in his mind. Thus, when faced with Houston's question, he shook his head, sheepishly admitting, I don't know. You are unaware of your own dream. Houston's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Indeed, Eileen scratched his head. I have yet to contemplate any dreams. A ripple of astonishment echoed through the room. Then inform me once you do, Houston replied kindly, though internally he resolved to remember Eileen's apparent insolence in his little book, regardless of the dreams most of you harbor. All academies, including ours, St. Dawn Academy, primarily aim to educate students in the art of sorcery. During the legendary Dragon War era, it was the formidable sorcerers who vanquished the evil dragons, thereby preventing the duelist continent from falling under their dominion. In today's peaceful times, the strength of sorcerers is a reflection of a kingdom's power. It is no exaggeration to say that the might of sorcerers maintains the balance among nations. Houston relished his role as an educator, becoming increasingly animated as he spoke, gesturing enthusiastically and even demonstrating. Behold the renowned fire-burst fist of St. Dawn Academy. Though merely a sorcerer's technique, it possesses significantly greater power than most. With a resounding shout, Houston propelled himself forward, leaving behind 3 afterimages as red flames ignited along his right arm. With a swift punch, the flames erupted, creating a blazing sphere around his fist. He paused, retracting his fist, and gazed at the astonished and admiring newcomers, savoring the moment. Did you all see that? Just then, a sound broke through, a snore, neither too loud nor too soft. Everyone turned in disbelief toward the source, discovering Eileen with his head bowed, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, his shoulders rhythmically rising and falling with each snore. Houston's face darkened instantly. How dare someone sleep during Mr. Houston's class? A chill swept through the new students as the atmosphere grew tense. Chapter 7. The Punishment Trio with a swift kick. Houston sent a patch of grass flying, striking Eileen squarely in the face. What left the onlookers in shock was that, despite the grass landing on him, Eileen showed no signs of waking, continuing to snore in a steady rhythm. Wake him up. Houston was on the verge of losing his composure. It was already bad enough that Eileen had admitted to not knowing his dream, but to audaciously fall asleep was simply unacceptable. Such audacity to sleep. How amusing. Barrow, feeling impulsive, seized Eileen and shook him vigorously, even kicking him excitedly. Finally, Eileen stirred, his eyes half opened and bleary. This student, Houston managed to control his rising irritation, slicking back his shiny hair once more. Do you find my level of instruction lacking and my lecture dull? Upon seeing Houston's sinister expression, the new students understood that Eileen's fate would be dire. To their astonishment, Eileen, still not fully awake, muttered in confusion, "What is going on? You just fell asleep," Houston replied calmly, "which is why I asked if you found my teaching inadequate and boring." Eileen quickly shook his head. In truth, he was aware that it was the influence of his bloodline power. After a hearty breakfast on the way, an inexplicable wave of drowsiness had overtaken him before he could resist. If you don't find my teaching subpar, then it must mean you've learned quite well and no longer require instruction. Houston's cold laughter echoed as he observed Eileen nodding. In that case, repeat for me the content I just covered, starting with the source of a sorcerer's power. Where does a sorcerer's power originate? The power of the body and the power of sorcery, Eileen replied weakly. Elaborate, and explain the distinction between a sorcerer and a mage. The power of the body is divided into 2 parts. One is the strength stored within every minute molecule of our bodies, known as physical strength. The other is the force of our mental will. As for the power of sorcery, it is the elemental force we perceive after awakening. Those who can merely combine bodily strength and sorcery through physical motion can only be deemed sorcerers. Only those who can refine their bodily strength and sorcery into sorcery particles and store them within their bodies can be called mages. A mage can accumulate sorcery particles and 7 sorcery gates within their body. Through relentless training, honing, and even combat, these gates can be opened. The more gates one can unlock, the more sorcery particles can be accumulated, thus enhancing the mage's power. For mages, there is one more fundamental aspect, the bloodline power. Pure giant bloodline grants astonishing innate strength, while pure orc bloodline bestows the ability to enter a state of frenzy, resulting in formidable bursts of power. Excellent. Houston was taken aback by Eileen's apparent mastery of the material from his time in Corallin. Yet, seeing Eileen articulate it so clearly and completely only made him smile. Since you have indeed learned well, then the fire-burst fist should be a breeze for you. Step forward and demonstrate. The little fellow was in for it. Upon hearing Houston's remarks, Moss immediately felt a sense of schadenfreude. Each instructor at St. Dawn Academy has trained in distinct martial arts, and the fire-burst fist is a secret technique practiced only by a select few, including Houston. Consequently, many of the new students' parents, although they are all practitioners themselves and some even alumni of St. Dawn Academy, have encountered different teachers and thus learned varying techniques. Furthermore, most of them were sent to St. Dawn Academy right after awakening to lay the foundational knowledge. Therefore, Moss was confident that among all the new students present, there would be at most 1 or 2 who had previously learned this fire-burst fist. let alone the diminutive figure from Corallan Town. A visibly flustered Eileen reluctantly stood up and approached the new students. He had only caught the initial explanation from Houston and had fallen asleep before even witnessing the final demonstration of the technique. He dashed forward, trying to generate as much momentum as possible, and when he felt a gust of wind, he focused his energy and summoned his magical power. Now, with no other option, Eileen braced himself, quickly recalling Houston's explanation of the Fireburst Fist, and surged forward. Fireburst Fist. As Eileen shouted the incantation, everyone witnessed his right arm ignite with crimson flames, swiftly coalescing into a fiery orb around his fist, which then detonated with a resounding bang. Moss was utterly speechless, and upon turning his gaze to Eileen, he felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Eileen's eyelids were drooping as he appeared to be on the brink of slumber, looking as if he were about to snore at any moment. Are you truly a pig? You can even fall asleep while standing. Moss could no longer contain his exasperation and lunged at Eileen, gripping his neck as if he wished to strangle him alive. Eileen, awakened by the chokehold, coughed violently. Belro looked at Moss calmly and said, "Do not act impulsively. If Teacher Houston comes out and discovers you have not been standing properly, we will be in even greater trouble." Impulsive? Moss gazed at Belro in disbelief. You are the one being impulsive, and yet you tell me not to be. Am I more impulsive than you? Eileen nodded vigorously, honestly stating, yes, you indeed appear quite impulsive right now. Moss felt that continuing to converse with such abnormal individuals as Belro and Eileen would surely drive him to the brink of madness. Thus, he suppressed his urge to spit blood, turned away, and forced himself not to look at either Eileen or Belro. After being jolted awake by Moss's grasp, Eileen seemed less drowsy, yet as time progressed, he became increasingly aware of his gnawing hunger. As noon approached, a loud growl emanated from his stomach, and he realized he was so famished that he felt devoid of strength. He glanced into the Thinker's stone forest and remarked, "Why hasn't Teacher Houston come out yet? I'm starving." Belro noticed Eileen's pale complexion and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, prompting him to curiously inquire, "Didn't you eat a lot this morning? Why do you look so famished now?" Eileen weakly opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, his stomach growled incessantly again. Moss initially thought it was manageable, but upon hearing Eileen's stomach rumbling continuously, he too began to feel hunger pangs. He had hardly eaten much that morning. Fearing tardiness, and noticing Eileen's precarious state made him even more anxious. He shouted, "Shorty, don't cause trouble now. We are at a moment when Teacher Houston could emerge at any time. If you don't stand properly, he will see you, and we'll all be in for more punishment." Belro adjusted his glasses and glanced at Moss, yet chose to remain silent, instead directing his gaze toward the Thinker's stone forest. His action made Moss think that Houston might appear at that very moment, but when he turned anxiously, he instead saw a girl dressed in the same Azure Academy uniform as theirs emerging from between the towering white stones. The sunlight made Eileen squint, and at first glance, he noticed an unusual radiance shimmering on the girl's blue uniform. That he blinked hard, and upon clearer inspection, saw she had long black hair and a beautiful, delicate face glistening with a sheen of sweat. Her uniform was drenched, with droplets cascading from the ends of her hair. As Eileen was momentarily entranced by the girl, she too noticed their presence and approached them. "What's this? Punished to stand here by Teacher Houston?" Upon seeing the three of them, the girl seemed to grasp the situation immediately, waving her hand and uttering this question. The first response was Eileen's stomach growling again. Embarrassed, Eileen watched as the seemingly dignified girl chuckled and said, "Hungry? Did you not eat much this morning? However, even if Teacher Houston comes over later, he will still make you continue standing." His method of punishing new students often involves intentionally letting them go hungry. Moss, already feeling increasingly famished, turned pale at her words. Just then, Eileen noticed the girl's left hand was wrapped in thick bandages, prompting him to kindly ask, "What happened to your hand? Are you injured?" "It's nothing. Just a precaution to avoid injuries while training," she replied, gathering her damp hair and smiling at Eileen. "You're quite considerate. Even when you're this hungry, you're concerned about my injury. Just continue standing here and wait for me." "Wait for you." Eileen was still trying to comprehend the meaning when the girl had already turned and walked some distance away. Shortly after her figure vanished from their sight, she reappeared, tossing a large pile of food in front of Eileen and the others before casually sitting down on the grass beside them. Grabbing some food to eat and directing the still-stunned trio, "It's on me. Let us eat together. Teacher Houston is deliberately trying to starve us, and you're bringing us food. Aren't you afraid of being caught by him and facing his wrath?" The three of them were taken aback. "He's not teaching me now, and besides, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. The girl stated nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders and clenching her fist. Why should I fear him? He can't defeat you. Moss gasped in disbelief, regarding the girl with astonishment. While it was true that Teacher Houston was not the most formidable among the faculty, that was merely relative. Even the least competent teacher at St. Dawn Academy could likely handle 2 or 3 average sorcerers. You all take your time eating. I still need to practice in the Thinker's Stone Forest. If Teacher Houston comes out, I can help stall him, the girl said, showing no concern for Moss's shock. After grabbing some food, she stood up and headed toward the Thinker's Stone Forest. Thank you, Eileen instinctively said. The girl did not respond or turn but simply waved her hand. The sunlight illuminated her figure beautifully. And then Eileen suddenly remembered he had yet to ask for her name. Hey, what's your name? At that moment, Belro adjusted his glasses and called out to the girl. Eileen and Moss had not noticed that since she claimed Houston could not defeat her. A peculiar seriousness had taken over Belro's expression. Chris, the girl's voice drifted back to them. Oh, it is her, the legendary girl, Belro murmured to himself. Legendary girl? What does that mean? Eileen and Moss were both taken aback. It's her, Belro nodded towards Chris's retreating figure. It is said she trains harder than anyone else, and although she is only in her 3rd year, she is the most formidable student in all of St. Dawn Academy. Even some teachers are no match for her. However, she has a severe case of face blindness, and her constant boasting about dominating the National Academy competitions is why she is dubbed the Legendary Girl. The Legendary Girl is the face-blind girl. Eileen was taken aback, curiously observing Chris's silhouette, wondering what face blindness meant. Belro explained, it means she easily forgets what someone looks like, for instance. Even if we just told her our names. When she sees us again, she might remember our names, but not be able to distinguish who is who. She might call you Belro, and me Eileen by mistake. Does it really happen like that? Eileen asked in astonishment. And what is the National Academy competition? You don't even know this. Moss turned again, nearly fainting. Shorty, you truly are a pig. After just a few sentences, you've already eaten so much. During their brief exchange, Eileen had finished all the pastries in front of him. Recalling the rumored astonishing appetite of Eileen, Moss could no longer scold him and promptly sat down to eat voraciously. The full name of the National Academy competition is the Starry Sky Brave Cup Academy Championship, Belro explained calmly while tearing off a piece of ham. All the academies in our Aki Kingdom compete in this tournament. Since all the academies participate, wanting to win the championship doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? Why is she called the Legendary Girl because of that? That's because there are simply too many strong opponents out there. Our St. Dawn Academy has not advanced from St. Lawrence City for 4 consecutive years. We can't even defeat the other academies in St. Lawrence City, yet she keeps insisting on defeating all opponents. Which is why people say she is a legendary girl. Eileen began to understand. He pondered. So, does that mean our St. Dawn Academy isn't particularly formidable? The strength of an academy in such competitions are entirely different matters. St. Dawn Academy stands as one of the most venerable institutions in the Kingdom of Aki, its overall prowess ranking favorably among its peers. However, in the realm of inter-academic competitions, the crux lies in the caliber of the students. Barrow cast a glance at Eileen before continuing. This competition is a 5-person team event, and it can be said that we, at St. Dawn Academy, have had a dearth of formidable students in recent years, which accounts for our lackluster performance at a 5-person team event. Eileen inquired. Indeed, Barrow adjusted his glasses, eyeing Eileen. If my memory serves me correctly, in 3 days, there will be an additional qualifying match against Nanjifeng Academy. Only by triumphing in this contest can St. Dawn Academy secure a place in the official qualifiers for the opportunity to compete for a spot in St. Lawrence City. Should you be interested, I would be pleased to take you along. I assure you, you will grasp the rules of the competition with ease. Without a moment's hesitation, Eileen nodded. All right. After leading the other freshmen through the other side of the Thinker's Stone Forest, they returned for a meal and then back to the forest. Following a lesson on basic training, Houston leisurely made his way through the stone formations, eventually coming into view of Eileen, Barrow, and Moss. How are you? Feeling hungry? Observing the trio, slightly wilted from the sun, Houston felt his mood lift a notch. Eileen's stomach grumbled audibly. Next time, remember to adhere to classroom discipline. But for now, continue standing until class is over today. Do not forget to practice the fire-shattering fist, complete 100 squats, and perform 100 backward frog leaps, along with 100 full-speed sprints. Of course, it matters not if you fail to complete them, as these will eventually be assessed in class. You all know the consequences of failing. Upon hearing Eileen's stomach growl, Houston felt even more satisfied. After delivering his remarks, he strutted away with an air of superiority. Little runt, who would have thought you were quite the deceiver, Moss remarked, relief washing over him as Houston's figure vanished from sight. You even managed to feign hunger. Now he must truly believe we've been starving all this time. I wasn't pretending, Eileen replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I really am a bit hungry. I can hardly believe it, Moss exclaimed, nearly fainting. You truly are like a pig. You eat more than the two of us combined. And how little time has passed for you to claim you're hungry again. Chapter 9. Beneath the starry sky as night descended, brilliant starlight bathed every corner of St. Dawn Academy. The kingdom of Aki is nestled within the Dragon's Breath Mountains, the highest region of the Dalaras continent. And, given that most towns in the kingdom are built against the mountains, it has long held the title of the kingdom closest to the heavens. The nearer one is to the sky, the more radiant the stars appear at night. In the vast majority of Aki's territories, the stars in the night sky appear exceptionally large and luminous, as if one could pluck them from the sky with a mere reach. This celestial display is unique to the kingdom of Aki, which has led many to refer to it as the kingdom beneath the starry sky. For many in Aki, the brilliance and allure of the stars seem tangible, yet remain tantalizingly out of reach, akin to the dreams of every individual. In a secluded corner of the Thinker's stone forest, Chris leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. Sweat trickled down her delicate, pale chin, dropping onto the earth beneath. It was evident to anyone that her stamina had reached its limits. However, after a brief respite, she gritted her teeth and softly uttered 4 words. One more time, she commenced running again, leaping high into the air, reaching the apex before twisting her body in a sudden surge of energy, executing several rapid evasive maneuvers in midair before landing gracefully, crouching, and dashing forward like an arrow. When her figure finally came to a halt, she could no longer sustain herself and collapsed onto the ground. Utterly exhausted, bitter sweat trickled into her eyes and mouth, yet lying on the ground, she defiantly raised her fist towards the starry sky, whispering to herself, I must win. The forest surrounding the Ivy Dormitory serves as the finest training ground for freshmen. Towering trees create numerous secluded spaces, safeguarding them from disturbances, and many grassy clearings have been trampled into hard, barren earth. Houston, the instructor, could only be described as a bit of a tyrant in the eyes of the freshmen. And with the majority of them unwilling to fall behind, the forest, shrouded in starlight, resonated with the sounds of fire-shattering fist being practiced incessantly. Eileen stood in one such clearing. Sometimes, when one is overwhelmed by ignorance, they become less eager to comprehend everything, instead finding greater focus on their immediate tasks. This moment, he was convinced that the bloodline old genes had urged him to merge with was far from inferior. He had completed all the basic exercises assigned by Houston, a feat that would have left him utterly fatigued in the past. Now, though still weary and drenched in sweat, he distinctly felt his progress. Amidst the aches, he sensed a minuscule warmth coursing through his body, penetrating every corner. It was the sensation of power accumulating in the tiny molecules of his being, enhancing his physical capacity. Although he had long understood from old genes' repeated teachings that a sorcerer's strength derives from both physical power and magical force, where the former is composed of the energy stored in every minuscule particle of the body and the latter stems from mental will, he was acutely aware that his swift progress was contingent upon the strange bloodline merging within him. Could he truly be the most formidable and diligent practitioner in all of St. Dawn Academy? He decided to attempt the whirlwind fury once more, the fire-shattering fist, which most freshmen struggled to master. He had already executed in class with remarkable proficiency. Yet, for reasons unknown, the thought of that divine girl spurred him to abandon his intention of resting and instead practice whirlwind fury. Whirlwind fury. With a low chant, his hands shot forward like lightning, leaving behind multiple afterimages. The rush of wind surged past him, obliterating several falling leaves. The force exceeded that of the fire-shattering fist, and the speed was unparalleled. Yet it proved more challenging. The instant he unleashed the technique, Eileen realized he had erred. Compared to his practice in class, his magical energy had coalesced too violently, failing to form the intended 10 whirling wind whips. Instead, 2 uncontrollable gusts erupted from his hands, causing his bones to feel as if they might shatter under the strain, delivering excruciating pain. Again, yet he did not relent, shaking off the discomfort and resolutely continuing his practice. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, he had lost count of how many times he practiced. His sweat became sticky, and his fingers felt as though they might crack. His stamina reached its limits, and his consciousness began to blur. He could hear the rapid thumping of his heart and the heavy rhythm of his breathing. How he longed to lie down and sleep, yet it felt as though he was on the cusp of success. No, He had to push through. Whirlwind fury. Suddenly, despite appearing unable to straighten his body, gasping for air, he straightened himself once more and thrust his hands forward. Whoosh! 10 swirling wind whips materialized before him, producing a sound of slicing through the air that was starkly different from before. Huh. I did it. I'm truly impressive. Upon catching sight of the 10 swirling wind whips, the utterly exhausted Eileen could no longer maintain his composure. With a triumphant laugh, he stretched out his arms and languidly fell backward, still reaching towards the starry sky, occasionally convulsing, which appeared rather comical. A bat emerged from the towering forest of evergreen trees surrounding the ivy-clad schoolhouse and flitted into the shadows behind one of the buildings. Suddenly, Kate, a young teacher whom Eileen had encountered during his reports, silently followed the bat, gliding down from the treetops to land on the leaf-strewn roof of the schoolhouse. At the moment his feet made contact with the roof, a gust of wind swept through, stirring countless withered leaves into a dance, amidst which the figure of List appeared. Observing List's sudden manifestation, Kate displayed no sign of surprise. Instead, with a smile, she softly remarked, "I suspected it was you in the woods, for otherwise, I would not have felt that unshakable sensation of being watched. Is that a compliment or a criticism?" List ruffled his hair, lazily settling onto the leaf-covered roof, stretching his limbs. "And you? What brings you here to observe the new students, particularly Eileen's practice?" Kate cleared her throat. "There are 2 reasons. First, the principal appointed me to lead the Academy's tournament this year. And second, since Eileen is someone you have taken a special interest in, I naturally must pay close attention. So, you are the one leading this year's inter-academy competition. In that case, your position at the reporting office directly involves the selection of new students." List mused, stroking his chin. "It seems you all are becoming restless, but indeed, it is justified. Our academy has performed poorly in recent years. Not only do others perceive St. Dawn Academy as lacking formidable talents, but even our own students are on the verge of forgetting what true glory and courage mean, mistaking ordinary sorcerers for those who dare to fight. You have always had a keen eye," Kate stated seriously as she sat beside List. "Ordinary students cannot master Houston's whirlwind blaze, let alone succeed in grasping it within a single day. Moreover, Houston has never publicly taught this technique, so Eileen could not have been exposed to it before." "There's no need to elaborate. I understand your point," List replied, casting a sidelong glance at Kate. "Since entering the academy, he has grown taller. Thus, he either possesses a hidden bloodline or has undergone some mutation. There are no obvious bloodline traits visible in him, but I have heard he has a hearty appetite. Yet he does not seem to embody pure giant blood." Kate gazed into List's eyes. "Have you discovered anything?" List chuckled and shook his head. "Even if it isn't a mysterious bloodline, it is certainly an intriguing one. Moreover, from his performance, he seems to comprehend the advantages of concealing his bloodline powers, which saves me the trouble of explaining. You witnessed his recent practice. He indeed possesses that fearless spirit. Since you are leading this year's academy tournament, I can only implore you not to let me down." After shaking his head, List glanced up at the surrounding forest of towering trees and continued, "You are quite fortunate. Among them, there are 2 who will likely master Whirlwind Blaze within a day or 2. To have 3 such individuals emerge from a single batch of students would leave other academies in disbelief." List maintained his languid demeanor, but Kate was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "3? That high elf bloodline and that bespectacled lad?" List smiled faintly. "It seems you need to put in a bit more effort." "Lin Luolan, Barrow." Kate's eyes widened. He believed Lin Luolan's astonishing comprehension ability was not surprising, considering that even with minimal elven blood, many aspects of capability would surpass that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, Lin Luolan clearly possessed a high-grade elven bloodline. However, he had not expected Barrow. Unable to restrain himself, he looked at List and said, "That impetuous troublemaker, he is also a rare genius, more impressive than the red-haired lad from the Quinn family. You underestimate him." List chuckled. "He is, after all, the only new student who successfully infiltrated the Beast Arena. Although I am uncertain of his thoughts, he clearly harbors considerable ambition. He is the one who sneaked into the Beast Arena? So that was the reason for his injuries." Kate's eyes brightened instantly. List stood up, stretching lazily. "It is good to know. With so many intriguing youngsters, this tournament better not disappoint me. And what does this have to do with them?" "They are still new students," Kate stammered. "What does being a new student matter? Does the strength of one's abilities relate to their status as a new student?" List shot him a glance, leaving Kate utterly speechless. To refrain from taking risks and to withhold expectations is to forfeit hope. List waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. "If there truly are new students capable of participating in such a tournament, that would be genuinely interesting. I have one last question." As List's figure began to fade from the rooftop, Kate suddenly recalled something and called out, "Since you are aware that Barrow is exceedingly impulsive and prone to trouble, why would you arrange for Eileen to be paired with him?" List's form abruptly vanished, but his languid voice lingered. As a rule, those who are the most restless and prone to mischief often possess greater potential than the average student. Chapter 10. Barrow's nascent ambition. Unbeknownst to Eileen, while he was practicing, two pairs of eyes were secretly observing him. His previous world had been far too small, and the current one felt overwhelmingly vast to him. Filled with strangers and an abundance of new and perplexing experiences, there was simply too much to absorb and contemplate. Thus, after finally managing to rise from the ground, he returned to his dormitory, rinsed off in the washroom, and upon noticing Barrow had yet to return, intended to wait a while. However, the moment he laid down on his bed, he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Eileen was abruptly awakened by a peculiar sound. As he sat up groggily in bed, he gradually discerned what seemed to be gasps and cries of distress, just as he was trying to make sense of the commotion. Barrow entered the room, seemingly freshly washed, his hair still damp. As Eileen sat up and began to dress, he couldn't help but ask, "When did you come back last night? What is all that noise outside?" Barrow wiped the fog from his glasses, grunted in response, but did not disclose the time of his return. Instead, he glanced at Eileen and countered, "Aren't your arms and legs sore? Did you not complete the foundational exercises assigned by that Houston fellow yesterday?" "Oh, right," Eileen thought in confusion. Previously, if he had been as exhausted as he was yesterday, he would undoubtedly have felt completely drained for days. Yet, after the extensive foundational practice yesterday, he felt remarkably unbothered today. This must be due to the integration of whatever bloodline power he had, the specific nature of which he himself did not fully understand. Not having completed such a demanding training regimen is fine. In any case, Houston will surely not let us off easily today. Barrow, seeing Eileen's lack of immediate response, assumed he had indeed failed to complete the assigned foundational exercises. However, he suddenly became excited. "Since you are up so early, let us go have breakfast together." "Sure," Eileen responded with great enthusiasm, quickly completing his morning routine before stepping out of the dormitory alongside Barrow. St. Dawn Academy boasts 5 dining halls and a bustling commercial street, all serving breakfast, with the third dining hall being the closest to the Ivy Hall. This hall, situated to the west of the Ivy dormitory area, is designed in the style reminiscent of giant abodes from the Dragon War era. Constructed entirely from massive timber, featuring extraordinarily large doors and windows, from the outside, it resembles a training ground rather than a dining hall. However, upon entering, one is greeted by an entirely different ambience, surrounded by walls that create shop-like stalls brimming with an array of culinary delights: roasted beef, turkey, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, jam tarts, meat pies, and fried donuts. In the center of the hall, rows of rustic wooden tables and chairs are capable of accommodating hundreds of diners simultaneously, while colorful crystal chandeliers dangle from the lofty ceiling, filling the air with an enticing aroma. As Eileen followed Barrow into the hall, he noticed many patrons already purchasing food or seated at tables enjoying their meals, being his first encounter with such a dining establishment. Eileen's mouth watered as he observed the unfamiliar dishes, when suddenly, Barrow let out an excited exclamation. "There he is. Let us go confront him." "What?" Eileen was utterly bewildered by the situation when he saw Barrow laughing heartily at 3 individuals seated together. "Zanavi, why don't you come over and lick my feet like a good little servant?" Instantly, the entire dining hall fell silent, all eyes fixating on the trio, Barrow, and the confused Eileen. The 3 individuals quickly rose, their faces adorned with disdain as they approached Barrow and Eileen. "I see you're truly seeking trouble, Barrow," remarked the tallest of the trio, a burly blonde, towering over Alien. "Is that you, Mr. Huster?" Barrow exclaimed, glancing surprisedly at the 3. They instinctively turned to see what he was looking at. Gale stab. Just as Eileen instinctively looked up, Barrow erupted into laughter and, with a resounding crash, delivered a powerful punch to the blonde's face. "Ah!" the blonde screamed as he was sent sprawling backward, crashing into the tables and chairs behind him. How swift, Eileen thought, astonished at the speed of Barrow's strike, which seemed almost instantaneous. How dare you launch a kawa unless one possesses genius akin to that of Master List? It is exceedingly rare for anyone to successfully condense art source particles before the 2nd year and truly become a practitioner of the arts. Barrow cast a glance at Eileen and remarked, "The whirlwind gale technique, though formidable among the skills of practitioners, is nonetheless only as powerful as the one who wields it. Mastery of technique and the art of combat are 2 entirely distinct concepts. For instance, should you engage in a life-and-death duel with that browless individual, If he possesses prior knowledge of your abilities, he could easily evade a direct confrontation and defeat you through cunning tactics. Their extensive foundational training affords them far greater stamina than yours, capable of exhausting you entirely. Thus, possessing a skillful technique does not equate to being powerful, especially in comparison to those upper-class elite students who have successfully condensed art source particles. Such techniques are trivial to them. The announcement area on the homepage features our new book event. The event is still ongoing, with students winning prizes daily. Those wishing to participate may continue to do so. Chapter 11. The Behemoth. Will those two we injured be all right? With our strength, we couldn't even break bones, just perhaps a minor fracture. Our academy's medical staff is quite adept. Even the most severe injuries heal swiftly, so what could possibly go wrong? Are you not concerned about being penalized for fighting in such a place? What is there to worry about? Fights of this magnitude occur frequently, and upperclassmen who are bested by lowerclassmen would find it humiliating and wouldn't dare speak of it. Besides, there are no real teachers in this cafeteria. Merely ordinary staff. Moreover, if I do not dare to doze off in Professor Houston's class, why should I fear anything else? As Eileen conversed with Barrow while eating, he increasingly perceived Barrow as a dangerous individual whose demeanor starkly contrasted with his appearance. However, the thought of the cunning Professor Houston, whom he would soon encounter, sent a shiver down Eileen's spine. Compared to the previous day, he found himself less inclined to sleep, yet his body still craved substantial nourishment. The gnawing hunger felt far more distressing than mere exhaustion. To avoid being deliberately starved by Houston once more, Eileen promptly stood up to procure more food. Barrow, initially assuming that Eileen had consumed an amount several times greater than that of an average person and was still unsatisfied, was taken aback when he saw Eileen stuffing his purchases into his academy robe. "Eileen, what are you doing?" "Preparing some provisions," Eileen replied candidly, "to ensure I have something to eat when hunger strikes." "That makes sense," Barrow concurred, as he too began to stash food into his robe. Upon leaning against a massive white rock, the self-assured Houston smirked ominously at the sight of Eileen and Barrow approaching from afar. Although he had not mentored many new students over the years, every student in his classes had treated him with utmost respect, not daring to breathe a word. To allow a student to sleep in his class without reprimanding them would imply that he had lost authority over them. Eileen and Barrow trudged slowly through the Philosopher's Stone forest, appearing to struggle, which led Houston to assume they were suffering from muscle soreness due to the previous day's foundational training. Little did he know, the two had just engaged in an energetic brawl, and their slow pace was merely due to their robes being stuffed with food. In a show of magnanimity, Houston deliberately avoided making eye contact with Eileen and Barrow. Once all the new students had gathered before him, he cleared his throat and declared, "It appears everyone is brimming with vitality. I appreciate spirited young individuals. Since you all seem so energetic, let us begin with 100 squats as a warm-up." Many newcomers nearly blacked out upon hearing this, fearing that inadequate foundational training would hinder their performance in Houston's future assessments. They had diligently completed all the foundational exercises he assigned, and now they could scarcely walk without grimacing in pain. 100 squats felt less like a warm-up and more like a death sentence. Yet, faced with Houston's sinister demeanor, they dared not voice their dissent and resolutely began the exercise. The expressions of most newcomers contorted with agony. Yet Houston chuckled heartily. "Indeed, you all display remarkable vigor. It seems you're genuinely enjoying this. This is what I expect from my good students. You will practice the fire-shattering fist. Yesterday, I had you practice it. And anyone who dares to slack off will face my wrath." Once the majority of the newcomers had painstakingly completed their 100 squats, Houston's voice resonated once more. The pallor of many faces deepened, as they realized they could not afford to offend this cunning and eccentric instructor, especially since Houston had singled out Eileen. The fire-shattering fist not only culminated in a flaming punch but also incorporated a powerful three-step charge. In a state where even the toes ached and standing was a challenge, executing the technique would be nearly impossible, regardless of one's usual proficiency. Eileen, however, felt little concern, though his legs were somewhat sore. They did not impede his movements. Thus, under Houston's watchful gaze, he decisively executed the 3 steps, unleashing his full power, followed by a fierce shout as he delivered a punch that erupted in a dazzling blaze, effortlessly demonstrating the fire-shattering fist. However, after unleashing the punch, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded, as he sensed something flying out from him with each powerful step he took, before he could fully comprehend the situation. The others were nearly driven to madness. They clearly saw that as Eileen charged forward with his first step, various items erupted from his attire: bread, pastries, fried donuts, and roasted meat. With With each stride, food items burst forth from his clothing. And notably, during the final punch, several turkey legs shot out from his sleeves, one of which landed squarely in Houston's grasp, caught instinctively. When Eileen realized the sight of Houston gripping a turkey leg with a thunderous expression, he began to understand that his attire was overly stuffed, causing the food to project outward during such vigorous exertion. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence as all eyes were fixed on Houston, who held the turkey leg, leaving the new students torn between laughter and restraint. "Are you here to amuse us on purpose?" After a few seconds of silence, Houston, his face contorted, spoke to Eileen with deliberate enunciation. Not anticipating such an outcome, Eileen awkwardly replied, "I did not intend for this to happen. Perhaps I should stand outside as punishment." "Stand outside? Did I command you to do that?" Houston's smile, both menacing and mirthful, sent shivers down the spines of many newcomers. He approached Eileen and thrust the turkey leg into his hands. "Are you so fearful that I will starve you again? You were punished yesterday for misbehaving in class. Today, however, you executed the fire-shattering fist commendably. Why would I penalize you? You three performed admirably, and rather than punish you, I will treat you to a hearty meal at noon. Now, do not waste that turkey leg. Keep it safe." Was this fellow intentionally provoking Professor Houston? What thoughts could possibly occupy his mind? Initially, Moss had been exceedingly discreet, hiding behind a taller newcomer. Upon hearing the first half of Houston's remarks, he silently cursed Eileen, but upon hearing the latter half, he was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Three, you cannot be referring to me, right? I am not affiliated with them." "What?" Houston turned to Moss with a chilling smile. "I seem to recall distinctly stating yesterday that talking freely in my class is strictly prohibited, correct?" Moss nearly spewed blood in frustration. "Come now, you all claim to enjoy turkey legs, so do not be shy or wasteful. Finish these." The entire morning passed for the newcomers in a state of trepidation, fearing they might draw Houston's ire while speculating about the unfortunate fates of Eileen, Barrow, and Moss. When Houston finally placed an entire cart brimming with chicken legs before Eileen, Barrow, and Moss, the vast majority of the freshmen realized that their suspicions had been confirmed. Had he procured every chicken leg from the entire cafeteria upon seeing the cart piled high with at least 200 to 300 chicken legs? Moss's eyes glistened with emotion, and he could not help but shout towards Houston, "Teacher Houston, I truly have no connection with them." "What? I did not hear you. Do you think there isn't enough food here?" Houston replied, his hands clasped behind his back, not even casting a glance in Moss's direction. That moment, Moss felt an urge to confront Houston, but a chilling voice emerged from the group of freshmen. "Teacher Houston, don't you think this is a bit excessive?" "Oh." The corner of Houston's eye twitched as he turned his head towards the source of the voice. "Lynn Llewellyn, is it really you daring to speak so directly to Teacher Houston?" Many freshmen turned in disbelief to see Lynn Llewellyn standing fearlessly at the edge, gazing straight at Houston. Lynn Llewellyn's icy glare caused Houston's eyelid to flicker, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips. "Lynn Llewellyn, do you wish to dine with them? Why would I engage in such a trivial pursuit?" Lynn Llewellyn replied coldly, "Why?" A glint of cold light flashed in Houston's eyes as his figure vanished in an instant. With a whoosh, a fierce gust of wind erupted before Lynn Llewellyn. Houston's silhouette materialized within the tempest, retracting one hand with a mocking expression. Lynn Llewellyn staggered backward, retreating 5 or 6 steps before finally regaining his footing. All the freshmen held their breath as they observed Lynn Llewellyn's hands crossed defensively in front of him, trembling uncontrollably, his complexion excessively pale. "Though I hardly exerted myself, it is commendable that you managed to withstand this strike," Houston remarked, glancing at Lynn Llewellyn's quaking hands and then at the many freshmen nearby who had not even comprehended his movements. As for why, I believe you should understand now. You are too weak for me. I am your teacher, and even if I compel you to undertake these actions, you possess no capacity for resistance." Lynn Llewellyn remained silent, lowering his hands, yet most freshmen grew increasingly anxious, sensing that Lynn Llewellyn still refused to yield. "Do not worry." That moment, Eileen gratefully nodded at Lynn Llewellyn and said, "I have a substantial appetite. I can handle consuming all this alone. So, since you say so, let us not waste anything. Finish what you have prepared first, then indulge in these chicken legs." Houston chuckled heartily. "If you manage to devour all these chicken legs, they will certainly not need to eat. Moreover, as a special privilege, I might even allow you to bring plenty of food to class in the future." A chorus of gasps erupted. To everyone's astonishment, Eileen began to eat without hesitation. The provisions he carried appeared sufficient for several individuals. Yet in mere moments, he devoured everything with ravenous eagerness and commenced on the chicken legs. "What is happening? Houston, who had never heard of Eileen's remarkable feats, was increasingly dumbfounded. Could this fellow possess the bloodline of a giant? Yet even a true giant's bloodline could not possibly account for such veracity, nor could they be so diminutive. As Eileen continued to consume over 100 chicken legs, his belly swelling significantly while he persisted in eating. Houston's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This was entirely beyond his comprehension, a phenomenon devoid of any logical explanation. Moss and the other freshmen had heard of Eileen's illustrious exploits on the commercial street, but witnessing his eating prowess firsthand left them equally stunned. What on earth was this fellow's stomach made of? Could he truly finish everything? Moss stared blankly at Eileen, a thought surfacing in his mind. But he noted Eileen's movements slowing down. Would he end up bursting from overeating? Watching Eileen, his feelings grew increasingly complex, yet amidst the rising gasps, Eileen consumed the last chicken leg. Observing Eileen's impossibly swollen belly and recalling that this little fellow had undertaken such a feat to avoid punishment alongside Lin Llewellyn, Moss could no longer contain himself and rushed to Eileen's side. "Are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Eileen gazed longingly at the now empty cart, lamenting, "It was so delicious. By the end, I just couldn't bear to stop eating. If only there were a bit more." "What?" Upon hearing Eileen's words, Moss nearly lost his mind, shouting, "Others would have burst from eating so much, and you, after consuming all this, are slowing down because you are reluctant to eat. Are you intentionally trying to oppose me? Can you really eat that much? Are you a glutton?" Houston, rendered speechless by Eileen's response, finally lost his temper, screaming in a frenzy. Chapter 12, The Dreaded Quintet, today's third update. Have you heard? There's a new student with the bloodline of a glutton. You must be joking. I have never heard of anyone possessing such a bloodline. Indeed, it is said that teacher Houston himself mentioned it. The new student is remarkable. Yesterday, during class, teacher Houston deliberately troubled him, presenting him with thousands of chicken legs to consume, and the new student truly managed to eat them, leaving teacher Houston utterly humiliated. Now, even teacher Houston dares not easily provoke him. Moss trudged along the path to the beast training hall, utterly dejected, as he overheard these conversations, feeling an overwhelming urge to spit blood. In just a day's time, Eileen had consumed an entire cart of chicken legs, causing Houston to lose his composure, and the absurd tale had spread like wildfire throughout St. Dawn Academy. However, as the story circulated, it grew increasingly exaggerated, transforming from hundreds of chicken legs to thousands. Gluttons were merely a type of low-level monster known for their enormous appetites found in the southern forests. They could not possibly possess hereditary bloodlines or powers. Yet, due to Houston's exasperation leading him to exclaim, "Are you a glutton?" the rumor now circulated that Eileen possessed the bloodline of one. If this continued, one could only speculate how far the tale would stretch. Most crucially, he had no connection whatsoever with Eileen or the impulsive newcomer Barrow, yet Houston stubbornly believed he was part of their group. Intentionally attempting to amuse himself during class, he could not fathom the illogical reasoning in Houston's mind. Yet he was certain of one thing: a man like him, known as the Little Notebook Teacher, would retaliate with even greater absurdity for any embarrassment he suffered at their hands. Originally, there were no classes scheduled for the day. He had ventured to the Beast Training Hall because he had heard of the third-year students' combat beast assessments. Like the majority of academies, St. Dawn Academy captured and raised some ferocious monsters. And beginning in their third year, students in the Battle Mage program were required to undergo training with these beasts. This training was essential, as any kingdom's wilderness, especially in desolate regions, was rife with monsters. Mages executing missions in these areas could encounter battles with such creatures at any moment. Engaging with these monsters within the academy also fostered students' combat courage, naturally. The beast assessment was a significant examination that battle mages had to pass. Those who performed poorly would be relegated to other programs, likely forfeiting their chances of becoming legendary heroes. Lower-year students were permitted to observe the beast assessments. In fact, many high-year students' assessments were open to lower-year students, enabling them to accumulate experience in advance. Some assessments, particularly the beast assessments, were seldom witnessed by students who had never encountered monsters before. Thus, they became a source of novelty and excitement, eventually evolving into a sort of festival for St. Dawn Academy. The students of St. Dawn Academy have taken to referring to the Beast Combat Assessment as the Monster Festival. It is said that the assessment for the third-year combat mage students involves a creature known as Simos, a recently discovered beast at the border between the Kingdom of Aichi and the Kingdom of Winter. Not only the freshmen of St. Dawn Academy, but even the entire city of St. Laurent has likely seen few mages who can accurately describe the appearance of this creature. Moss aspires to become a formidable combat mage capable of traversing any realm and becoming a renowned hero across the continent. He is typically fascinated by various monsters. However, The murmurs he hears along the way increasingly dampen his spirits, causing his interest in witnessing the beast assessment to wane. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the Iron Box dormitory area?" As Moss brooded over his dismal future, a voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts. Moss instinctively lifted his head, only to find 5 individuals approaching him from directly across. None of them wore the azure robes of St. Dawn Academy, and they appeared to be surveying their surroundings as they walked. The one who spoke to Moss was a handsome young man with golden hair tied in a ponytail, who seemed to be of similar height and age to Moss, his face adorned with a charming smile. Yet, at the moment their gazes met, an overwhelming and inexplicable sense of pressure and dread surged through Moss's being. Moss's body abruptly stiffened, cold sweat beading on his back, making even the act of breathing a struggle. It felt as if standing before him was not a fellow student of similar stature, but rather a monstrous beast capable of tearing him apart with ease. How could he experience such a sensation? What was happening? In an instant, Moss felt his limbs grow icy, and had he not fought to maintain control, his body would have trembled uncontrollably. "Excuse me, do you know the way to the Iron Box dormitory area?" Noticing Moss's silence, the golden-haired youth repeated his inquiry. "Just keep walking that way, and you'll arrive." Moss managed to lift a finger, indicating a direction, his voice strained. "Thank you." The golden-haired boy flashed a smile at Moss before continuing on with the other 4. Heading in the direction Moss had indicated. It was not until the 5 had long since passed that Moss finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat as he turned to gaze incredulously at their receding figures. Who on earth were these students? Who was that guy? The fact that they were not clad in the garments of St. Dawn Academy, coupled with their ignorance of the location of the Iron Box dormitory area, led Moss to deduce that they must surely be students from another academy. The pressure exerted by the golden-haired youth was simply too immense, rendering Moss breathless, his heartbeat racing as if it might cease altogether. He hadn't even spared a thought for the appearances of the other 4. Such pressure could only indicate that this individual's strength far surpassed his own. This person had undoubtedly refined his mana particles, becoming a true mage, and surely ranked among the most formidable within the mage community. Potentially even mastering some powerful secret technique. Where had such a terrifying student suddenly emerged from? 5 individuals. The Starry Sky Hero Cup Academy competition. Could they be the competing team from the South Monsoon Academy? A thought flashed through Moss's mind, sending a chill coursing through him, compelling his body to tremble uncontrollably. Tomorrow marked the confrontation between St. Dawn Academy and South Monsoon Academy. Only by defeating South Monsoon Academy would St. Dawn gain the right to participate in the official preliminaries. South Monsoon Academy was merely a second-tier institution in the southern part of St. Lawrence, lacking any remarkable achievements. Otherwise, they would not have to engage in a supplementary match against St. Dawn Academy. Moss was well aware that the upperclassmen of St. Dawn Academy, particularly those qualified to join the Academy's competition team, were vastly more powerful than he was, with some possessing the strength to overwhelm even the Academy's instructors. Yet, Moss had encountered the girl known as the Divine Maiden, Chris. Even in her presence, he had not felt such a terrifying pressure. As he watched the 5 figures gradually fade from view, Moss felt an icy dread wash over him. Convinced that the competition team from St. Dawn Academy stood no chance against such a formidable group, the environment at St. Dawn Academy is splendid, and it is even larger than our own. The 5 individuals, who had instilled such fear in Moss, strolled along a pebble-strewn path toward the Iron Box dormitory area at the rear of St. Dawn Academy. The golden-haired boy pulled out a lip balm and applied it with a lackluster demeanor. Lamenting, "There isn't even one interesting or formidable individual to be found. This is utterly dull. C.D. Hahn, do not underestimate St. Dawn Academy," one of the other 4. A tall and burly young man with exceptionally thick eyebrows and reddish-brown hair remarked gravely. "The Divine Maiden Chris and Corian, among others, are quite strong. That may be the case for Captain Hansen and you ordinary folks, but for a genius like me, it hardly counts at all." "Ha." The golden-haired youth tossed his hair back, revealing a captivating grin. "Could you not be a tad more modest?" The tall, thick-browed student and the other 3 seemed accustomed to the golden-haired boy's antics, merely exchanging glances and rolling their eyes at his words. "All the beautiful girls from the academies will surely scream for me after witnessing my performance, falling head over heels in love with me." However, upon hearing the golden-haired youth's next mutter, the others could not help but feel exasperated, wishing they could toss him into the nearby ditch. Chapter 13. The 3 elites while Moss stood frozen in icy dread. Watching the 5 figures make their way toward the Iron Box dormitory, Eileen and Barrow had already found themselves outside a wall behind the beast training hall. The front half of the Beast Training Hall was built atop a small hill belonging to St. Dawn Academy. With one side of the hill carved into a series of stands, the rear section of the building faced these stands, descending into an open-air arena. The foremost row of seats on the hill was elevated by a vertical drop of several meters from the ground of the training ground. And during assessments, instructors from the academy would guard the front edge of the stands, ensuring that students watching from above had no cause for concern regarding the beasts released into the training area. "Weren't you supposed to bring me to witness the beast combat assessment? Why are we sneaking around to the back?" Eileen couldn't help but ask Barrow as he stood amidst the weeds shaded by the wall of the Beast Training Hall. It was Barrow who had informed him of the Academy's Beast Combat Assessment, claiming he would take him to see it, leading Eileen to follow him. Yet, at this moment, all the other arriving students had already taken their places in the stands at the front of the Beast Training Hall, while Barrow had instead taken him along a secluded path to the back, where hardly anyone came. Recalling the day Barrow had promised to take him for breakfast only to lead him into a confrontation with the class bully, Eileen felt a sense of foreboding as he gazed at Barrow, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. "If we don't come here first, what is there to see at the Beast Combat Assessment? Keep an eye on my back. If any instructors approach, alert me immediately, or we're done for," Barrow instructed Eileen, who had yet to respond before Barrow excitedly leaned against the wall in front of them. Eileen was left speechless as he watched Barrow brandishing a slender iron rod against the wall. The walls of the Beast Training Hall were constructed from exceptionally hard green granite. Having spent many years in the mining district, Eileen knew well that striking this rock with an iron drill would only leave a small white mark. Yet, Barrow seemed to exert little effort, and already, numerous stone chips were cascading down. This could only mean one thing. Barrow had likely drilled a hole into the wall some time ago, sealing it with stone dust to keep it hidden from view. "What on earth are you doing?" Just as Eileen began to sense the danger and felt compelled to voice his concern, Barrow withdrew the iron rod. Pff, at the very moment he withdrew the iron bar, Eileen felt a rush of hot air suddenly erupting from the tiny hole, and he could sense that within the wall, a colossal beast seemed to be roaring. His small face turned pale in an instant. However, the impulsive expression on Barrow's face grew even more intense. "Quick!" he exclaimed, becoming even more exhilarated as he rummaged through his belongings and forcefully flicked something into the small hole with his finger. The creature within appeared to stir restlessly. Barrow swiftly gathered some stone debris mixed with dry soil from the ground and filled the tiny hole once more. "There, all done." Barrow waved at Eileen, then tiptoed away, signaling Eileen to follow suit, urging him not to leave any footprints in the underbrush. They circled back to the main road leading to the viewing platform of the Beast Training Hall. Eileen couldn't shake off the feeling of having unwittingly become an accomplice and couldn't help but ask again, "Was that hole in the wall made by you? What exactly do you intend to do? And what did you put inside?" "Don't worry." Barrow adjusted his glasses, speaking excitedly. "It took me 2 whole months to secretly create that hole in the wall. During those months, I was recuperating in the Academy's infirmary, sneaking out at night, so no one would suspect me. As for you, being a newcomer to the Academy, no one will suspect you either." Upon hearing this, Eileen felt an even greater sense of foreboding. He looked at Barrow with exasperation. "I'm not worried about being discovered. I just want to know what you were really trying to accomplish. Nothing much, just making the beast examination more authentic." Allowing the beasts to perform at their best, Barrow huffed. "With me, Barrow, overseeing the Academy's beast examinations, it will be the real deal, a spectacular event." "Allowing the beasts to perform at their best?" Eileen replied. Yes, you'll find out soon enough." Still feeling that the situation was not as simple as Barrow claimed, Eileen followed him into the hillside viewing platform. "What are you staring at? What else there to see? Keep looking, and I might just kick you down to the arena when the beast examination begins." As they entered the platform, Barrow glared fiercely at a few students at the front who had glanced at him and Eileen. The seemingly timid students shuddered and quickly averted their gaze. Retreating to another area, the front row of seats, which had been nearly filled, suddenly opened up as those students left, allowing Barrow to swagger over and take a seat. Eileen felt a sense of despair, realizing that being alongside Barrow made him seem like a bully himself. "What kind of monster is the Hymos?" Eileen inquired. "I don't know," Barrow replied. "I only heard that it was discovered recently during an investigation of a missing team in some particularly desolate region. It seems it has made many public appearances before." The St. Dawn Academy was vast, encompassing 13 dormitory areas for students across 4 grades. Most students rarely crossed paths. So although the impulsive newcomer Barrow and the most talked about Eileen had gained some notoriety in the Academy, most students gathered here had only heard their names and had never seen them in person. Thus, Their arrival did not attract much attention, with the majority of students focused on the arena below. The sunken arena was rectangular, covering approximately 500 square meters, with a hard dirt floor adorned only with sparse patches of low weeds. At the forefront of the viewing platform stood two academy teachers. One a 30-something male instructor clad in a tight-fitting bodysuit that accentuated his muscular physique, exuding an impressive presence. The other was a female teacher, her chestnut hair parted in the middle and cascading like a waterfall to her shoulders. Adorned with a red scarf, although her face was turned away from the platform, her silhouette radiated youthful vitality, reminiscent of Houston teachers' descriptions. In the center of the arena stood a male instructor holding a black flag. He was of short stature, with slightly curled gray hair that flopped like small whirlwinds on his forehead. Despite his young appearance, his skin was somewhat dark, and his expression remained stoic, giving him an air of sternness. Before this short-haired teacher stood four students clad in blue inner garments. Upon observing the readiness of the teachers and students, Eileen, who had just taken a seat beside Barrow, understood that the annual beast examination was about to commence. "That's Ming Luo, Jialan, and Rue," Barrow remarked, his tone suddenly serious. "These three are elite teachers in our academy, only slightly less distinguished than Teacher Lister." Among the first group to enter, Barrow pointed out a specific individual. "Indeed, that guy, Hawthorne. What distinguishes elite teachers from ordinary ones?" Eileen found himself compelled to ask, still uncertain about which teacher was which. Elite teachers are capable of executing challenging tasks and possess extraordinary combat experience. The major distinction lies in the fact that two ordinary teachers, like Houston, working together would not stand a chance against even a single elite teacher, Barrow replied, glancing again at the arena below. Among the four students about to take the stage, the one who appears most self-important, with slightly silver hair, is Hawthorne. He likely possesses a trace of elven blood but is far inferior to Lin Luolan. Still, he is a notorious bully, the leader of a group, and someone I intend to take down for protection fees. Eileen glanced over, noticing indeed that among the four students wearing blue inner garments, one tall boy with silver hair stood out. However, compared to Lin Luolan, this boy's silver hair seemed a bit dull and lackluster, tied back with a hairband, revealing ordinary ears, unlike Lin Luolan's distinctly fox-like ears. Among these three elite teachers, it's said that Rue is the strongest. Barrow muttered again. "Which one is Rue?" Eileen couldn't help but inquire further. "That one down below," Barrow indicated the short-haired teacher. "It's rumored he has mastered a secret technique that no other teachers in the academy can comprehend. He's the one who led the capture of the monsters in the academy's giant beast arena." He then gestured towards the two teachers standing at the front of the platform. The female teacher is Jialan, rumored to possess dragon lineage, while the other, Ming Luo, is said to have pure barbaric blood. These two are likely quite formidable. Dragon lineage, that sounds impressive, Eileen exclaimed, but it all depends on how much bloodline power has been inherited. For instance, Lin Luolan has at least half elven blood. Either he hails from a family with a pure elven lineage or has obtained a sacred relic. Meanwhile, Hawthorne's elven blood is minimal, and Jialan's dragon blood wouldn't be too high either. It's likely that someone in her family acquired dragon lineage long ago and passed it down. As for Ming Luo, is he really of pure barbaric blood? He doesn't look very wild, Eileen remarked, observing the teacher. "You fool. Who told you that barbarians look wild?" Barrow scoffed. "This isn't the era of the Dragon War, when barbarians lived in grass skirts in the woods, smearing mud on themselves and leaving imprints on rocks. Look, it's about to start." Just as Barrow was left speechless by Eileen's inquiries, a wave of cheers erupted from the viewing platform as the teacher Rue raised the black flag, signaling that the annual beast examination of St. Dawn Academy was about to begin. Chapter 14. The Chaotic Beast Examination, Second Update. This time, the Hymos is still considered an unknown monster to you all. So the rules for this beast examination differ slightly from before. You do not necessarily need to defeat this beast. As long as you can provide mutual cover and endure for 3 minutes, you will succeed. After raising the small black flag, Teacher Rue, positioned at the center of the arena, began to articulate the rules. His voice was remarkably distinctive, reminiscent of two iron plates scraping against each other, sharp and jarring. As his voice resonated, the stands fell into an eerie silence, merely uttering this one sentence. The curly-haired teacher, who was regarded as the most formidable among the 3 elite instructors present, silently distanced himself from the 4 students, standing several dozen meters away in stoic silence. Was it merely to endure for 3 minutes? Among the 4 students at the center, the tall boy Hawthorne, whose hair bore a hint of silver, wore a haughty smile and turned to the others, stating confidently, "This should be an easy task. Just be cautious and don't cause me any trouble." This fellow certainly appeared quite impressive. Eileen couldn't help but remark to Barrow, "That's arrogance, not prowess. Your intellect is indeed quite unconventional," Barrow retorted coldly. His words at this moment are merely a display, intended to attract attention amidst the throngs of girls in the stands. Suddenly, a series of clanking sounds echoed from a passage directly facing the stands. Simos is coming out. With a gasp of surprise, Eileen instinctively glanced toward the dark passage, where, apart from the dragging of chains, a low, ominous growl began to emerge. As these sounds drew closer, clouds of dust and heat erupted from the corridor. A massive head, covered in dark green fur, slowly emerged from the shadows of the passage. Be cautious. The assessment has commenced, Teacher Rue, clutching the black flag, uttered coldly. The collective breath of everyone in the stands hitched in unison. Was this indeed Simos? With a resounding thud, akin to a heavy metal object striking the ground, Eileen, who had momentarily paused in breath, beheld a colossal creature, towering well over 2 meters, stepping forth from the passage. Simos, not yet officially documented in the Academy's records, had finally made its grand entrance before the students of St. Dawn Academy. A wave of gasps echoed throughout the crowd, for this Simos was unlike anything they had previously envisioned. It was a humanoid monster, standing upright like a giant, yet its abdomen protruded significantly. A short horn sprouted from its forehead, and though its visage resembled that of a human, it bore no nose. Only 2 elongated nostrils. Its eyes, murky and green, radiated a fierce malice. Apart from its head, the rest of its body was covered in dark green scales, resembling a warrior clad in heavy armor. Most notably, it possessed 4 arms. Monster, someone exclaimed in shock. Typically, such upright or giant entities were classified not as beasts, but as monsters. This 4-armed behemoth appeared far more formidable than those with the conventional 2 arms. With a thunderous rumble, the creature, now free from all chains, strode into the arena. Each powerful step it took sent clouds of dust and grass flying, causing the ground to tremble. Can we possibly contend with it? Eileen tugged at Barrow's sleeve, his complexion paling. Look at the sheer strength it possesses. If it strikes with those hands, I'd be flattened against the wall. Barrow, his gaze fixated on the increasingly menacing 4-armed giant, responded excitedly, "Patience. The best is yet to come." As the 4 students at the center instinctively recoiled several steps upon witnessing the monstrous Simos, even the previously confident Hawthorne appeared tense, his mouth twitching in apprehension. However, the Simos monster initially disregarded them, suddenly lifting its gaze to the side where Teacher Rue stood, flag in hand, and let out a thunderous roar. A visible blast of white energy erupted from its mouth, causing a gust of wind that swept through the stands. What a terrifying monster! Several girls exclaimed, their voices quaking. In an instant, Teacher Rue vanished from his position. Many spectators barely registered his movement before he reappeared in the shadows at the edge of the arena. The Simos' gaze finally settled on the 4 students in the center. Suddenly, it bent its knees slightly. Boom! The ground reverberated with a dull thud as its massive body surged forward, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. Many students in the stands involuntarily jumped, while Hawthorne and the other 3 students cried out in unison as countless tiny particles, akin to stardust, erupted from their hands and feet, shimmering with a brilliant purplish-red glow in the sunlight. What is this? How could they move so swiftly? Eileen wondered, astonished. He realized that at the moment those dazzling particles manifested, Hawthorne and the others had accelerated dramatically, their movements as swift as the wind, rendering him unable to follow. That is the manifestation of arcane particles, Barrow explained, cracking his knuckles. As I mentioned, merely wielding some magical power is insignificant. The true prowess lies in the ability to condense arcane particles. However, even those who can do so, if they only flaunt their abilities without substance, are merely worthless. Eileen suddenly sensed a wave of danger emanating from Barrow, who, until now, had maintained a calm demeanor, but at that moment, his excitement and exhilaration were palpable. Roar! The Simos monster, now charging forward, released another deafening roar. Though Hawthorne and the others had momentarily outpaced it, with this roar, it seemed to unleash an even more ferocious power from within. Its massive form closing in on Hawthorne and the others in an instant. Hawthorne, closest to the Simos, emitted a terrified scream, instinctively twisting around mid-retreat, aiming a kick at one of the creature's sweeping arms. The purplish-red arcane particles surged violently around his foot, coalescing into a fiery lotus flower at its center. It's the fiery lotus, someone in the stands shouted. But in that very moment, the immense flower, larger than Hawthorne himself, was effortlessly shattered by the Simos' swipe. With a scream, Hawthorne was sent crashing against the wall at the edge of the arena. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Teacher Rue, previously standing calmly at the arena's edge, was suddenly stricken with alarm, vanishing from his position in a flash. Within moments, propelled by a whirlwind, he reappeared above the Simos's head. The two teachers at the forefront of the stands gasped in disbelief, while the female teacher clad in a red scarf transformed into a fiery figure, descending toward the spot where Hawthorne had fallen. The minds of these elite instructors were awash with shock and confusion. Indeed, the strength of the Simos was staggering. However, prior to the beast assessment, its power had been strategically diminished by the medical department's mages. While it posed a substantial threat to these upperclassmen, it should not have exhibited such overwhelming force to so easily send Hawthorne flying. Ha! Only Barrow erupted into gleeful laughter at the sight of Hawthorne being flung against the wall. What a delight! Worthless! What on earth just happened? Eileen couldn't help but murmur softly. Boom! In that instant, Teacher Rouet had already descended with a powerful punch. His arm enveloped in dazzling purplish-red arcane particles, as countless azure energy swirled before him, forming a colossal blue whirlwind. With a resounding explosion, the Simos's four outstretched arms were forced apart, shards of scales scattering in all directions. With a single punch, he cleared the Simos's arms, and his left hand came crashing down upon the creature's head. The Simos reeled back as if struck by lightning, its massive body staggering backward. Yet at the very moment of landing, the mighty chimera emitted a cacophony of roars, its body swelling outward like a balloon, the force of every minuscule molecule within it erupting forth. Its four trembling arms frantically clawed at the ground. Not daring to confront Professor Rouet again, yet it surged towards the stands with an unimaginable speed. With a series of resounding impacts, the solid stone walls of the stands bore several shattered dents. And amidst a chorus of horrified gasps and screams, this chimera forcefully burst forth from the arena, leaping towards the spectators. Amidst the terror and chaos, Professor Minglu, stationed at the forefront of the stands, remained utterly still. Just as the chimera vaulted into the air, its colossal form looming above him, this professor, whom Eileen had never truly seen before, suddenly shouted and exerted himself, propelling his body upward from the ground. In an instant, the two figures collided midair with a thunderous crash. Boom! Eileen stood agape, his mind racing with thoughts of sheer barbarity and idiocy, for he witnessed this professor, seemingly without employing any elemental particles or techniques, akin to a mindless brute, colliding with the chimera solely with his own body. Chapter 15. Physical Training, Third Update, the most direct confrontation of physical prowess. With a resounding bang, Professor Minglu, clad in a fitted azure tunic of the academy, let out a hearty laugh as he was propelled backwards several meters, landing securely upon the stands. At this moment, Eileen finally gleaned a clearer image of Professor Minglu, a middle-aged man with a square face and a scruffy beard. Crash! The chimera plummeted heavily at the edge of the stands, its chest scales nearly obliterated. In an instant, it supported itself on all four arms, yet its body trembled incessantly, unable to rise. By now, half of the students in the stands had already retreated in a panic, yet Barrow, instead, advanced excitedly towards the chimera. Barrow, what are you doing? Eileen instinctively rose to follow Barrow, attempting to restrain him. But before his hand could reach Barrow, the overly excited Barrow had already dashed in front of the chimera, delivering a punch and a kick. Professor Minglu was clearly taken aback. The chimera, unable to rise from the edge of the stands, unleashed a furious roar, and its four arms began to swing once more. Just as Eileen managed to grab Barrow's clothing, he suddenly felt the sky darken. From the corner of his eye, he saw four arms descending with terrifying force. What drove Eileen to despair was that Barrow, at that moment, seemed disinclined to flee, instead leaping up excitedly to deliver a kick to the chimera's leg. Cyclone fury. Almost instinctively, Eileen drew back his hands, leaned backward, and with a swift motion, unleashed 10 transparent wind whips that intertwined and lashed out. But in an instant, they were all shattered by the chimera's descending arms. How formidable! This is disastrous. Eileen felt certain that he and Barrow would inevitably be flattened against the stands. Yet at that very moment, an unassuming figure suddenly appeared before him amidst a sudden gust of wind. Boom! The chimera, slumped at the edge of the stands, crashed through the railing, hurtling outward, accompanied by a shower of debris, landing heavily in the arena below. Only when the sound of its landing echoed did Eileen realize that the figure standing before him was none other than the seemingly unremarkable yet lightning-fast Professor Rouet. Today's beast battle assessment is temporarily cancelled. Someone administered some substance to this chimera, Professor Rouet said, turning slightly to address Professor Minglu. Eileen turned to glance at Barrow, utterly speechless. All right, Professor Minglu nodded. And Eileen barely registered the motion before Professor Rouet had already descended to the chimera's side, inspecting it, while the beast lay motionless, uncertain if it was alive or dead. You two certainly possess considerable audacity, yet you lack the requisite strength. Do take care and avoid impulsiveness, Professor Minglu. with his rugged demeanor and scruffy beard. Kindly advised Eileen and Barrow before swiftly leaping into the arena. It was evident he had not utilized any elemental power while descending, crashing down like a heavy stone, causing Eileen's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Let us go. Just moments ago, Barrow, brimming with enthusiasm, calmly adjusted his glasses and urged Eileen to leave the stands with him. Was the substance you administered what drove the chimera into a frenzy? Eileen turned to glance at the three teachers in the arena, in a tone soft enough that he was certain they could not hear him, expressing his frustration. Frenzy? It merely helped the chimera regain its natural strength. Barrow retorted. You've completely disrupted the beast battle assessment. What was so entertaining about that mindless assessment anyway? This giant beast posed no lethal threat to the students. It was merely subjected to their relentless beatings. Dante, you think this situation is far more thrilling and captivating? But don't you worry that those participating in the assessment might be directly killed. The one who got smashed against the wall may not even be alive. Eileen finally could not contain himself, shouting at Barrow, who appeared unsatisfied. Do not be reckless. Barrow glanced at Eileen. Our medical practitioners at St. Dawn Academy possess formidable healing abilities, and those participants have already successfully condensed their elemental particles. Even if they were smashed against the wall, they would merely sustain a few broken bones. How could they possibly die? It's just unfortunate that these elite teachers are so powerful that they emerged unscathed. Effortlessly neutralizing this giant beast, Eileen felt even more speechless. Do you wish for the teachers to get injured? Don't you want to witness the true capabilities of the Academy's elite teachers? Barrow scoffed. Without my exertions, no one would have seen these elite teachers in action. Unfortunately, the disparity in levels is still too vast. The secret arts of these teachers were not showcased at all. Rendering the scene utterly lacking in excitement, the chimera leapt into the stands. Is that not stimulating enough? Eileen gritted his teeth in frustration. Even the upperclassmen dared not approach. Why would you want to charge in and attack it? With teachers present, we cannot possibly die, and don't you find it exhilarating to land a few punches on such a rare giant beast? Now that the beast battle assessment is off the table, shall we go beat someone up for protection money instead? Not a chance. Although Eileen was intrigued by Barrow's technique of wind strike used in the cafeteria brawl, he felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding after the recent incident at the beast training hall. He was certain that if he were to follow Barrow into any further escapades, he would soon find himself flattened against the ground. Thus, after purchasing a plethora of snacks, he headed straight to the Ivy Hall, preparing to diligently engage in the basic training assigned by Houston in the woods outside the hall. Although Houston was not considered a particularly formidable elite teacher within the academy and was known for his sneaky and face-conscious demeanor, Eileen had learned from various sources that Houston indeed possessed a unique teaching style that commanded respect from students. Regardless of his eccentricities, students were compelled to heed his instructions. After all, those in Houston's class consistently achieved superior results compared to others. The acrobatic leaps and agile backflips demonstrated by those upperclassmen during the cafeteria brawl had left a profound impression on Eileen, while today's display of Professor Minglu's formidable physical strength had sent shivers down his spine. Such robust physical power, without the use of any elemental force, rendered ordinary practitioners utterly inadequate. This remarkable strength and agility were honed through rigorous foundational training. Have you heard? There was an incident during today's beast battle assessment. The chimera lost control, prompting the involvement of 3 elite teachers. An incident. I forgot to check it out today. To tell me what transpired. It appears that the giant beast was deliberately fed some restorative substance, resulting in it sending a participant flying before it charged towards the stands. Fortunately, apart from that student sustaining injuries, nothing else occurred. It is said that Professor Minglu is incredibly powerful, having not utilized any elemental particles, yet still managed to incapacitate the chimera simply by colliding with it. Teacher Minglu has always been the strongest among all the instructors, not merely due to his bloodline prowess, but also because he is said to have a profound love for fundamental exercises over more advanced techniques. I once heard upperclassmen mention that Teacher Minglu would often engage in striking and ramming trees like a bull in his free time. On the path leading to the giant wood forest, Eileen overheard a conversation between several passing upperclassmen. Striking trees and ramming them seems to be effective. In that moment, the towering trees in the giant wood forest outside the Ivy School transformed into adversaries in Eileen's eyes. With a resounding thud, Eileen delivered a powerful punch to a massive tree before him. Ouch! His arm and body jolted violently, his face contorting in pain. Prior to this, he had already completed a set of foundational exercises assigned by Houston, leaving him drenched in sweat. Now, as he unleashed all his strength in a punch against the tree, his knuckles were slightly swollen, yet he did not cease. Instead, he leapt high into the air, colliding his entire body against the tree ahead. Ah! Another cry echoed through the vast expanse of the giant wood forest. Eileen slid down the trunk like a pancake, landing on the ground. The sound of his anguished cries reverberated continuously. The giant wood forest had become a scene of perhaps the most amusing training spectacle witnessed in recent years. A youthful figure was seen bouncing before a colossal tree, throwing punches and kicks, only to be left in agony, unsure where to place his hands and feet, before springing up again to crash into the tree. Followed by another wail as he slid down. Not far behind Eileen, perched atop the branches of a massive tree, stood a young instructor from the academy, Kate, whom Eileen had previously encountered during his registration. Watching Eileen's comical antics, Kate struggled to suppress her laughter, though a smile was elusive. A few minutes later, observing that Eileen showed no signs of stopping, she finally sprang into action, nimbly leaping down from the treetop that towered dozens of meters high. Ah! Another cry pierced the air as Eileen noticed the sudden presence of another person on the ground. Kate, he said, rubbing his fists and feet, gazing uncertainly at her. Kate shook her head, somewhat exasperated. I am teacher Kate. Not Kate, I remember you from the registration office, Eileen said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. What brings you here? Just passing by, and I noticed you practicing, Kate replied, observing Eileen. Did Teacher Houston assign you this exercise? Eileen shook his head. I heard that Teacher Minglu utilized such training methods, so I thought I would give it a try. Kate paused for a moment, her brow furrowing. After a brief contemplation, she nodded at Eileen. In that case, you might as well combine these movements and practice them as practical techniques. It would be more beneficial. Eileen was momentarily taken aback. Practical techniques, moves that could be used in combat. The body and technique are both weapons for a practitioner, Kate explained earnestly. Simply put, to defeat an opponent, one must employ every possible advantage that a practitioner who relies solely on techniques is certainly not adept in combat. Eileen seemed to grasp this, nodding vigorously in response. To inflict maximum damage with one's physical strength, the best strategy is to strike before the opponent can retaliate. Kate continued gently, speed can enhance impact. And a sudden change in direction can evade an opponent's attack, allowing you to advance swiftly and catch them off guard. Watch closely. After signaling Eileen to pay attention, Kate suddenly took off, sprinting swiftly. Approaching the giant tree that Eileen had just struck, she executed a rapid forward dive, rolled on the ground, and then propelled herself upwards with astonishing speed, delivering a punch to the tree trunk. With a resounding thud, the tough brown bark splintered, revealing the wide interior of the trunk, which was now riddled with countless cracks. But she did not pause. Her shoulder collided with the tree with a deafening crash, causing the entire tree to tremble violently, and leaves cascaded down like rain. Eileen stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Kate's movements were seamless, as swift as a flash of lightning. Previously, the tree bore no marks. Yet now it bore two distinct indentations, one large and one small. Gazing at the shattered bark and the splintered wood, Eileen felt certain that if he were struck by such force, his fate would be akin to that of the unfortunate soul sent flying by the Shimos giant. Full speed running enhances impact, while rolling on the ground can evade attacks and catch opponents off guard. Observing Eileen's dazed expression, Kate quietly explained, this set of movements not only strengthens your body, but also has practical combat applications. The key lies in maintaining fluidity in your actions during the roll and rebound, ensuring full power and unyielding speed. Additionally, timing your punches is crucial. You should initiate with a punch to close the distance, thwarting the opponent's next move, but without compromising your follow-up collision. Understood. I'll give it a try, Eileen exclaimed excitedly, nodding as he summoned his courage to charge toward the massive tree once more. Kate's eyes narrowed, and she inhaled deeply. With two explosive sounds, Eileen sprang off the ground, delivering a fierce punch to the tree trunk, and without pausing, he collided into it once again. Another exaggerated cry rang out, yet Kate stood frozen. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Although Eileen could not compare to her in speed and strength, his movements were remarkably fluid and cohesive. Remarkably, without multiple practices, he had entirely mastered this set of movements in just one go. The challenges she had mentioned seemed to vanish for him. He required no further explanations or guidance. If he continued practicing in this manner, Eileen's movements would undoubtedly become faster and more powerful. In the past, Kate had trained numerous students, encountering individuals who could be termed geniuses, yet none had matched Eileen's learning speed and comprehension. What manner of creature is this? Is it mere coincidence, or is he inherently gifted? What mysterious bloodline does he possess? A fine sheen of cold sweat began to form in Kate's palms, while her heart raced uncontrollably. Teacher Kate, is this how it is? Eileen, seated on the ground with a pained expression, looked up at her expectantly. Indeed, Kate collected herself. If you're interested, practice on your own. Thank you, Teacher Kate, but don't mention it. Now, practice by yourself. With that, Kate sprang into action, transforming into a swift, azure shadow darting through the treetops of the giant wood forest. Impressive. Teacher Kate, you must surely be an elite instructor at the academy. Yet, I suspect you might still be unable to match Teacher Minglu or that teacher are you. As Kate soared through the treetops. Contemplating whether to teach Eileen something more in the future, she nearly stumbled upon hearing his words, almost plummeting to the ground. Cries of distress echoed continuously throughout the giant wood forest. Night once again enveloped the entire St. Dawn Academy. And beneath the brilliant starlight, the giant wood forest returned to a state of tranquility. The following morning, as Eileen lay in a state of drowsiness, he suddenly sensed the presence of a looming shadow before him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Barrow standing at the foot of his bed, motionless and gazing at him with utmost seriousness. What time did you return yesterday? I waited for you for so long without seeing you come back. So I fell asleep. Why are you just standing there staring at me? It's rather frightening. I am not a giant beast. So what is there to look at? You are far more intriguing than the monsters in the Academy's beast enclosure. I truly find you difficult to fathom. Bello cast a serious glance at Eileen, the lenses of his glasses glinting in the morning sunlight streaming through the window, resembling a layer of frost. What do you find amusing? Eileen wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and groggily sat up. When I returned yesterday, I thought I had entered the wrong room. Bello regarded him with a discerning eye and remarked, upon closer inspection, I realized you were utterly unrecognizable, bruised and battered as if you had been beaten by someone. I suspect even Teacher Houston would have difficulty identifying you. Eileen, upon hearing Bello's words, offered an embarrassed smile and replied, I wasn't beaten by anyone. I did this to myself during practice. Then why not take a look in the mirror? Bello pushed up his glasses and said. Eileen stood up, bewildered, and took a glance in the mirror by the bedside, only to believe there was something wrong with his eyes. His hands and face were pristine, showing no signs of bruises whatsoever. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed in disbelief. You are the one asking me what's happening. Bello snorted. Last night when I returned, you were still bruised to the point that even Teacher Houston wouldn't have recognized you. Yet here you are, perfectly fine after a single night's sleep. Also, have you noticed that your clothes seem to have shrunk? Eileen looked into the mirror once more and gasped. How can this be? The clothes from St. Dawn Academy are so expensive and of such poor quality that they would shrink. Shrink. Bello stepped in front of Eileen. Look again and see if they're really shrunk. When you first arrived, you were half a head shorter than me. Now take a look. Eileen examined Bello from head to toe, then glanced at himself, and was instantly petrified. He realized he was now nearly the same height as Bello. It dawned on him that his sleeves were noticeably shorter and his clothes tightly fitted, not because they had shrunk, but because he had grown significantly taller. In just a few days, I've gone from being half a head shorter than you to nearly your height. Bello observed with interest, chuckling. Do you not find yourself far more intriguing than the beast in the training grounds? Eileen was utterly speechless. He knew it must be the effect of old Jean's mysterious bloodline power. Now fully awake, he could feel that the areas of his body that had throbbed with pain like needles after yesterday's practice now only bore a faint sense of soreness, and the extreme fatigue had vanished, replaced by a gentle warmth coursing through him. He felt invigorated, and his physical strength seemed to have improved even more than it had been the day before. All right, stop daydreaming. You aren't being boastful at all. Even if you were a bit peculiar, I wouldn't dare ask you for protection money. Bello waved his hand casually at the dazed Eileen. Quickly get dressed. We need to set off. Set off? Where are we going, and what trouble are we getting into? Eileen instinctively queried. Bello shot him a disdainful glance. Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten that today is the day of the match between St. Dawn Academy and South Monsoon Academy? The match between our St. Dawn Academy and South Monsoon Academy. Eileen suddenly realized, hastily throwing on his clothes, only to find that the inflexible outer garment was now too tight to wear. What should I do? He anxiously looked at Bello. Just wear mine for now. Bello tossed 2 garments to Eileen. You can exchange your clothes later with the dormitory supervisor. Eileen nodded gratefully, after a quick wash. He dashed out the door behind Bello, snatching a few items from the nearest cafeteria, munching as he hurried towards the competition venue, the Dawn Arena. Chapter 17, The South Monsoon Squad, Second Update. Something feels off. As they approached the St. Dawn Arena, Eileen's expression grew increasingly perplexed, unable to suppress his murmurs. What's off? Bello glanced back at Eileen. Could you finish eating your sausage before talking? It's quite ridiculous to speak with a grilled sausage in your mouth. All right. Alan quickly finished the half-eaten sausage and then looked at the imposing dome of the St. Dawn Arena, exclaiming, "Bello, are you sure you remember the date of the match? This is a matter of honor between academies. And it features the strongest students from both sides. It should be far more exciting than the beast assessment, and there should be a larger crowd, yet the number of people along the way seems sparse." The reason is simple. Bello observed the scattered crowd ahead, because our St. Dawn Academy's record is dismal. Each time students hope to see their academy triumph over others, they end up witnessing their own academy being defeated instead. After being disappointed so many times, fewer people feel inclined to attend. For most other academies, this annual match is the grandest event in the entire Aki Kingdom, drawing countless students, even alumni, to watch their academy compete. But for our St. Dawn Academy, this once popular event is on the verge of being forgotten. The worse the record, the more support they should receive from the audience, Island argued. Such atmosphere might actually inspire better performances. That's your perspective. Not many share your obliviousness to shame, Bello replied. However, the more one feels embarrassed, the less they engage with the competition, unlike other academies that throw themselves into it with fervor. This only leads us further from victory. You have a point. That's quite insightful. Bello narrowed his eyes. Currently, many students in St. Dawn Academy, like Hawthorne, who possess some talent and have refined their elemental particles early on to become sorcerers, are mere pretenders hiding within the academy, completely unaware of what courage means. If it weren't for the powerful techniques unique to St. Dawn Academy and the many exceptional teachers we have, I wouldn't bother with such a shameful institution. Oh, isn't that Moss? Island suddenly pointed ahead, where amidst the sparse crowd, red-haired Moss was nearing an entrance of the arena. New students tend to find the competition novel and full of hope, so it's only natural for first and second-year students to attend. Shall we go sit with him? Sure. Let us go and give him a good beating. On second thought, perhaps that's not a good idea. Courage is the gateway to all dreams. At the entrance of the Azure Dawn Arena, Island, whose figure seemed diminutive compared to the grand arena, noticed a sign that bore these words. Lost in thought, he followed Bello into the venue. As they passed through the passage, the view suddenly expanded before them, sunlight cascading from above, enveloping him in its embrace. In that moment, his body shuddered and his eyes widened in astonishment. The grand azure stands, capable of accommodating thousands, formed a sweeping wave around the circular arena below. However, this arena was far from the flat training ground for beasts. The entire space was marred by scattered patches of lonely weeds swaying in the gentle breeze. While the majority of the area was riddled with numerous depressions and cracks, traces of fire burns, heavy impacts, and sharp cuts were evident everywhere. Even Island, entering for the first time, could ascertain that these were the remnants of battles fought. Those who had once fought here might have long been forgotten, yet the marks of their struggles remained. In that instant, Island struggled to comprehend why the students of St. Dawn Academy would overlook such a competition upon witnessing these remnants of battle. Indeed, there were not many students from St. Dawn Academy present. Students from other academies were equally diverse in personality and hobbies, yet during such competitions, the venues of most academies were typically filled to capacity. While the stands of St. Dawn Academy were barely half full, suddenly, the somewhat empty arena erupted with noise. Following the sound, Island saw a large group of individuals clad in yellow attire pouring in, swiftly occupying a section of the stands. These students, dressed in matching yellow uniforms, were also carrying small drums, creating a cacophony that transformed the previously quiet arena into a lively spectacle. Are these the students from South Monsoon Academy? Their uniforms are yellow, adorned with the emblem of the phoenix tree leaf. Eileen regained her composure and turned to Barrow with a questioning gaze. Those are not the leaves of a wudong tree. They are the markings of maple leaves. In the illustrious history of Nanjifeng Academy, the most formidable sorcerer possessed a secret technique known as Maple of Life. These maple leaf markings serve to commemorate the glory and legend of that extraordinary sorcerer. Barrow adjusted his glasses and spoke in a tone reminiscent of a seasoned expert. Observe that group of students closely. Identify which among them is the most boisterous and exuberant. Why? Eileen inquired. After the competition concludes, we shall teach those raucous and arrogant few a lesson. Amidst the tumultuous influx of students into Nanjifeng Academy, the red-haired Moss sat alone in a corner of the stands. Ever since his fortuitous encounter with the 5-member team on the road, he had been engulfed in an inexplicable sense of unease. Coming from a lineage of formidable bloodlines, he harbored no aspirations akin to those of ordinary students who merely sought stable careers post-graduation to languish through life. His ambition was to become an awe-inspiring sorcerer beneath the stars, and for someone as proud as him, the Academy's honor held paramount importance. Prior to encountering that 5-member team, he had firmly believed that regardless of the current dismal performance of Shung Liming Academy, Once he earned the right to represent it, everything would improve. However, the emergence of that five-member team cast doubt on all his previous convictions. The overwhelming pressure they exuded made him feel as though, even after a year or two, he would remain incapable of contending with them. What? Suddenly, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, Ma sprang to his feet, letting out a heavy sigh. At that moment, the team leaders from Shang Liming Academy and Nanjifeng Academy, along with the five-member teams from both sides, had begun to enter the arena. His gaze immediately fell upon the five-member team from Nanjifeng Academy, and he quickly realized that the golden-haired boy was conspicuously absent. Are they not the competing team from Nanjifeng Academy? Then who exactly are they? Ma stared blankly at the team from Nanjifeng Academy. While he had no particular recollection of the other four members aside from the golden-haired boy, he could ascertain that this five-member team was entirely different from the one he had previously encountered. An otherworldly maiden, across the stands, Eileen, upon spotting Chris among the members of Shang Liming Academy's team, immediately erupted with excitement. Today, Chris had her hair elegantly styled, exuding an extraordinary vitality. What are you shouting about? Barrow muttered, his eyes fixated with ill intent on the five-member team from Nanjifeng Academy. He soon emitted a peculiar sound. What is it? Eileen promptly inquired. One of those individuals appears to be a recent addition to their team. He looks rather formidable, Barrow replied with a serious demeanor. Which one? Are you familiar with the others? Eileen asked, taken aback. She noticed that all five members of the Nanjifeng Academy team were male. One particularly tall individual, nearly 2 meters in height, sported very short hair and did not don the Academy's uniform, instead opting for a yellow tank top. The coarse hair on his exposed skin appeared as rigid as steel needles. Among the other four, one was a short, stout fellow who resembled a ball from a distance, seemingly chewing on something. Another had a rather slender build with unusually green hair, while a third had his collar turned up, hands tucked within his sleeves, his head bowed low with pale hair tied in a braid. The last member, with light yellow hair, possessed an entirely unremarkable appearance. That I've previously watched the competitions involving the Nanjifeng Academy team. Barrow stroked his chin, as if contemplating something. That notably tall, brutish fellow is their team captain, Ferdinand. The rotund one is Apia. The white-haired, hunched figure belongs to the Lisweir family. The pale-haired lad is likely named Clue, and that green-haired boy seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Does the Lisweir family possess any unique traits? Eileen looked at Barrow with a hint of confusion. You have yet to explain the rules of this grand competition to me. The Lisweir family is known for its mixed blood mutations, Barrow clarified. Mixed blood mutations, their bloodline is notably diverse, with a history of intermarriage with elves, giants, and orcs, resulting in a lineage that has become difficult to categorize. It is certain, however, that their kin are particularly agile, and they possess several secret techniques that can only be wielded by members of their family. Barrow's gaze remained firmly fixed on the seemingly unassuming green-haired individual as he continued explaining to Eileen. As you can see, both teams consist of 5 members. The competition rules are quite straightforward. Each side sends one contestant to face off, and the victor may remain on the field to continue battling until one team has all 5 members defeated, at which point the match concludes. It's a series of one-on-one duels, and the winner can continue fighting. Precisely. Therefore, even if one cannot secure a victory, it is crucial to exhaust the opponent's energy to create opportunities for one's teammates. Barrow nodded. Consequently, many matches conclude only when one side can no longer rise. Chapter 18. The Perilous Newcomer. Third update. It is Teacher Kate. Eileen suddenly recognized another familiar face. He is actually the leading teacher for our Shang Liming Academy team. Do not underestimate him, Barrow remarked, casting a glance at Teacher Kate, who was conversing with the 5-member team from Shang Liming Academy. He snorted dismissively. Though he is known as a diligent teacher, he is also an elite instructor at the academy, reputed to have the best control over sorcerer's particles among all the faculty. I didn't expect him to lead the team this year. It certainly adds an intriguing twist. Is Teacher Kate truly that formidable? Eileen thought back to the previous day when he had boldly asserted that Kate could not possibly match the prowess of teachers Minglu and others, causing him to break into a nervous sweat. These ruffians are as bothersome as crows. Barrow raised his head and glanced at the section of the stands occupied by the students of Nanjifeng Academy, grinding his teeth. Although the number of students from Shang Liming Academy was greater in this arena, the raucous energy of the Nanjifeng Academy students had completely overshadowed them. At that moment, Eileen's attention was drawn to the green-haired individual. She observed that, despite his understated demeanor and silence, the other 4 members consistently surrounded him, engaged in conversation. The team leader of Nanjifeng Academy, a middle-aged man with a grim visage, also seemed to be conversing with the green-haired boy. Shortly thereafter, the green-haired boy departed from the team. Making his way alone to the center of the arena. Is he the first contestant from Nanjifeng Academy? As the stands occupied by the Nanjifeng Academy students erupted in even louder cheers and encouragement, Eileen realized that the competition was about to commence, and the first contestant from Nanjifeng Academy was this new member whom Barrow had never seen before, from Shang Liming Academy's side. A tall young man stepped forward. Though his features were quite ordinary, his physique commanded the attention of nearly everyone present. He was not necessarily muscular, but every muscle appeared defined, exuding a sense of latent explosive power. The first contestant is Corey, Barrow remarked, as a gleam of cold light flickered across his glasses. In the inaugural match between Shang Liming Academy and Nanjifeng Academy, it is Corey against Zola. Before Eileen could utter a word, a teacher serving as the referee loudly announced the commencement of the match. The atmosphere grew tense. Indeed, it is Corey. It seems Shang Liming Academy aims to secure the first match to gain momentum. In an inconspicuous corner of the stands, 5 individuals whispered amongst themselves, entirely devoid of tension. This quintet was the very 5-member team that instilled such fear in Moss that he could scarcely breathe. They were all familiar faces from the previous generation, with Corey being the most formidable member of the Shang Liming Academy team, second only to Chris. However, the individual from Nanjifeng Academy named Zola appeared particularly perilous. Sitting in their discreet corner, a tall boy with slightly reddish hair, known as Hansen, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you think, Sidon?" "Huh," the handsome golden-haired boy, preoccupied with styling his hair in a small mirror, casually replied, "That one from Nanjifeng Academy? Not impressive. He can't possibly defeat me." "You scoundrel!" Hansen and a few others were instantly left in a state of exasperation. "Can't you take a moment to look seriously? You were asked how you compare to Corian, not how you compare to yourself." The blond boy named Ding On helplessly stowed away the mirror and cast a glance towards the center of the arena. In that fleeting moment, his pupils transformed into a peculiar shade of green, reminiscent of the purest emerald, suggesting a comparable level of elemental prowess. However, whether he looked or not, the outcome remained unchanged. It was utterly impossible to surpass my brilliance and charm. Ha ha. In the center of the arena, scarred by countless battles and evoking an odd sensation in Island, Corian and Zola had already taken their positions. Corian was the eldest member of the St. Dawn Academy team, boasting the most experience and participation in competitions at this moment, facing the mysterious participant from the Southern Monsoon Academy, who had never officially appeared before. A flicker of danger surged in his heart. "I am delighted to face you," Zola politely addressed Corian as the match was officially declared to have begun. "I too am pleased to engage in this duel," Corian replied with equal courtesy. "Corian, you can do it. You must win." Despite the dismal record of St. Dawn Academy in recent years, the vast majority of the students present fervently hoped for Corian to secure victory. Thus, when Corian's voice resonated, the stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "I'll make my move." Amidst the cheers, the seemingly polite and understated Zola spoke to Corian. "All right." Corian nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere. Zola appeared as if he had not moved an inch, yet Corian had already executed a backward somersault, bracing himself with one hand on the ground. A dazzling purplish-red glow of elemental particles shimmered around him, and his body flipped backward with astonishing speed. The audience gasped in shock. What just happened? After Corian had retreated a dozen meters and regained his footing, Island noticed a wound had appeared on Corian's face, with blood streaming from it. Cheating. He used a concealed weapon. Island recalled catching a glimpse of a glint of a blade and couldn't help but shout. "Don't shout and embarrass yourself." Belro adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed intently on Zola's hands. "It's a wind blade, a technique utilizing elemental particles." "Wind blade? He's injured and bleeding profusely. Someone should stop the bleeding," Island exclaimed. "Fool, no one will heal him," Belrose scoffed at Island. "Injuries are part of the fight. Participating in such competitions can lead to wounds, and in severe cases, even death. Many are deterred from joining such contests, which is why it is called the Starlit Brave Cup Academy Championship. Only the courageous dare to compete." Island was taken aback. "Will the teacher not halt the competition even if lives are at stake?" Belrose snorted. "There are times when it's too late to intervene. Some individuals possess power that even the teacher finds astonishing, and others employ techniques that inflict significant harm on themselves in pursuit of victory. Those who fear injury and lack the courage to risk it will never become formidable combat sorcerers. It is the Shadow Blade. No one from Southern Monsoon Academy has mastered this secret technique in ages. "I didn't expect you to have learned it," Corian said, blood dripping from his face as his expression grew increasingly grave. "Indeed, it is the Shadow Blade of our Southern Monsoon Academy," Zola nodded, saying no more. Corian bent his knees and suddenly exerted force. The purplish-red elemental particles surged violently around his feet, transforming his body into a series of indistinct afterimages. Simultaneously, Zola, who had remained motionless, was also enveloped by brilliant purplish-red particles, his form morphing into a series of afterimages as well. His speed appeared even swifter than Corian's, making it impossible for Corian to close the gap between them. A sharp sound of slicing air rang out once more. This time, Island observed clearly as Zola's right palm seemed to ignite instantaneously, entwined with numerous purplish-red elemental particles. In an instant, these particles compressed into his palm and vanished, only to be replaced by a nearly transparent thin blade that spiraled forth from his palm, aimed at the figure of Corian closely trailing behind. With a resounding boom, Corian unleashed a punch, his right arm radiating dazzling lightning, shattering the thin blade with a single strike. Countless invisible thin blades continued to fly from Zola's hands, targeting Corian. Corian's fist struck with astonishing frequency, creating a flurry of punch shadows that formed a lightning shield before him. The raging winds scattered, obliterating all the blades directed at him. This is the lightning armor-crushing fist. Corian has actually mastered this technique to such a degree. This cannot continue. The lightning armor-crushing fist consumes more elemental particles than his opponent's technique. Senior Corian cannot close the distance. At this rate, he will be worn down and defeated. Whispers and gasps filled Island's ears. What should I do? Is there any way to alert Corian? Noticing the persistent distance between Corian and Zola, he couldn't help but turn to Belro. What can you do? Belro retorted mockingly. Do you think their words hold any merit? Although this green-haired lad has mastered a powerful secret technique from Southern Monsoon Academy, I refuse to believe Corian is of such caliber that he would easily succumb to this boy. Almost the instant Belro finished speaking, Corian let out a low shout. You've fallen for it. As his voice resonated with a steadiness that belied the urgency of the moment, he forcefully stomped his feet onto the ground. Two streams of yellow energy surged like giant serpents into the earth. The ground beneath Zola erupted, splintering and cracking, causing his ethereal figure to stumble. In that fleeting moment, Corian launched himself like a bullet. The force of the elemental particles he could muster had evidently been fully concentrated in that stomp. All the lightning coursing through his hands dissipated as two slicing blades grazed him, inflicting wounds on his chest and ribs. Yet, in the air, his body arched like a drawn bow, and with a powerful shout, he hurled a punch downwards towards the staggering Zola. What incredible physical strength! Alan involuntarily gasped. He recognized that Corian's strike was entirely reliant on brute force, devoid of any further elemental manipulation. Now I understand. Belro mused, pushing his glasses up while speaking to himself. In his view, this battle was nearing its conclusion, and victory would undoubtedly belong to Corian. However, at that very moment, Zola's composed demeanor suddenly twisted into a fierce grimace. With remarkable simplicity, his fist shot forth like an arrow, crashing towards Corian. With a resounding smack, the jarring sound of flesh colliding echoed. Their fists collided with a force that left all witnesses feeling a wave of discomfort. Corian's face froze abruptly. His entire arm went numb. He felt as though he had been struck by a rampaging bull, utterly unable to withstand the impact. With a thunderous bang, another fist appeared before him, striking his chest. His body flew backward uncontrollably. A stunned silence enveloped the arena. Alan stood frozen, and Belro was momentarily petrified, his hand instinctively resting on his glasses yet ceasing all motion. Chapter 19. The Bloodline of Beasts. First update, Corian crashed heavily to the ground, and the hearts of all St. Dawn Academy students felt as though they had been struck with an immense force, many of them jolting in their seats. How could this happen? A girl from St. Dawn Academy cried out, her voice trembling with emotion. Suffering such a devastating blow, while his opponent remained unscathed, it was clear to everyone that this battle had reached its conclusion. Corian, having fallen heavily, struggled to rise, but in the next instant, Zola appeared behind him. I'm sorry, Zola said to Corian before delivering a powerful punch to his back. Corian was sent flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground. He had lost. Only then did Belro adjust his glasses, his body revealing that this young man possessed strength that surpassed Corian's. It seemed this boy truly bore the bloodline of beasts. Lost, as Eileen gazed at the incapacitated Corian, her mind became a blank canvas. Orc bloodline? Corian possessed a trace of giant ancestry, and he was certainly no waste like Hawthorne. He had not squandered his time at the Holy Dawn Academy. Barrow's eyes glinted coldly as he fixed his gaze on Zola in the arena. This fellow exhibited remarkable strength and agility, and his fusion of elemental particles and summoned energy was quite adept. He must possess some orc bloodline rather than that of a mere barbarian. Boom! At that moment, the referee announced Zola's victory. and a medical team rushed in to carry Corin away. The stands occupied by the students of the Southern Monsoon Academy erupted in fervent cheers, chanting, "Zola, Zola, Zola." The thunderous applause and drumbeats surged like relentless waves, leaving the faces of the majority of Holy Dawn Academy students pale with shock. No wonder the Southern Monsoon Academy was so aggressive this year, brimming with ambition. They had concealed such a formidable secret weapon. Barrow glanced at the jubilant stands with a sense of ennui. He had expected at least to progress to the playoffs, but to be bested by a team like the Southern Monsoon Academy was utterly disappointing. Eileen, still dazed, watched as the severely injured Corin was carried off, instinctively murmuring, "Did we not just compete? We still have 4 members left. How can it be said that we have been defeated by the Southern Monsoon Academy?" Aside from Chris, no one could match Zola's prowess. Yet, the Southern Monsoon team still had Ferdinand and the white-haired lad from the Lyswell family. Barrow remarked, had Corin been able to take down one of those two, or at least wear one down significantly, Chris might have had a chance to eliminate them all. Now, that possibility is gone. Perhaps it is still feasible, Eileen retorted, casting a reluctant glance at Chris in the arena. It is not merely a matter of possibility. Barrow scoffed. If it were, I would gladly consume this chair of mine. Eileen seethed with frustration, but suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Barrow, you mentioned that Zola possesses some orc bloodline. What does that some imply? Must you add another word? Just focus on your match. Barrow waved dismissively, not sparing Eileen a glance. Eileen, helpless, turned her attention back to the center of the arena, where the second competitor from Holy Dawn Academy had already entered. The second participant was Ander, a tall boy with short brown hair. This fellow's Fire Lotus was significantly more potent than Hawthorne's, yet now his face had turned pale. If someone like him cannot withstand a round of attacks from the opponent, I would gladly eat your chair. Barrow sneered disdainfully after a mere glance at Ander's complexion. How can there be someone in our academy who curses his own team? Eileen shouted in exasperation. Go Ander, make Barrow eat his chair. Eileen's voice rang out loudly, but in the center, Ander remained oblivious to her encouragement. Zola, smaller in stature than Ander, loomed in his eyes like a colossal beast. Merely walking from the edge of the arena to the center caused beads of cold sweat to saturate his shirt. I apologize, Zola unexpectedly spoke to Ander. What? The moment the words left his mouth, Ander blinked, and Zola's figure vanished from his view. Simultaneously, a fist, accompanied by a howling wind, emerged from his left side. While watching the duel between Corin and Zola, Ander had managed to discern their every movement, but now, faced with Zola, he was enveloped in a chilling realization. He could not perceive Zola's actions at all. Fire Lotus. In desperation, he had no other recourse. And with a swift kick, elemental particles surged from his feet, coalescing into a blazing lotus beneath him. With a thunderous crash, Ander felt an excruciating pain in his foot. He cried out in agony. But before he could fully comprehend, a foot slammed into his abdomen. Thud. The sound rang out like the beating of a war drum. Ander let out a heart-wrenching scream as he was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and rolling in disarray. What just happened? Eileen's cheers fell silent, replaced by a look of shock. She had witnessed Ander's Fire Lotus seemingly trying to engulf Zola in flames, only to shatter abruptly, leading to Ander's violent expulsion by Zola's kick. My insides feel like they are being crushed, Barrow remarked gleefully. Noticing Eileen's furious flush, cautious of Lister's background, he raised his hands in mock surrender. What can be done? This is merely the disparity in strength. This guy appears to rely on brute force, yet he has unleashed a shadowy blade. Both competitors are nearly equal in skill, yet the opponent has long since resolved to overpower him physically. That kick was the true finishing blow. Finishing blow? I refuse to believe I cannot defeat him. Then why don't you step up? Barrow teased eagerly. I cannot simply enter the fray. Just jump down and beat him. At that moment, the unconscious Ander was carried off the field by the medical team. After decisively defeating 2 competitors from Holy Dawn Academy, Zola, who had maintained a low profile, revealed a faint crimson glimmer in his eyes, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Barrow emitted a soft sound of surprise. At that juncture, the third competitor from Holy Dawn Academy stepped onto the field. This boy, named Skull, dashed toward the edge of the arena as soon as the match commenced. Instead of confronting his opponent head-on, he aimed to exhaust Zola's energy and elemental particles, a rather clever tactic, Barrow mused, though uncertain of its effectiveness. Only running away. Eileen observed Zola's figure darting forward and transformed into a flurry of afterimages in pursuit. However, the third competitor from Holy Dawn Academy, with brilliant purple elemental particles illuminating his feet, continuously released gusts of air, propelling his body in various directions, although Zola seemed to possess superior speed. He could not truly catch up. Such a coward, only capable of fleeing. Did the students of Holy Dawn Academy lack the courage for a direct confrontation? Zola decided to abandon the chase altogether to conserve his energy. Indeed, it would be better if we all stood still. Waiting for eternity, the stands occupied by the Southern Monsoon Academy erupted in a chorus of jeers. Suddenly, Zola came to a halt. In that instant, he plunged his hands into the earth beneath him. As the crowd collectively paused, unsure of his intentions, two solid clumps of soil soared through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling toward Skull. Skull twisted his body just in time to evade the two remarkably hard clumps of earth that Zola had seized. But with a resounding crack, two more clumps struck him decisively. He cried out in pain, stumbling slightly. At that moment, Zola had already pounced like a beast, propelling himself toward Skull with terrifying speed. Each time Zola's hands struck the ground, two hardened clumps of mud flew forth, unerringly targeting Skull's body. How precise! Numerous students from Holy Dawn Academy felt chills run down their spines, while anyone could use energy to hurl dirt. The true challenge lay in executing such accuracy while sprinting at high speed, a clear testament to Zola's rigorous training. This kid, when he runs like that, resembles a wild dog, Barrow remarked, ignited with enthusiasm as he ground his teeth. I yearned to take a bite out of him, having likened him to a wild dog. Are you still inclined to bite him? What does that make you? Eileen attempted to laugh but found herself unable to muster a smile. Skull, struck repeatedly by the clumps of mud, could no longer maintain his previous speed. Eileen watched in astonishment as Zola charged directly toward him. With a resounding thud, Skull was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch, propelling him upward. Amidst his agonized screams, Zola leaped into the air, delivering another fierce kick to his chest. Skull crashed to the ground like a stone. Many students from St. Dawn Academy in the stands felt a chill run through them. If it had merely been a back-and-forth battle resulting in someone being knocked down, they might have been able to endure the score of 3-0. However, aside from the initial contender, Corian, the others were so thoroughly suppressed by Zola that they had barely any opportunity to utilize the techniques they had practiced, appearing as though they were novices with little knowledge of martial arts. How could such a contest continue? The outcome was already determined. At that moment, the captain of the Southern Monsoon team, Ferdinand, a tall, burly boy described by Bello as having a face full of muscle, let out a long sigh and addressed his teammates. This year's Street Loron City should be our stage. Just then, the previously motionless Chris shook her head and said to the only teammate who had not yet participated, "You won't exhaust him much with your efforts. I shall take the stage myself." Chapter 20. The Goddess-like Maiden Takes Action. Second update. Bello had yet to inform Eileen of some finer rules. In the prestigious Starry Sky Champion Cup Academy tournament, which had captivated countless students across the kingdom, the rosters for both teams were submitted to the referees prior to the match and could not be altered during the contest. Chris was originally slated to be the last to enter the fray, but with her declaration, the teammate ahead of her would have to forfeit if he chose not to compete. This would render the score effectively 4-0. With her becoming the final representative for St. Dawn Academy, the teammate beside her lowered his head, expressing no dissent. Zola's earlier performance had completely shattered his confidence, and he recognized the truth in Chris's words. Even if he had the courage to risk his life, his strength could not hope to deplete Zola's power significantly. Forfeit? Everyone awaited the fourth competitor from St. Dawn Academy, only to be taken aback when Chris stepped forward. The stands erupted in astonishment, and then chaos. 4-0. Chris stood alone. Could she possibly contend against all five of us? Zola's swift and decisive victories had already driven the Southern Monsoon team nearly to madness. Now, witnessing the score escalate to 4-0, the students of Southern Monsoon erupted into a frenzy, some shouting with all their might, 4-0, sweep them away. 5-0, Eileen, filled with rage, shouted fervently to cheer Chris on, yet his voice was drowned out by the raucous cheers from Southern Monsoon, leaving him feeling that their arrogance knew no bounds. At that moment, Ferdinand, the captain of Southern Monsoon, gestured toward the stands. The once deafening noise abruptly fell silent. "Chris, you should concede. It is impossible for you to defeat all five of us consecutively," Ferdinand declared earnestly, his voice filled with a strange intensity as he watched Chris stride to the center of the arena. Before anyone could react, Ferdinand dramatically produced a bouquet of red roses from behind his clothing and, kneeling on one knee, proclaimed loudly, "Chris, I have admired you for a long time. Your beauty and strength have captivated me. Come transfer to our Southern Monsoon Academy and fight alongside me." The crowd was left in shock, many nearly collapsing in disbelief. Is this fellow an imbecile? Eileen gaped at Ferdinand, who wore an expression of unyielding affection. and found it utterly absurd when Ferdinand even flexed his muscles, showcasing his brawn. "About on par with you," Bella remarked candidly. Chris, equally astonished by Ferdinand's antics, was rendered speechless. Public declarations of love during competition were strictly prohibited, with violations resulting in disqualification. A referee appeared before Ferdinand. "What? Is that not allowed?" Ferdinand replied, visibly frustrated. "Come on." Chris shot a fierce glare at Ferdinand before approaching Zola, beckoning to him. Her movements seemed casual, yet Zola felt an inexplicable pressure. The stands fell silent once more, as even the Southern Monsoon faction understood that this seemingly deranged maiden was not to be underestimated. In a one-on-one battle, Ferdinand and his companions were likely no match for her. Zola nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Suddenly, he crouched low, placing his hands on the ground, preparing to replicate his earlier tactic of hurling dirt at Chris. However, just as his hands were about to touch the ground, they were enveloped in a dazzling purple-red aura, and two translucent blades shot forth, darting toward Chris from either side. "How insidious!" Eileen couldn't help but exclaim. Many students from St. Dawn Academy gasped in shock. At that moment, Chris executed an unusual maneuver. She simply turned, standing upright as if she were a door, shifting her stance from facing Zola directly to presenting her side. This seemingly simple and rigid motion perfectly aligned with the trajectory of the two blades, allowing them to glide past her without contact. Truly, the judgment of this eccentric maiden is remarkable, Bello mused to himself, an opportunity. Simultaneously, Zola roared within his mind, his previously reddish eyes now glowing crimson, with a loud rip. His shoes tore apart as he propelled himself forward with immense force, launching a punch toward Chris. His body soared horizontally through the air, creating a bizarre tableau with Chris, who was entirely sideways to him. What? It appears Chris cannot evade. Many held their breath, for Chris had not utilized any energy particles. At that moment, she merely shouted and twisted her body, delivering her own punch. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as their fists collided. Zola's fast-moving form seemed to freeze mid-air, suspended in disbelief. How could this be? A thought sprang to his mind. Suddenly, a fist wrapped in thick bandages appeared from below, aiming directly for his face. In that instant, he barely managed to block with his left arm. Bang! His left arm was struck aside, leaving it numb. Another fist came crashing in, and he attempted to block again. Bang! 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 The sound of fists colliding reached Ferdinand. The captain of the South Monsoon Academy stared blankly at her, murmuring to himself in a loud voice. A few dark lines appeared on Chris's forehead as she glared at Ferdinand and the others with gritted teeth. Who will step up next? Do you think this will defeat me? You underestimate me far too much. At that moment, a voice echoed from her side. Zola, who had originally fallen to the ground motionless, had somehow managed to rise slowly, hunched over and wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Who on earth is this guy? How can he still get back up? Can he still fight? The entire audience erupted into an uproar at this point. Even the medical team had entered the arena, and upon seeing Zola stand again, they were momentarily frozen. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Chris's eyes, filled with combat spirit. Did you think my abilities are limited to this? Zola slowly lifted his head, his eyes now a vivid crimson. As he uttered this line, his entire body once again left a dazzling afterimage as he charged towards Chris. Chris stood calmly in place. For her, the opponent was the entire South Monsoon team, not just Zola, whose strength had far surpassed her expectations. The stronger Zola was, the more cautious she had to be, conserving her stamina and the energy within her. Whoosh! Zola's figure suddenly accelerated, circling behind her, delivering a thrusting punch aimed at her body. Chris's form abruptly vanished from her original position. Apia was acutely aware that restoring Chris's injuries posed a formidable challenge, primarily due to her extraordinary physical prowess, especially after witnessing Chris strike Zola in midair with the same casualness as if she were standing on solid ground. It became evident to them that Chris had undergone countless intense training sessions during this period, honing the strength of every muscle in her body to perfection. Sandstorm, despite his rotund figure resembling that of a beach ball, Apia exhibited an agility that belied his size, leaping several times to close the distance to Chris. In the moment of his final descent, countless elemental particles surged from his hands, transforming into a terrifying gale that swept up the hard earth and gravel beneath him, hurtling toward Chris. Blue Eye Rebound Technique. Just as the sand and dirt, now imbued with incredible penetrative power due to the tempest, were about to strike Chris, an enormous blue eye suddenly materialized before her, with a series of muffled thuds. All the wind and sand were rebuffed, instead crashing into Apia. Apia let out a cry of agony, blood erupting from his body as his corpulent form was flung away by the force of the gale. What? This isn't the Holy Dawn healing technique. The students from Nanjifeng Academy erupted in shocked exclamations. Eileen, who had initially been reluctant to watch, was now overjoyed, tugging on Barrow's arm and exclaiming excitedly. Barrow, what is this secret technique? Our Holy Dawn Academy's Blue Eye Rebound technique can only reflect the power of those weaker than oneself. It is generally not very useful. Barrow, seemingly dismissive, remarked, yet could not help but feel a grudging respect. Indeed, Chris was the top fighter of Holy Dawn Academy, her combat experience unparalleled. With a single blow that left Apia bloodied and battered, Chris did not pause, almost trailing the wind and sand as she pursued Apia's body. I concede. Apia shrieked in despair, recognizing that his resistance was futile as he faced Chris's impending fist. This was truly a spectacular victory. In this era, possessing various bloodline inheritances granted mages a remarkable advantage, allowing them to stand out more easily. Yet, it is often the relentless practitioners who continually push their limits that emerge as truly formidable mages. Lister, do you not feel immensely gratified to see such a student in our academy? Unbeknownst to anyone, a row of elite instructors from Holy Dawn Academy stood at the apex of the arena. Upon hearing Apia's anguished surrender and the voice of Jialan behind him, Lister, unusually devoid of his customary languor, coolly stated, I am beginning to understand the strategy of these youngsters from Nanjifeng Academy. Unfortunately, while they are indeed impressive, their chances of ultimate victory remain slim. I comprehend Nanjifeng Academy's plan. Upon seeing Apia being carried away, and the next combatant emerging is Riley from the Lacewell family, rather than Ferdinand or Clue, Barrow immediately furrowed his brow and coldly remarked. Eileen promptly inquired, what plan? This white-haired lad from the Lacewell family is somewhat akin to Ferdinand, yet possesses a greater array of unique techniques, making him potentially more formidable in actual combat. The choice to send him out instead of Clue, who is significantly weaker, is likely intended to wear Chris down considerably. Barrow glanced at Eileen and stated, even if Chris manages to endure this match, under such dire circumstances, Clue, albeit slightly less powerful, could still pose a threat to her. Should she somehow survive to the final match, Ferdinand would easily dispatch her. No. We must devise a way to assist her, Eileen exclaimed in increasing urgency. I have a brilliant idea. If the white-haired lad from the Lacewell family happens to pass by here, you should feign a clumsy fall from the stands to give him a little surprise. Barrow immediately grew excited, insidiously encouraging the notion. Chapter 22. The teachers roar. Do you think I am unaware that such actions are unfeasible and against the rules? What does it matter? We are destined to lose anyway. I might as well take the opportunity to strike at this lad from Nanjifeng Academy. Indeed, I shall join you in the leap. You are undeniably powerful. At that moment, Riley had reached the center of the arena, standing opposite Chris. His peculiar white hair, though youthful in appearance, exuded a distinctly calm and mature aura. Furthermore, there was an innate pride and nobility that spoke of his esteemed lineage. You are strong enough that any one of us could potentially falter in a duel against you. But this is not an individual competition. He observed Chris, who was panting heavily and bracing herself against her knees due to exhaustion from her injuries, and earnestly proclaimed, you are formidable, yet your teammates are inadequate and cannot provide you with sufficient support. We at Nanjifeng Academy, however, possess teammates of great strength. While you may entirely dismiss the words of that foolish bull Ferdinand, we sincerely hope you will consider transferring to join us at Nanjifeng Academy. With your addition, we could undoubtedly turn heads in every competition. Otherwise, in Holy Dawn Academy, you will merely be seen as a peculiar girl. But with our support at Nanjifeng Academy, you would truly become a goddess among mortals. Open recruitment? Eileen was left astounded. Barrow, is it possible to transfer? Can one join another academy's team to compete in such matches? As long as the student consents and the other academy welcomes them. No one can impede a transfer. Regarding these competitions, a player can only represent one team per season. Once you have participated in a match for a team, you cannot switch to another team. A glimmer of cold light shone in Barrow's eyes. This white-haired lad's words imply they envision Chris joining them, and after a year of rigorous training, their team would dominate St. Laurent next year. Chris wouldn't agree to that, would she? Eileen suddenly felt anxious. Enough of your idle chatter. At that moment, Chris straightened her back, determined to declare, if you wish to speak such words, you should first win this match. In that case, I must perform exceptionally well to demonstrate our prowess. Riley remained unfazed, making no superfluous gestures, merely extending his hands toward Chris. Brilliant elemental particles instantly enveloped his palms. Why do his elemental particles appear different? Eileen couldn't help but exclaim again that Riley's elemental particles were not the usual purplish red, but matched the hue of his hair. Pure white. Barrow rubbed his ears, which had grown numb and itchy from Eileen's incessant shouting. Fool. Some unique bloodline powers naturally manifest in elemental particles of distinct colors that in fact, different colored elemental particles are manifestations of unique and potent bloodline abilities. Water serpent barrage technique, as Barrow's voice echoed. A water serpent, nearly the size of Riley himself, materialized before him, unleashing fist-sized water droplets that soared through the air with sharp whistling sounds, relentlessly bombarding Chris. Chris's body vanished from the ground, moving as if teleporting in the eyes of most spectators. Yet, no matter which direction she darted, the water droplets followed in pursuit. Each droplet that struck the ground erupted in a spray of water, creating deep craters in the hard earth. Eileen watched in disbelief. He was certain that if he were struck by one of those water droplets, he would likely be plastered against the wall like a pancake. What left him even more dumbfounded was that as long as Riley continuously fueled the elemental particles within him, the water serpent would not dissipate. Great waterfall technique. As Chris struggled to break through the relentless barrage of water droplets, an enormous column of water surged from nowhere, aimed directly at Riley, with Chris trailing closely behind it. The water droplets collided with the column, creating massive splashes, yet could not penetrate through. Impressive, although the 3 elite instructors at the Monster Training Center undoubtedly surpassed Chris and the entire Nanji Foam Academy team in strength. To Eileen, this technique-heavy competition was far more riveting, opening his eyes to the myriad possibilities of elemental techniques, water techniques. As the rapidly approaching Chris closed in, Riley remained rooted in place, utterly unmoving. Our family, the Lysewells, bears the esteemed title of the Stream Clan. Since you have unleashed such a technique, allow me to demonstrate the true secret art of the Lysewell family, the water element absolute defense technique. Countless white elemental particles surged forth from his hands, and the colossal water serpent before him collapsed with a thunderous roar, while the air around him filled with countless fist-sized droplets that swiftly coalesced into a crystalline sphere of water surrounding him. Boom! A massive column of water crashed against the translucent sphere, yet the sphere displayed astonishing elasticity as it rebounded forcefully. Swish! A figure shot forward like lightning, landing a powerful punch against the sphere. The surface of the water sphere formed a dent, splashing water everywhere. However, as the impact dissipated, the sphere rebounded once more, restoring itself in the instant it released contact with the fist. Boom! A gigantic fire python charged at the crystalline sphere again. But amidst the splashes, the sphere propelled itself back even faster, returning to its original form. Riley remained comfortably ensconced within the shimmering sphere, and Chris's fiery technique, which consumed a vast amount of elemental particles, could not breach the defenses of the crystalline sphere. It was as though it were a bouncy ball, completely impervious. No wonder he dared to boast so brazenly in front of Chris. The spectators from both the St. Dawn Academy and the Southern Monsoon Academy were left in profound shock. Amidst the gasps, Eileen swallowed hard. Enveloped by the water sphere, did he not need to breathe? Would he not drown? Fool. The increasingly irritable Barrow even refused to acknowledge Eileen. If a secret technique could drown its wielder, could it still be called a secret technique? What more could Chris do? All eyes in the stands were fixated on Chris. After expending a considerable amount of elemental particles, her complexion had notably paled. Give up. Don't suffer any heavy injuries that would waste your training time, Riley sympathized, his voice clearly emanating from the crystalline sphere. You will absolutely never break through the water element absolute defense. Yet, before his words could conclude, Chris, who had momentarily paused to catch her breath, suddenly sprang into action. Whirling leaves, Chris circled the crystalline sphere, leaving behind countless afterimages in an instant. Numerous hands, imbued with swirling winds, relentlessly struck the crystalline sphere. What? Riley's expression froze. He sensed the sphere contracting inward under the barrage of strikes from all directions, almost rendering him immobile. Hurricane impact. In that fleeting moment, Chris thrust her palms forward, her feet pounding the ground frantically. Gigantic craters appeared beneath her, and the compressed crystalline sphere was propelled by her hands and the powerful winds, hurtling towards the nearest spectator stand at an astonishing speed. Ah! Students in that section of the stand screamed and scattered. More than a dozen teachers transformed into streaks of light, darting away while ushering terrified students to safety. Riley finally reacted to what Chris intended to do. But propelled by her speed, he could no longer muster any response. Boom! The crystalline sphere, driven by Chris, collided violently with the wall beneath the stands. That portion of the stands instantly crumbled, yet Chris's onslaught did not cease. Her hands continued to press against the crystalline sphere, driving it into the fractured wall. Puff! The crystalline sphere lodged itself into the wall's crevice, unable to release pressure under the dual force, and burst apart completely. Chris's palm struck fiercely against Riley's chest, sending countless streams of water shooting forth from her body. Crack! Riley's body jolted violently before he fell unconscious. The stands erupted into chaos. Most onlookers were horrified by the massive wave of water that surged forth, obscuring their view of what transpired below. Eileen had been fixated on Chris's figure without moving an inch. As the explosive waves crashed down, transforming into foaming streams of water, he saw Chris, panting heavily, supporting herself on her knees. Opposite her, the unconscious Riley was completely embedded in the wall's fissure. He paused for a moment before unleashing a thunderous cheer. Fool! Barrow, inopportunely, kicked him, exclaiming, "What victory! There are still two opponents standing." The stands were a disarray. Atop the arena's dome, Lister shook his head, noting that it was the first time a student's battle had caused such damage to the stands. Would they be able to stand again? The bearded Minglu looked anxiously at Chris, who was bent over, hands on her knees. She must stand up. In the next moment, this elite teacher, filled with fervor, raised his fist and shouted, Chapter 23, Dreams, Confirmed. Second update, few. Students from the St. Dawn Academy, near the collapsed stands, could even hear Chris's labored breathing. They could see beads of sweat mixed with traces of blood gathering at her chin and fingertips, then dripping down. This year's Southern Monsoon Academy team was indeed no ordinary contender. Both Zola and Riley would undoubtedly stand out even in the national competition, even if Chris had not been ambushed by the shadow dust technique and sustained injuries. Battling such opponents would require her utmost effort, leading to significant fatigue. Observing Chris, who was supporting herself on her knees, many students from the St. Dawn Academy felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. They certainly wished for her to rise and defeat the remaining two members of the Southern Monsoon team, bringing an exhilarating victory to their academy, yet they could not bear to see her continue fighting in such a state. There are still two, Chris suddenly voiced. The stands fell silent once more. Her sweat-drenched hands gradually clenched tightly, and her body began to rise slowly. Go for it. Take them down. As she stood, a profound silence enveloped the stands. Yet an excited voice broke through, sounding somewhat discordant. You, Guy. Barrow rubbed his ears, still buzzing from the shock, and turned to Eileen, who was yelling and waving his fists. Look, no one else in the stands is shouting. It's just you. Don't you have an ounce of sympathy? Sympathy? Eileen looked at Barrow, puzzled by his words. She's in this condition, and you're not worried she might die if she keeps going. Barrow pushed up his glasses, glancing at Eileen. Eileen paused. It's not that easy to die. Barrow looked at Eileen, finding him utterly incomprehensible, so he simply huffed and turned his gaze back to the arena. Chris had slowly made her way to the center of the arena. While the Southern Monsoon team clearly did not intend to grant her any respite, the seemingly ordinary Clolu, with her light yellow hair and unremarkable appearance, stood in the center, patiently awaiting her approach. You've always aspired to dominate the nation. Perhaps it is this very dream that sustains you, allowing you to stand and fight now. Watching Chris draw near, the unremarkable Clola spoke with calm deliberation. Every member of our Southern Monsoon team shares the same dream as you. That is why we, often overlooked as a mediocre academy, have managed to reach the playoffs and stand here today. We are of the same ilk, and we hope you will join our Southern Monsoon Academy. Indeed. Chris, give up. Remaining at St. Dawn Academy will yield no fruitful outcome. Ferdinand chimed in, thumping his chest and shouting. Join our Southern Monsoon Academy. Not only can you enter the national competition, but you might also find a perfect romance. This muscle-bound, simple-minded fellow was utterly detestable. Eileen grumbled in frustration, as the stands erupted into a chorus of jeers. Fool. Clarice lifted her head, wiped the sweat from her brow, and without so much as a glance at Ferdinand, spoke simply to Kuru, who was intently watching her. Come on. Kuru nodded in response, refraining from further words. Brilliant particles of arcane energy flowed from his hands, swirling around his form. In an instant, Clarice's figure vanished from her original position, accompanied by a gust of whirling wind, and she reappeared behind him. The swirling winds coalesced in her hands, transforming into a long blade over 2 meters in length. With a swift thrust, before Kuru could invoke any technique, the blade pierced his back, blood gushing forth. A sudden cyclone assault combined with the gale blade. To execute both techniques in such a brief span of time was remarkable. Barrow's hand froze upon his glasses as he let out 2 low exclamations in a voice that was both cold and fervent. Had she won? Alan was momentarily engulfed in astonishment, and upon witnessing the blood erupting from Kuru's back, He felt a shiver, imagining the agony he would endure if struck by such a blow. However, what left many wide-eyed and shivering with dread was that Kuru, struck by Claris's devastating attack, seemed utterly oblivious, turning around with a blank expression. His pupils were a shade of gray, and his visage remained eerily calm. Devoid of any fear or pain, the particles of arcane energy swirling around him continued unabated, and suddenly, several dust-filled columns of yellow wind materialized between him and Claris, crashing violently into her. Amidst the collective gasp, both Claris and Kuru were sent hurtling backward like two meteors. With a resounding thud, Kuru, blood streaming from his back, landed firmly on the ground after being propelled several meters away. His expression remained strikingly serene, betraying no hint of fear or suffering. Only after a few seconds did he finally begin to topple backward. In stark contrast, Claris struggled to maintain her footing, bracing herself against the ground as droplets of blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. What on earth was happening? How could she, having sustained such a grievous injury, still mount a counterattack? It was inconceivable. Even the most formidable battle mages could not maintain perfect control over arcane energy after such a forceful strike. As Kuru fell, the medical team rushed to his side, and the stands erupted with incredulous gasps. Island found himself at a loss for words, instinctively turning to Barrow, only to see him shaking his head in confusion. "Do not look at me. I have no idea what kind of secret technique this fellow employed. It is the pain-sealing technique of the South Monsoon." Atop the arena, List, standing at the edge of the high dome, spoke calmly to several elite instructors, a technique that temporarily numbs one's sense of pain and even fear. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable student from the South Monsoon Academy possessed the audacity to plan for mutual destruction from the outset? He is indeed an essential part of the South Monsoon team's strategy. Should we terminate the match? Garland, wearing a red scarf, adjusted her wind-tossed hair and nodded, looking down below as she quietly inquired. She had the courage to risk her life. Why should we stop her? List chuckled, shaking his head. Garland, have you grown so old that you now worry about such matters? List, do you seek death? The stands fell into a heavy silence. Claris, still bracing herself on the ground, slowly rose to her feet. Her entire body trembled, and it was evident to all that she had reached her limits. Any newcomer could easily topple her, yet she stood tall, facing off against Ferdinand, the captain of the South Monsoon team, whose physique dwarfed hers. "You should surrender," Ferdinand insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. "Under normal circumstances, you might have been able to hold your own against me. But now, you stand no chance. Perhaps you should consider transferring to our South Monsoon Academy. As you can see, none of my team members are lackluster. It is finally coming to an end," he declared. But his words were abruptly interrupted by Claris. "What do you mean?" Ferdinand stared at Claris in bewilderment. Ever since Zola's defeat of Corian, everything had gone remarkably smoothly, yet witnessing Claris, whose body was on the verge of collapse, stirred within him an overwhelming sense of danger. Suddenly, as this ominous feeling gripped him, the unsteady Claris fell heavily to the ground. The hearts of all in the stands raced wildly. A referee rushed toward Claris, and everyone watched as she shook her head at the referee, attempting to rise with her hands, but struggled to regain her footing. With a sigh of relief, Ferdinand and several instructors from the South Monsoon Academy thought, regardless of how powerful she might be, she was still human and could not continue fighting indefinitely like a deity. "Claris, stop fighting. If you continue like this, you will die." A girl from the Holy Dawn Academy suddenly burst into tears. The majority of the students from the Holy Dawn Academy felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon their chests, overwhelmed by sorrow, from Zola's battle to the recent clash with Kuru. Every fight Claris had endured was arduous, her performance nothing short of flawless. Yet, she was merely a young girl, and in such a vast institution as the Holy Dawn Academy, no one provided her with robust support, leaving her to bear the weight of the entire Academy's honor and hope upon her slender shoulders. "Stop fighting." With the girl's cries, most students from the Holy Dawn Academy echoed her sentiments, pleading for Claris to give up. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, they witnessed Claris slowly and resolutely rising once more in the center of the arena. Barrow was peculiarly silent, his glasses glimmering with layers of light. In that moment, as Claris wobbled and stood upright, Island was flooded with memories. "You can freely pursue your dreams now." "What is your dream?" "Courage is the gateway to all dreams." "Barrow, I have realized what my dream is." Island suddenly whispered to Barrow beside him. My dream is to help her defeat all her opponents and win the national championship. Chapter 24. The Supreme Secret Technique of the Holy Dawn Academy. Third update. Is that even a dream? Barrow shot Island a bemused glance. Island's expression turned earnest. "Why not? She repeatedly claims her ambition is to dominate the nation. My dream is simply to assist her." How can one build their own dreams on the foundation of another's? Dreams are not merely what you want to do now. They are visible, yet challenging to realize. I simply want to help her defeat the other academy teams. Why is that not permissible? You might as well say you want to conquer all the academy teams and seize the championship for yourself. The result is essentially the same. Fool, can you treat dreams so casually? Is close enough really acceptable? Just as Island attempted to clarify that he was serious about his current dream, Clarice had already begun her arduous advance toward Ferdinand. Ferdinand looked at Clarice helplessly, contemplating which technique he could employ to incapacitate her without causing fatal harm. Sand armor technique. As Clarice approached within 20 meters, he made his decision, unleashing a powerful shout as he slammed his hands against the ground and a myriad of dazzling purple-red particles surged from his clasped palms. Crashing into the earth, a deep pit appeared, and the yellow current swirling with sand and stones rapidly adhered to him, transforming into a thick armor of sand. His physique appeared even more imposing. With just his current form, he could easily crush her dreams of domination. Bello gazed at Ferdinand, who had suddenly transformed into a colossal rock giant, unable to suppress a mocking remark. Eileen, however, was oblivious to Bello's derision. His entire focus fixated on Chris and Ferdinand. This year, your team from the Southern Monsoon Academy is indeed formidable, but I shall still defeat you. It will be our St. Dawn Academy that advances to the official preliminaries. As Chris drew ever closer to Ferdinand, her body trembled, yet she resolutely declared this to him. In a corner of the stands, the once disinterested blonde youth Sydenhang, who had been scanning the crowd for attractive girls, suddenly exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on Chris. What's wrong? His four teammates immediately tensed up. It seems Chris's clothing is torn. Sydenhang shook his head in disappointment. What a pity it's not in the right place. There's nothing to see. His teammates nearly spewed blood in disbelief. Simultaneously, at the top of the arena, a look of genuine shock and astonishment flickered in Lister's eyes. In that split second, Chris's left sleeve suddenly ripped apart entirely. The sleeves of her outer garment and inner shirt burst open, torn by a formidable force. What left the audience breathless was that her exposed left arm was entirely wrapped in thick bandages. How could such a terrifying aura exist? Ferdinand's expression changed drastically. Even if Chris were uninjured, her magical particle level was hardly superior to his. Yet at that moment, the energy emanating from her left hand filled him with an overwhelming dread, making him feel utterly outmatched. Giant of sand, he exclaimed in bewilderment, as countless dazzling magical particles erupted from his hands and feet at full speed. Yellow sand surged from the ground, densely accumulating around his hands and feet. His body ascended continually, his limbs growing immensely, especially his hands, which transformed into two gigantic yellow hammers. It was evident that this was a technique combining magical power and physical strength. A single punch would unleash terrifying force. However, within this brief moment, the aura pouring from Chris's left hand ignited the air within a few meters around her left side as if it were ablaze. And even the thick bandages tightly wrapped around her arm were scorched black by the energy seeping from her hand. What technique is this? Ferdinand shouted incredulously. Countless black rays, exuding a temperatureless flame, radiated from at that moment. A faint smile graced Chris's lips, and her body limply collapsed to the ground. All sounds abruptly ceased. As the medical team, tense and on high alert, hurriedly lifted her and carried her away from the arena, everyone in the stands comprehended the gravity of the situation. A wave of drumming and applause erupted from the section occupied by the students of Nanjifeng Academy. At that moment, it became clear to all that, in the final moments of the competition, she had reached the brink of unconsciousness, much like Ferdinand, yet she had only succumbed after the match was declared over. What kind of willpower is this? What sort of victory is this? Chapter 25, Night Visit to the Infirmary, First Update. The epic clash between St. Dawn Academy and Nanjifeng Academy concluded with Chris single-handedly turning the tide. As the competition dispersed, Eileen stood outside the St. Dawn arena, reluctant to leave. Are you planning to ambush the most arrogant student from Nanjifeng Academy who just left the stands? Barrow observed Eileen's demeanor and impulsively clenched his knuckles. Trying to gauge the situation, they had all applauded Chris in the end. Could he not stop fixating on such thoughts? Eileen momentarily fainted, replying, I just feel a sense of joy seeing them come in with such bravado. Only to leave dejected. Barrow rolled his eyes at Eileen's naivete. Could you be any more boring? Why is it that this match, so thrilling and exhilarating, seems to have left everyone else in our academy less elated than you? Eileen glanced at the crowd and then back at Barrow. Are many in our academy as peculiar as you? If they were like me, we'd have subdued the other academies long ago. Students from other schools would have to pay a protection fee to attend ours. Barrow scoffed, casting a derisive look at Eileen. They're not as exuberant as you because they are not as foolish. They understand that the outcome of a mere playoff does not signify much. They are rational beings who recognize that a previously obscure, third-rate academy team could inflict such serious harm on Chris. What, then, can be expected when facing teams that consistently advance to national competitions? How could one know the outcome without having fought? Eileen turned to Barrow, asking, Barrow, do you think her injuries will be serious? You've asked me that question 5 times since we stepped out, Barrow replied, exasperated. But then a sudden thought struck him, and a glint of excitement and cunning filled his eyes. If you're so concerned, why not simply visit the infirmary to check on her? Is that possible? Eileen's excitement was palpable. Have you ever heard of restrictions on visiting patients? Barrow snorted. Then let us go immediately. Eileen exclaimed, visibly eager. Right now. Are you not worried about disturbing the medical team tending to her? When shall we go, then? We can visit before bed, Barrow suggested. Before bed? Eileen found this a bit odd and couldn't help but look at Barrow. Will the infirmary even allow us in at such a late hour? What if we disturb the resting patients? Don't you have the basic exercises assigned by Professor Houston to complete? You claim you want to help Chris dominate the nation. Without diligent practice, you would be no better than the current members of the St. Dawn team, easily swatted aside. Barrow turned away, not bothering to look at Eileen. I have spent a considerable amount of time in the academy infirmary. I know it well and have good relations with the medical practitioners inside. The fewer people there are, the easier it is to gain entry. Indeed, I must practice diligently. Then we shall go after our evening training. Eileen declared enthusiastically, without questioning Barrow's words. For now, let's head to the commercial street. Barrow frowned. What do we need to do at the commercial street? To buy a gift? Eileen replied nonchalantly. Isn't it customary to bring a gift when visiting a patient? Barrow thought Eileen was quite foolish and troublesome. But considering he had successfully tricked him into accompanying him to the infirmary that evening, he merely huffed and followed Eileen toward the commercial street. Eileen. As they entered the commercial street, Eileen heard someone calling his name. He turned around, puzzled, only to find a plump man in a white chef's coat, his face beaming. Is that you? Eileen exclaimed, recognizing the owner of the bustling restaurant behind him. How come your supergiant fried pork chop shop is still open? How do you speak to me like that? The plump owner laughed, scolding Eileen lightly. My shop is thriving. How could I possibly close? Eileen observed the lively atmosphere. Indeed, the business seemed to be booming. But didn't everyone criticize you as a greedy merchant the other day? Many said they would never buy your fried pork chops again. How is it that your business is flourishing now? That's precisely because of you. Ha ha. Everyone heard you devoured a colossal fried pork chop, and now they flock here to see for themselves. Some even asked me to provide pork chops as large as the one you ate that day. The plump owner beamed with pride. By the way, you must be Eileen, the legendary glutton from the giant-eating bloodline. Right. I have a brilliant idea. How about you become our shop's spokesperson? You could come here every few days to perform your eating feats, and all the food you consume would be free. I could also offer you some extra compensation. What do you think? Sounds great. Eileen's eyes sparkled at the prospect of free food, and he turned to Barrow. Shall we buy some pork chops as gifts? Barrow's forehead twitched with annoyance. Have you ever seen anyone visit a patient bearing fried pork chops? Then what should we bring? Eileen asked eagerly. When visiting a girl, a little candy would suffice, Barrow suggested. He marveled at his own patience and temperament, attributing it to Professor Lister's influence. Although Eileen vehemently denied any connection to Professor Lister, Barrow suspected there was some unspoken secret between them. Eye in his eyes. Lister was the true leader of St. Dawn Academy, a figure he believed he could never surpass, and someone he absolutely could not offend. Candy. Eileen, blissfully unaware of Barrow's myriad thoughts, pondered for a moment before asking the beaming plump owner. Boss, what kind of candy do girls usually like? For girls, I know there's a shop up ahead that sells green packaged chocolate-filled candies and gummy bear crystal candies that are particularly popular. They are sure to be a hit with the ladies. The owner replied, Not many are aware of those too, and I usually keep it to myself. Thank you, boss, Eileen exclaimed, darting off toward the candy shop. Upon entering the green tin-roofed candy store, he approached an elderly man in his 50s and asked, Do you have those green packaged chocolate-filled candies? I'd like a pack, please. Yes, surprisingly, you look like a newcomer but possess good taste. However, they are on the top shelf. Let me grab a ladder. The owner complimented Eileen before climbing up to retrieve a pack of the desired candies. After catching his breath, he asked, Anything else you need? Eileen thought for a moment and said, I'll take another pack. The owner, slightly annoyed, replied, Why didn't you say so earlier? He begrudgingly fetched the ladder again to retrieve another pack. Cautiously, he inquired, "Are you sure you only want these 2 packs of chocolate-filled candies?" Eileen nodded affirmatively. The owner finally relaxed and put the latter away, only for Eileen to add, "Boss, I also want those gummy bear crystal candies next to the chocolate. I believe they are only up there as well." The owner, from the morning the competition concluded until the sun dipped below the horizon. Several of the most elite medical teams from St. Dawn Academy finally finished treating Chris and a few members of Nanjifeng Academy. After conducting a thorough round of checks, the most skilled and authoritative medical practitioner, Mr. Nanming, who oversaw the medical area, approached Chris's hospital room. After listening for a moment to Chris's steady and tranquil breathing, the stern man, who bore a scar on his forehead and appeared to be in his 30s, reiterated to the on-duty medical practitioners, "These individuals are gravely injured. We must exercise utmost caution in guarding them. As always, no one is to enter without proper authorization to prevent any unforeseen incidents, especially since this match took place at our academy, and we are responsible for their treatment. The members of Nanjifeng Academy are their prized assets. We cannot afford any mistakes." "Understood." A cadre of medical practitioners swiftly responded with gravity, their figures merely flickering before vanishing into the corridor beyond the ward. "Barrow, are you truly well acquainted with the medical staff here? Is it indeed your intention to take me to see Chris?" In the deep of night, as a dark cloud drifted ominously above the medical facility, Eileen, who was incessantly rubbing his arms and legs in the thicket behind the building, could not help but inquire of Barrow, who stood beside him. Not far ahead loomed the imposing walls of the medical establishment, and beside Barrow lay a rudimentary tunnel revealed through his efforts. "Could you refrain from being so bothersome? Have you not exhausted yourself with all those fundamental exercises?" Barrow flashed a bright smile, his teeth glimmering as he whispered, "The main entrance to the medical facility has long been secured. If we do not enter through here, where else can we go? Moreover, once inside, you must closely follow my lead and keep your voice down. I cannot guarantee that everyone within will extend me the courtesy I expect. Should you fail to heed my warnings, do not blame me if you do not encounter Chris." "Very well." With a heart heavy with foreboding, Eileen reluctantly nodded, following Barrow as they pushed aside the encumbering roots and vines. Stepping into the inky darkness of the tunnel, minutes later, a faint sound echoed through the corridor outside Chris's room. A panel used for garbage disposal at the stay as soon as Chris's voice echoed once more. Eileen finally discerned that a pale-faced sorceress in her 30s, with short hair, had her hand pressed firmly against his throat, cornering him against the wall. The sorceress trembled incessantly, unable to believe her own eyes. This was a highly protected medical ward, with combat sorcerers patrolling the perimeter. Thanks to Naming's explicit instructions, everyone here had been on high alert, yet the unimaginable had happened. Someone had infiltrated this space and had the audacity to feed something to Chris. Although upon bursting in, Eileen had already deduced from the scent that it was merely ordinary candy, which was why he refrained from retaliating against Eileen with excessive force. He now found himself drenched in cold sweat. Chris was the most elite student of the academy, an invaluable asset. He could scarcely fathom the consequences if an enemy had breached this area and offered Chris something harmful. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air pierced the silence as numerous dark figures descended upon the room, entering through the windows and doorway. Instantly, the once spacious room felt cramped. "How did you get in here?" "You actually managed to sneak in." All the sorcerers present wore expressions of utter shock and dismay. I came over from the rear wall. Observing the grim expressions on their faces, Alan anticipated severe repercussions. He discreetly winked at Chris, hoping to keep Belro's involvement under wraps and take the punishment alone. "Detail it," barked a sorcerer with a bandana tied around his head, his forehead bulging with veins. "There is a tunnel in the grove behind that connects to an underground sewer. Go check immediately to see if his first statement holds any truth," commanded the sorcerer. One figure shot out like a blur. And within a minute, returned through the window, confirming the existence of the tunnel. "How did you know there was a tunnel? What did you do upon entering?" Just as Eileen pondered how to respond, a sudden, sharp alarm rang out, resembling the shrill call of a bird. "What is happening?" All the sorcerers in the room stiffened, their expressions darkening further. "The injured members of the Nanjifeng Academy team have all vanished." Another sorcerer rushed in, looking utterly distraught. A side door opened. "Someone must have infiltrated while you were arriving and taken them all away." "What?" The lead sorcerer, still wearing his bandana, was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale. "The side door is open, and you didn't pursue." "We did pursue, but found nothing." The sorcerers surrounded the bewildered island. "Stay calm. We will handle this," a clear, melodic voice interjected. It's Jialan. The sorcerers exchanged glances, collectively exhaling in relief. Ferdinand awoke from his slumber, immediately sensing the bed was uncomfortably hard, a stark contrast to its previous softness. He then noticed stars twinkling overhead. He was no longer in a room, but rather in an open outdoor space. Shortly thereafter, he realized he was in the wilderness. Ah! He screamed, utterly bewildered. He and Riley should have been comfortably resting in the infirmary of the St. Dawn Academy. Yet now he found himself and his teammates bundled together in bedding. Discarded in a field overgrown with weeds, surrounded by ominous graves, he was in a cemetery. How could this be? At that moment, Clue was startled awake by his scream, equally confused and letting out a terrified cry. Humph! How dare you brazenly abduct people from St. Dawn Academy, showing me such disrespect? May you encounter misfortune. As the panicked cries of the Nanjifeng team echoed, a seemingly calm figure traversed the desolate woods bordering the cemetery. Muttering disdainfully to themselves, this fellow went to such lengths merely to vent frustration. Truly, they are bold enough to breach the beast enclosure. A languid voice soon echoed from the edge of the woods. To divert so many and bring them here, I never possessed such skill in my time. Lister, how shall we deal with this little rascal? Boomed the coarse voice of Minglu. Just a child's prank. It has nothing to be concerned about. Lister chuckled. I estimate it won't be long before you have the opportunity to discipline and correct them. Chapter 27. A Clear Path Ahead. Third update. After being taken from the infirmary, Alan found himself confined within a pitch-black iron room, with only a small window the size of a head. However, he felt no trepidation regarding potential punishment. Instead, having successfully seen Chris, his heart brimmed with boundless resolve. With a clear dream and goal to strive for, he felt invigorated and his existence suddenly took on meaning. Alan perceived that the path ahead had become distinctly illuminated. Even the starlight filtering through the small window appeared brighter and more beautiful than usual. First, he must defeat the other members of the Academy team and prove his worth to join them, although he had been thoroughly exhausted from basic training prior to reaching the infirmary. The very thought of this ignited a fire within him, compelling him to rise from the ground. In the cramped space, he began squatting, jumping, halting abruptly, and throwing punches, relentlessly practicing. As time passed, Alan felt as if he had emerged from water. His muscles and even his bones burned with a searing pain, to the point where each movement elicited a pained cry. What are you doing? The heavy iron door suddenly swung open, allowing a rush of fresh air to flood in. Standing at the entrance was Jialan, an elite instructor with a striking appearance, her brown hair cascading to her shoulders, complemented by a vibrant red scarf. Upon witnessing Alan's contorted visage, drenched in sweat, she gasped in surprise. I'm training, Alan panted, recognizing her. Fueled by determination, he declared, I want to join the Academy team and compete in the Starry Sky Warriors Cup. A newcomer desires to join the Academy team and partake in such a competition? Jialan recalled Alan's previous escapades with Belro and glanced at the current display of Alan's relentless spirit, feeling both a headache and astonishment. Did you watch the matches today? Have you seen how every participant could sustain serious injuries, even risking their lives? Aren't you afraid? Not at all. I want to face those formidable opponents and defeat them. Her incredulity deepened upon witnessing Alan's unflinching enthusiasm. No hint of fear or hesitation was evident in his eyes. Unable to suppress a quiet shake of her head, Jialan refrained from further lecturing him, merely stating, You may return to rest now. I can return to rest. Indeed, it has been determined that this matter does not involve you. However, should you wish to enter the infirmary again, you must first seek my permission. Otherwise, your reckless intrusion could jeopardize Chris's treatment and harm her recovery. Understood. I will definitely consult with Instructor Jialan before coming back. Alan was escorted by Jialan to the Academy's tree-lined path. After they had said their farewells, and she had taken a few steps away, he suddenly turned back, calling out to her, who had also turned a few steps away. Instructor Jialan, many powerful techniques require the refinement of elemental particles to be utilized, correct? Jialan turned back, her curiosity piqued as she regarded Alan, who appeared utterly exhausted yet still brimming with enthusiasm. She nodded. Of course, the true power of techniques lies in the combination of elemental particles and the gathered sorcery energy. Techniques that merely rely on physical movements to generate sorcery energy can only be considered sorcerer skills. Their potency pales in comparison to genuine techniques. Instructor Jialan, how does one refine elemental particles? Eileen, with an eager expression, inquired. Jianlan was momentarily taken aback. She had seldom been posed such a question, particularly from a newcomer so fervently ambitious. Most students were well aware that they would gradually acquire knowledge about cultivation and the essence of techniques through their courses, and it was generally understood that even the most gifted individuals need not concern themselves with such matters before the first year. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not have taken the time to explain these concepts to a novice who had just begun their journey. However, recalling some of Lister's remarks, and considering the boy's fervent and fearless gaze, her heart suddenly raced. You should already understand that the strength of the body is divided into two components. One is the power accumulated within the minute molecules of our being, and the other is the force derived from our mental will. As for the technique power, it pertains to the energy we can perceive from the external atmosphere. The process of refining technique essence requires us to concentrate our mental energy to absorb the external energy into our bodies, merging and compressing it with the power stored within our own molecules. Jianlan took a deep breath and looked at Eileen, stating, to reach the critical point of refining technique essence, two conditions must be fulfilled. First, you must possess sufficiently strong mental energy. Second, the strength stored within the molecules of your body must also be formidable. In simpler terms, only through relentless self-challenge and surpassing one's limits can one hope to continuously enhance both mental and physical strength, thus achieving that critical threshold more swiftly. Therefore, there are no shortcuts. The only path to becoming a practitioner lies in persistent hardship and practice. Eileen quickly grasped the concept and replied with fervor. There are no shortcuts. Jianlan nodded. Regular foundational training can steadily enhance your physical strength, while practicing basic techniques allows you to better sense the energy present in the as newcomers. You can only perceive and utilize external energy when you coordinate chanting with specific movements. You must refine your skills to the point where you can sense external energy without the need for chanting or unique movements. Only then will you have the potential to refine technique essence. Otherwise, if you cannot even perceive external energy, which is intangible, how can you possibly draw it into your body? Of course, once your mental and physical strength is sufficiently robust to reach the critical point for refining technique essence, the Academy will provide unique meditative practices to help you better sense and utilize external energy. After a brief pause, Jianlan looked at Eileen, who was listening intently, and continued, however, the most crucial aspect at that stage is how to maintain a heightened state of mental focus. I understand now. That will be a concern for later. For now, I must continually challenge myself and exceed my limits. Right, teacher? Your understanding is excellent, Jianlan remarked, suddenly recalling something. The teacher currently instructing you, Mr. Houston, though not among the Academy's most formidable instructors, possesses profound insights regarding the refinement of technique essence. He is one of the fastest individuals to achieve this among all the teachers. Really? Eileen questioned skeptically, but everyone says he isn't even considered an elite teacher. Shouldn't those who quickly refine technique essence be the most diligent and outstanding? Jianlan shook her head. The intensity of practice is merely one aspect. When it comes to combat, a practitioner's strength is determined by their innate understanding of techniques and their combat talent. Mr. Houston simply lacks a bit in the comprehension of techniques, unable to master some of the Academy's most powerful techniques. Is that so? If Mr. Houston is that impressive, then I shall surely progress even faster. Eileen felt a clearer path ahead, looking at Jianlan with excitement and fervor. Teacher, is 3 months feasible? 3 months. Jianlan hesitated, her shoulder-length brown hair billowing in the night breeze. It is highly unlikely. Is it impossible for one person? Eileen pressed on, undeterred. Across the entire duelist continent, only a very few legendary practitioners have achieved such a feat, Jianlan replied, gazing at Alien. In the history of our St. Dawn Academy, only one individual has awakened and successfully refined technique essence within a few months. Moreover, that predecessor possessed a pure dragon bloodline. Has anyone succeeded? Eileen exclaimed excitedly. Then I too shall strive for success. Jianlan was left speechless, under the swaying shadows of the trees. Eileen's departing figure appeared somewhat disheveled. Jianlan observed this weary yet seemingly invigorated silhouette, feeling a peculiar sensation. Previously, Eileen had appeared quite ordinary, indistinguishable from the other students of human lineage. However, upon engaging with Eileen, she experienced an odd feeling from the very start of their conversation. This sensation did not solely stem from the absence of fear and worry in Eileen's eyes, nor from the fact that beneath the starlit sky, there seemed to be nothing he feared. There was something else. She had struggled to identify this elusive quality until Eileen's figure began to fade from view. Reflecting on Eileen's exuberant smile, she finally realized the truth. Even the most audacious and fearless individuals, when contemplating the arduous path to becoming a practitioner, marked by relentless training and the taste of surpassing limits, would feel a twinge of apprehension, wouldn't they? Even she, when recalling those excruciating moments, more agonizing than death itself, felt discomfort. Yet, this boy, when faced with the inevitable hardships he must endure, appeared genuinely joyful, as though anticipating a series of delightful experiences. What sort of attitude was this? To advance swiftly, to surely refine technique essence, to surpass the other members of his team and join the academy squad. I must grow stronger. Under the starlit sky, Eileen, heading towards the ivy-clad dormitory, energetically waved his fists, brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 28. The existence of a little notebook, first update, in the early morning. The seemingly half-asleep Eileen walked alongside the unusually alert Barrow towards the path leading to the Thinkerstone Forest. Today was the day designated for Mr. Houston's assessment. Where did you go after the medical clinic last night? I didn't go anywhere, just wandered around. But those members of the South Monsoon team weren't taken by you, were they? The teachers who blocked me claimed that someone had lured them away, seizing the opportunity to take all those from the South Monsoon team. I suspect you deliberately led me to Claris, using me to distract those teachers so you could make your move. Of course not. Do I look like someone who would exploit their friends? Very much so. If it were me, would I be standing here calmly talking to you? Perhaps there are other reasons. Regardless, your actions are too suspicious. As they continued walking and talking, Eileen suddenly caught sight of a flash of red ahead at a fork in the road. Realizing it was Moss, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Moss, with his head down, had been anxiously pondering whether he would face another disastrous encounter in Mr. Houston's class that day. Upon hearing Eileen's voice and turning to see him approaching with excitement, he felt a sudden urge to disappear. Shorty, keep your distance. Don't you think I'm already unfortunate enough without you making Houston think we're in cahoots? Huh. Eileen, now just behind Moss, looked surprised. You seem even shorter than me. What? Moss, upon glancing at Eileen for just a second, nearly had his eyes pop out. He was astonished to find that Eileen seemed to have grown a bit taller. How could a shorty possibly surpass him in height? It was inconceivable. You must be wearing something. Are your feet fake? Severely impacted, Moss lunged at Eileen's feet, incredulously scrutinizing them, even removing Eileen's shoes to check for anything that might be causing Eileen's newfound height. To his dismay, everything about Eileen's feet appeared completely normal. Not bad. Just then, a sinister voice drifted from nearby. Mr. Houston, Moss, still crouching before Eileen, suddenly froze. The man, with his hair glistening in the shade not far away, sporting a smile that seemed to mock them, was none other than the notorious teacher Houston. How delightful it was, their intimacy reaching such heights, assisting one another in checking their footwear, as if they were the best of friends. I truly admire this mutual affection and support among classmates. Houston, smoothing his lustrous hair, chuckled meaningfully and then leisurely turned, sauntering into the stone forest of thinkers. After a moment of dazed silence, Moss erupted into a frenzied shout. Teacher Houston. Teacher Houston is not what you imagine him to be. I have no relation to these two individuals. We are certainly not allies. I was merely checking his feet. We are not close friends. Am I a fool? A soft, cold laugh drifted from the stone forest of thinkers. Even if one were a foot fetishist, they would hardly be keen on inspecting a man's feet. Moss truly felt as though he might perish. Most of the new students had arrived earlier than Eileen and the others, their moods rife with anxiety. Countless tales portrayed the test administered by the notorious teacher Houston as terrifying as the beasts of a giant's enclosure. Moreover, no one from other classes had dared to provoke him, yet within this class, Eileen existed, a source of Houston's utter despair. Consequently, the moment Houston's tall figure emerged among the gigantic white stones, many new students found their legs trembling uncontrollably. The ashen-faced Moss, the exuberant Eileen, and the indifferent Barrow appeared in succession. These three seemed up to some mischief. Just observing their expressions hinted that no good would come of it. What schemes might Teacher Houston have in store for them? Teacher Houston was the most image-conscious instructor in the academy. Previously, they had caused him to lose control, leaving him utterly humiliated, and the entire academy buzzed with tales of his disgrace. He could scarcely let the matter rest. Unbeknownst to them, the majority of the new students had already lumped Moss, Eileen, and Barrow together as a unit. Thus, another delightful day commenced. Once all the new students had gathered, Houston cleared his throat, striking a pose he deemed suave and aloof, proclaiming, as I reiterated just a few days ago, today is the day we assess your training achievements. I trust you are all immensely excited. Excited enough to weep, many new students thought, heads bowed in reflection. The motivation for training stemmed from witnessing one's own progress. I, Houston, am the most knowledgeable teacher in the entire St. Dawn Academy, and under my wise and efficient guidance, as long as you do not slack off, you will undoubtedly surpass the students of other classes by a significant margin. However, the crux lies in not being lazy. Should you dare to neglect the exercises I have prescribed, well, you are well aware of the consequences. Houston spoke with self-congratulatory flair, seeming to have completely emerged from the shadows of his previous episode with Eileen. Of course, I am also very eager to test your training results immediately. but there is one among you who is rather special. Prone to hunger, so we must attend to that before we commence the assessment. Upon hearing this, nearly all the new students felt a chill run down their spines, thinking, here it comes, it has finally begun. This is a treasured delicacy from the Northern Territories. Military jerky.it is crafted from the finest meat of the snow bears that roam the northern tundras. A delicacy only accessible to formidable battle mages tasked with guarding the north or undertaking missions there. Not only is it rich in nutrients, but it is also incredibly filling. A single piece can sustain a battle mage for several days. Houston smiled, his gaze entirely fixed on Eileen. Eileen, since you are prone to hunger, let us allow you to indulge in this before we begin the assessment. The more Houston's smile and voice softened as he spoke of the military jerky, the more apprehensive many new students felt. As he spoke, Houston began to reach into his chest to retrieve something. What? All the new students stared in bewilderment. Houston did not pull out military jerky, but rather a well-worn black leather-bound notebook. Its surface polished to a sheen from frequent use. Oh, wrong item. Noticing the peculiar looks from the students, Houston casually remarked, quickly shoving the notebook back into his clothing, extracting instead a large piece of jerky. The students stared in shock for a moment before erupting in chaos. Did you see that? He genuinely has a notebook. Teacher Houston indeed possesses a notebook. Houston, however, remained unfazed as he handed a substantial piece of reddish-brown northern military jerky to Eileen. Do you really want me to eat this? Eileen gazed at the jerky, its aroma enticing, yet he hesitated, meeting Houston's earnest gaze. Of course, this is my heartfelt offering, Houston said with unusual warmth. Rest assured, I vouch for its flavor. There are no laxatives or poisons within. Should anything unfortunate befall you, I will certainly bear responsibility. Eileen looked at him longingly and suggested, why don't you have a bite as well? You seem overly cautious. Yet, I appreciate caution, especially for mages on missions. The more careful one is, the less likely they are to fall victim to enemies, Houston remarked, then tore off a piece of jerky and began to eat. All the while encouraging. Everyone should learn from Eileen's cautious attitude. How hypocritical. Every word seemed to contradict itself, sending shivers down the spines of most new students. The taste is quite delightful. Eileen chewed the jerky, discovering it was delectable and not as tough as he had imagined, rich in flavor without being greasy or nauseating. How filling. After finishing the entire piece of jerky, Eileen suddenly felt something was amiss. His stomach seemed to swell, and he noticed it visibly expanding, growing astonishingly large, more exaggerated than the last time he had consumed hundreds of chicken legs, his abdomen feeling heavy. All right, let us commence the assessment now. Eileen, you shall go first, Houston stated, seemingly unfazed. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. All the new students understood Houston's cunning scheme. Having eaten to such fullness, it appeared that Eileen's body weighed twice as much as usual. Undertaking the assessment under such conditions would undoubtedly be detrimental. What on earth was this? What had been in that small piece of jerky to inflate Eileen, the glutton, to such a state? This could not possibly be ordinary military jerky. Only the legendary giant's nourishment could yield such effects. Teacher Houston, you have truly gone too far, an indignant voice rang out, and many could tell without turning their heads that it was Lin Luolan, who had dared to confront Houston previously. Oh, is that so? Houston looked at Lin Luolan with a faint expression of regret. It seems I accidentally grabbed the wrong item. But no matter, since you are familiar with giant's nourishment. You should also know that this legendary food from the realm of giants is highly nutritious and beneficial. Can we still assess under these conditions? Lin Luolan queried, her beautiful silver hair billowing with intensity. A glint of coldness flashed in Houston's eyes. Not to worry, I am still able. At that moment, however, Eileen casually patted his belly. A satisfied smile on his face, yet with a hint of concern. Won't he turn into a giant from eating this? Will I? Of course not. It will merely make your muscles more robust and enhance your appetite. This is a treasure I have preserved for years, when I have been reluctant to consume myself, Houston said in a tone that sent chills down the spines of most new students. Now, let us begin the assessment without delay. Chapter 29, The Youth Running for Dreams, Second Update. Today's assessment is quite simple. Houston habitually ran his fingers through his excessively waxed hair, pointing to a gigantic white stone behind him. Akin to a giant, all you need to do is sprint with all your might and see how many steps you can ascend on this stone, only with sufficient explosive power, speed, and body coordination can one climb higher. According to my customary standards for students, achieving a total of 9 steps will be considered passing. 9 steps. Upon hearing Houston's declaration, the faces of the majority of newcomers darkened. The assessment was indeed rather straightforward. The technical term for it was running the wall. It involved ascending straight up a wall towards the sky, an endeavor favored by many practitioners. as it bestowed the exhilarating sensation of sprinting into an endless expanse. Most newcomers were acutely aware that numerous speed and strength-imbued practitioners could effortlessly ascend any vertical wall of the St. Dawn Academy without utilizing any elemental particles, dashing straight up to the highest rooftops. However, for them, the 9 steps seemed exceedingly daunting. The massive stone selected by Houston was slightly inwardly inclined, devoid of any discernible footholds, which heightened the difficulty for them. It was utterly insidious and treacherous. Especially upon witnessing Eileen's prominently rounded belly, many newcomers found themselves cursing this merciless teacher in their hearts. The higher one ascended, the more severe the fall. Not only was Eileen unlikely to surpass the 9 steps, but even if he did, with a belly so full, wouldn't he fall and regurgitate like a fountain? Just 9 steps to pass. Houston, when you guided formidable students capable of joining the Academy's teams, how far could they surge during this test? Yet, what baffled most newcomers was that upon hearing Houston's words, Eileen appeared utterly exhilarated, eagerly inquiring about the challenge. So much chatter. Houston silently cursed, although his face retained a benevolent demeanor as he smiled and said, "Those exceptional individuals from previous years, during my first test, could typically surge up to 15 steps. Very well, I shall challenge their record," Eileen declared, fiercely clenching his fists, his gaze fixated solely upon that stone. With a resounding thud, a heavy footfall echoed across the open space of the Thinker's Stone Forest, causing every heart to skip a beat. All eyes were drawn to the cloud of dust that erupted beneath Eileen's feet, resembling a splash of water. How could such power be possible? Houston's smile froze, his heart filled with an ominous premonition. Thud, thud, thud. The rapid footfalls sounded like drumbeats, initially heavy, then swiftly lightning. The astonished gazes of all. The swiftly running Eileen even left behind a residual shadow. How could such explosive power and speed exist? Houston, of course, perceived things differently from the newcomers. The instant Eileen made his first powerful leap, he recognized that Eileen's strength vastly exceeded his expectations. As Eileen accelerated, Houston's expression of pride morphed entirely into shock. Eileen's first step officially landed upon the white giant stone, accompanied by an exuberant shout. Amid the gazes of nearly all newcomers, who regarded him as if he were a monster, he continued to shout in delight, sprinting towards the sky. His body ascended rapidly, reaching a height that left everyone in disbelief. And he let out a distorted cry before plummeting down. With a resounding splash, to the greater astonishment, he did not collapse. Instead, at his highest point, he performed a somersault, landing on the ground, merely placing his hands down briefly before standing up unscathed. How could he ascend so many steps and still maintain his balance upon landing? Houston's frantic scream pierced the air. A person who believed they had the upper hand, only to be repeatedly thwarted by the same individual, would undoubtedly suffer immense psychological torment, as evidenced by Houston's current state. The small teacher had even begun to tug at his own hair in frustration. How many steps did he ascend? All newcomers instinctively turned their gazes toward the white giant stone. The stone bore clear imprints of dust from footsteps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. A chorus of gasps erupted. 16 steps, as Houston's frantic voice echoed. Eileen was intensely focused on counting, and upon realizing he had ascended a full 16 steps, he erupted in joyful exclamation, "Houston, teacher, I ran 16 steps. I broke the record." Houston's heart felt as though it were bleeding. Witnessing Eileen's exuberance made him feel as though his face had been trampled anew. Was this some enemy sent to torment him? Such thoughts flickered through his mind. Although he had previously guided some exceptional students who, during their first tests, could indeed reach 15 or 16 steps. The crux lay in the fact that Eileen's belly was still so distended. What sort of lineage did this individual possess? Was his training truly more rigorous than that of the formidable students from before? How could he ascend so many steps and still maintain his stability upon landing? Houston, feeling faint, unconsciously repeated the question. "I've been practicing by crashing into trees and trying to land upright when I tumble down," Eileen explained earnestly. "Crashing into trees? Why not practice something more beneficial?" "No. I complete the basic exercises assigned by the teacher first, then practice crashing into trees afterward." "You managed to finish your foundational exercises and still add extra practice?" Houston, panting heavily, felt that continuing the conversation with Eileen would surely lead to another loss of reason. "Each of you, proceed with your assessments. Those who cannot reach 9 steps shall run 10 laps around the Thinker's Stone Forest before returning." He turned away, refusing to look at Eileen's face, suppressing the impulse to vomit blood, and issued this command. One by one, the newcomers began their assessments, their suppressed cries of pain mingling with the sound of heavy falls. Only a few managed to surpass 9 steps, as increasingly more newcomers exited to run. The Thinker's stone forest was vast, and a single lap was an arduous endeavor. 10 laps were an inhumane ordeal. Yet among the dwindling crowd, Barrow appeared unaffected, his eyes, concealed behind glasses, fixated on Lin Luolon nearby. He was keenly interested to see how many steps Lin Luolon, evidently possessing high elven blood, could achieve in such a test. Amid his eager anticipation, Lin Luolon finally commenced her assessment, taking off at a run. Not too few, not too many. Lin Luolon dashed up to the giant stone, managing a total of 9 steps before landing. Returning silently to her starting position. Was it a desire to conserve energy or a deliberate show of restraint? Barrow murmured, finding himself somewhat disenchanted as he began to run as well. At that moment, another newcomer had initiated their assessment. However, this individual discovered that Barrow effortlessly surpassed him, running ahead. The newcomer, astonished, halted, only to witness Barrow swiftly cover 9 steps on the stone before landing with his hands clasped behind his back. Moss was among the last to participate in the assessment. Outside the Thinker's stone forest, he had already suffered a grievous blow, and Eileen's remarkable achievement of 16 steps left his mind in a haze. Entering St. Dawn Academy, with a fraction of giant bloodline inherited, he had believed he would undoubtedly become a legendary practitioner in the Academy's history, far surpassing his peers. However, upon discovering that Lin Luolon's bloodline talent exceeded his own, he had already begun to feel disheartened. Now, the very Eileen he had always looked down upon, who he believed would amount to nothing but a waste of tuition, had proven to be astonishingly formidable. "Moss, you can do it," Eileen shouted enthusiastically upon seeing Moss take the stage. Moss had been in a daze, but upon seeing Eileen cheer for him, coupled with Houston's envious glare, he realized that henceforth, no matter what he said, the small teacher would never believe him, and Eileen were not friends with Barrow. He was oblivious to how he ran, unaware of how he found himself on the stone. And only when he heavily fell to the ground did he realize he had only managed to run 7 steps. "Teacher Houston, may I run 10 laps as well?" Eileen suddenly inquired after all newcomers had completed their assessments, and those who had not passed had exited the Thinker's stone forest. Houston stumbled, nearly falling. "Are you truly an enemy sent to toy with me?" Houston clenched his teeth, suppressing the urge to voice his thoughts, and gestured for Eileen to proceed as he wished. Eileen immediately sprang into action, invigorated by the invitation. Meanwhile, a despondent Moss, while jogging around the stone forest of the Thinker, experienced a sense of liberation. He relished the thought of no longer having to face the diminutive figure that had dealt him such a crushing blow. Even the punishment of running felt less burdensome. "Moss, let us run together," a familiar voice called out, causing him to spin around and leap several meters away in alarm. "You little imp, are you a ghost? You just let up, will you? I've been punished enough already. And yet you still follow me. Keep your distance. I don't wish to see you." Eileen, however, could not comprehend Moss's attitude and continued to launch into sprint after sprint. "Come on. I must grow stronger. I must condense the essence of magic particles." Under the sunlight, his figure darted forward, beads of crystalline sweat flying from him. Chapter 30. Unleashing Potential, 3rd Update. After suffering another heavy blow, the teacher Houston drifted through the day's classes as if in a dream. The giant's sustenance was indeed a rare treasure. A single piece was sufficient to sustain a team of magicians on a week-long mission without concern for food. In hazardous wilderness missions, particularly when engaging other magicians, many edible items could easily be traps set by adversaries. He had squandered his precious giant's sustenance in a bid to ensure Eileen failed the assessment, intending to punish him until he was utterly exhausted. Yet, to his astonishment, Eileen not only passed the assessment but actively sought punishment, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion during the running exercises, more so than any other newcomer. This left Houston utterly baffled. As the sun set and class was dismissed, Houston felt an urgent need to return home and gather his thoughts. Otherwise, he might question his own sanity. "Mr. Houston." Suddenly, Eileen's voice rang out again. Houston turned to see Eileen, looking like an obedient child, standing not far from him. "What is it now? I'd like to ask, Mr. Houston, how can I condense the essence of magic particles more swiftly?" "What?" Houston nearly fell to the ground. "I've heard that although you're not considered a formidable elite teacher, and your fighting prowess is rather lacking, you are quite adept at condensing magic particles. You were among the fastest to achieve this feat." Eileen said earnestly. "So, could you share some techniques and practice methods to expedite the condensation of magic particles?" Magic particles? And now he was pondering this. Even if one were to inquire, it was unwise to mention that Houston wasn't a particularly impressive elite teacher. After all, his pride was at stake. and such remarks were akin to slapping him in the face. It was utterly humiliating. Houston felt a surge of frustration wash over him. The newcomers erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Houston felt a tearful impulse rising within him, as if his face had been trampled upon countless times in that moment. It took him several minutes to regain his composure. Since you've shown me such disrespect. Don't blame me for being ruthless, he roared inwardly, though his expression remained amiable. Condensing the essence of magic particles occurs in 2 stages. The first phase involves training your body and mental strength to reach the critical point necessary for condensation. Once you achieve the requisite strength, the second phase is to concentrate your mental energy and condense the magic particles. Given your current situation, focus solely on reaching that critical point for your body and mental strength. Understood. Eileen nodded vigorously, finding Houston's explanation increasingly clear. To complete the first stage, the only path was through relentless self-overcoming and rigorous training, pushing his body to its limits, with narrowed eyes. Houston added, however, if you truly wish to expedite your progress and surpass your limits, there's but one method. You must challenge yourself in the most intolerable circumstances. The most intolerable circumstances? Eileen queried, puzzled. Houston glanced at Eileen's stomach and remarked, for instance, are you not most afraid of hunger? Do you not find the sensation of an empty stomach to be unbearable? Eileen nodded vigorously. Indeed, if you can endure 2 hours without food, then push yourself to endure 3. If you can withstand half a day, extend it to a full day. By resisting extreme hunger and training or battling under such conditions, you will continuously surpass your limits and extract the final vestiges of potential from your body. Was this how the former teacher Houston had once challenged his own limits? Eileen gazed at Houston with admiration. Certainly. To swiftly condense magic particles and become a true magician, one must extract the power from every minuscule molecule within their body. Akin to a sponge, the drier it becomes, the more water it can absorb on the next occasion, Houston proclaimed, though inwardly he thought, even if I cannot achieve this, starving you will still yield favorable results. Thank you, teacher. I will strive diligently. As night fell, Lister perched atop a slender branch of a giant tree within the giantwood forest. The branch was no thicker than a thumb, and as Lister sat precariously upon it, swaying in the night breeze, it appeared as though it might snap at any moment, or that he could tumble from it at any instant. Yet, neither scenario transpired. An unusual current of wind swept through the giantwood forest, resembling a transparent giant python, and settled opposite Lister, revealing Kate standing firmly on a slender branch. Poised on that delicate limb, Kate remained remarkably steady, akin to a heavy stone, while strangely, the branch beneath him seemed to transform alongside him, becoming immovable. Don't you think this is a waste of magic particles? Lister remarked lazily, stretching his limbs as he cast a glance at Kate. I'm not like you, a creature always poised for battle in peak condition. In a safe place like St. Dawn Academy, wasting a few magic particles isn't a grave concern, Kate replied with a smile, then turned serious. Today, Houston conducted a wall-running assessment for the new students. Eileen managed to take 16 steps on the stone we often used during our assessments. Impressive. Lister clapped his hands, chuckling. That's quite an unexpected achievement. Even more astonishing was the speed of his progress and recovery. Kate observed Lister, who seemed unfazed, and continued gravely. When I saw him a few days ago, his strength and speed were insufficient for him to run more than 10 steps. You must have noticed. His recovery is significantly faster than the average person, indicating he can practice longer or has more time to train. Even someone with Minglu's physique appears to pale in comparison to him. Lister stroked his chin and smiled. Such recovery abilities typically belong only to those with pure barbarian bloodlines. Yet he clearly does not possess such lineage, which leaves me perplexed. Not only his recovery ability but also his capacity to learn is remarkably strong. Kate inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Lister. I just taught him exploding air wave, and after only a few instructions, he grasped it quite well. Only minor details regarding its power remain. Are you suggesting he has dragon lineage? Lister shook his head. If he did, Senior May from our library would have noticed by now. Although his remarkable physical and learning abilities resemble those of high-ranking dragon bloodlines, it's evident that his magical prowess does not match their strength. Even a dragon magician in the awakening stage would demonstrate significantly greater power than ordinary bloodlines. Indeed, the most formidable aspect of dragon bloodlines lies in their exceptional magical power and magic particles. The same secret techniques executed by them exhibit far greater potency. Kate concurred with Lister, though his expression grew even more perplexed. Oh, what mysterious bloodline does he possess? If I were you, I wouldn't waste my mental energy pondering this. In time, the answer will reveal itself. Lister chuckled. It is sufficiently certain that he is indeed special, much like Chris, a rare genius at our St. Dawn Academy. That is all that matters. However, witnessing this fellow's performance, I could not help but ponder the matter further. Kate shook her head in distress and turned to list. One last question. It appears that Senior May has already taken a liking to Chris and passed on his secret arts to her. You have clearly held Chris in high regard before, and she evidently possesses the courage to risk her life for victory. She should be quite suitable for cultivating your sacred techniques. Why not attempt to teach her and see if she can grasp them? A simple reason, List replied. If I were to teach her and she were to succeed, she would undoubtedly dare to employ them, but her body would not withstand the strain, and she would perish. Exploding wave. In a clearing within the giantwood forest, having already drenched himself in sweat, Eileen suddenly swung his left hand horizontally and thrust his right fist forward, with a deep, resonant incantation. His hands moved so swiftly that a series of afterimages trailed behind them. A thunderous explosion erupted. As his punch reached its climax, he exerted force once more, as though he were unleashing something tangible. The recoil sent his entire body vibrating. A visible gust of wind, akin to a shockwave, surged forth from his fist, crashing into the trunk of a large tree. The hard bark yielded a white crater, sending dozens of bark fragments flying. Remarkable. Eileen's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld the shattered bark. I'm so hungry. In the next moment, he clasped his stomach, a frown of despair etched upon his face. The insatiable hunger that gnawed at every minuscule particle in his body seemed far from sated. The massive meal he had consumed earlier that day had already been digested, leaving him feeling hollow and slightly faint with hunger. At that moment, he suddenly heard an unusual sound echoing through the giantwood forest, faintly resembling Belro's voice. Chapter 31. Frenzy in the Night. First update. Belro. Eileen's voice rang out through the giantwood forest, mingling with the rustling leaves stirred by the gentle breeze, creating an oddly eerie atmosphere. Belro's nightly escapades had always been shrouded in mystery. During practice, Eileen could never locate him, and he never returned until late at night. No one knew what he did during those hours, following the sound. Eileen traversed several hundred meters, only to find Belro standing in a clearing amidst the trees. Before Belro stood 4 boys of varying heights, clearly upperclassmen. The atmosphere between Belro and these 4 seniors felt decidedly off. Zenowai. Eileen sensed familiarity with one of the burly newcomers, a blonde freshman towering above both him and Belro. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly recalled that this was the very individual Belro had ambushed in the 3rd cafeteria. Excellent. This fellow happens to be here. This is simply perfect. Upon seeing Eileen burst from the trees, the burly blonde boy immediately grinned menacingly, clenching his fists. What's going on? Eileen leaped to Belro's side. Inquiring nervously, he noticed that, aside from Zenowai, he had never seen the other 3 before. One had a towering ponytail and was so slender that his green academy jacket appeared excessively large on him. Another had an average build but sported a bowl haircut, his hair appearing meticulously neat, lending him a somewhat comical aspect. The last was handsome, with the collar of his jacket turned up high, obscuring half of his face, and his hands perpetually shoved into his pockets. Upon closer inspection, it seemed he bore the telltale signs of sleepless nights, with dark circles under his eyes. Can't you discern the situation? Belro adjusted his glasses and casually gestured toward the 4 before them. Since you've conveniently arrived, let me introduce you. This is Zenowai, whom we previously dealt with in the 3rd cafeteria. You should be familiar with him. The other 3 are his accomplices, brought here to exact revenge on me. The slender one with the ponytail is Jabai Y, the bowl-cut fellow is Yuhu, and the one with the upturned collar is Difei. 2 are in their 2nd year, and 1 is in his 3rd. Last time, you were caught off guard. Belro. You've stirred up enough trouble for many to grow weary of you. If we don't teach you a lesson, you might really think you're the king of our St. Dawn Academy. Upon hearing Belro's words, Zenowai sneered coldly. Today, if you obediently lick our boots and call us boss from now on, paying your protection fee monthly, we might just let you off. Let us not do this. We're all classmates. Eileen interjected suddenly. Zenowai, feeling quite pleased, was momentarily at a loss for words. Idiot. Either run now or join me in beating these guys. Belro's glasses glinted menacingly. Do you really think they let us go? Zenowai erupted in laughter. Difei and the others are here. Even if you run, can you escape? They were all upperclassmen, undoubtedly far superior to them in strength. Eileen gazed at the 3 upperclassmen as if they were mere trifles, stating, how could we possibly defeat them? Belro scoffed disdainfully, impulsively retorting, how can you know you cannot win if you haven't fought? Even if I think about it, I'm certain we cannot win, Eileen said, taking a few steps forward with a pitiful expression. Honestly, I'm not well acquainted with him. Would you be so kind as to spare me? Brave warriors. Is this really happening? Zenowai was taken aback. At that moment, Eileen bent down, seemingly genuinely afraid of being beaten, adopting a submissive demeanor. Belro's expression turned grim, but in that fleeting instant. To everyone's astonishment, Eileen rolled with astonishing speed. And before anyone could comprehend his intentions, he sprang up from the ground with a burst of energy, leaving behind a series of afterimages, and with a resounding smack, landed a punch squarely on Zenowai's jaw. Ah! Zenowai's scream barely escaped his lips before a shocking crash reverberated through the air. As Eileen's shoulder collided forcefully with Zenowai's chest, Zenowai flew backward like a ragdoll, while Eileen skillfully used the momentum to flip himself and retreated a few steps back to Belro's side. Belro was momentarily speechless. The three upperclassmen, seemingly oblivious to Eileen's swift change in fortune, stood frozen in shock. Zenowai, heavily crashing to the ground, continued to wail, unable to rise. "You actually ambushed me." Belro regarded Eileen with the eyes of a stranger, but suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, pointing at the downed Zenowai. "Zenowai, you fool. After being ambushed once, you failed to learn your lesson, and now you've been caught off guard again, unable to rise. If I were you, I'd just find a tree in this giantwood forest and hang myself. You too. Do you think we're invisible?" The bowl-cut Yuhu coldly raised his head, his expression darkening as he uttered those words, while the other two remained silent, watching Belro and Eileen with the predatory gaze of a cat eyeing a mouse. "Time's nearly up." At that moment, Belro tilted his head to gaze at the night sky, removed his glasses, and murmured to himself, "Consider yourselves unlucky." "What did you say? It seems you truly wish to die." Yuhu had previously dismissed Belro and Eileen, but witnessing Eileen's successful ambush on Zenowai had already embarrassed him. Now, Belro's arrogant demeanor only fueled his rage further. "Who will go first?" But Belro appeared to have heard none of Yuhu's furious outburst, merely casting a contemptuous glance at the three of them, declaring, "What s with his eyes?" At that moment, everyone present suddenly noticed that Belro's eyes had turned blood red, emanating a crimson glow. Just as Yuhu prepared to charge forward, he instinctively recoiled upon catching sight of Belro's glowing eyes. Fear gripping him. "What's wrong? Aren't you upperclassmen here to bully the lowerclassmen? You worthless cowards. Are you afraid now?" Eileen had yet to inquire about Belro's situation when he saw Belro charge forward, heading straight for Yuhu. Whirlwind stab. In an instant, his figure appeared before Yuhu, leaving behind a trail of red light in the air. Smack. In a sudden explosion of air, two figures staggered backward, each retreating in their own direction. Yuhu took 3 steps back, clutching his right arm with his left hand, a grimace of pain etched on his face. However, Bei Luo staggered back 6 or 7 steps before finally steadying himself, his right arm hanging limply, as if it had gone numb from the shock. Yet, this was not enough to deter Yuhu, whose expression relaxed immediately. Crackstone chaotic shadow fist. He propelled himself forward with a fierce leap, his hair billowing upward, and his hands began to strike the air repeatedly. Countless shadows of fists materialized in the atmosphere, resembling a wall of fists bearing down upon Bei Luo. Impressive. Eileen clenched his fists, unable to discern which pair truly belonged to Yuhu. Just then, Yuhu and the other 2 senior students' pupils constricted, each letting out a startled cry. Standing motionless, Bei Luo suddenly wore a sinister grin. His dark green hair stood on end like needles, and a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds erupted from within him. An astonishing heat radiated from his body, as if a monstrous creature were gasping for breath. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified to the point of forming beams of light, while his muscles rapidly expanded, bulging ominously. His body bent slightly as he grew larger, and his once loose school uniform strained against the pressure, emitting a sound as if it were about to tear apart. Beast blood frenzy. The silent Jabaiwai, with his skyward braids, gasped. This fellow bore the bloodline of a high-ranking beastman. Beastman bloodline. No wonder he spoke the word also during the competition. Eileen stared at the transformed Bei Luo, his eyes wide in disbelief. Wrath of the Azura. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Bei Luo appeared utterly transformed. As Yuhu's advance faltered for an instant, Bei Luo clasped his hands together and, in a frenzy, struck the ground 3 times with all his might. Waves of blood-red energy surged into the earth, causing Eileen to feel the ground tremble violently, and the land between Bei Luo and Yuhu split apart, with one of Yuhu's feet caught in the fissure, causing his entire body to tilt dangerously, nearly toppling over. Without a moment's pause, Bei Luo leapt up like a wild beast, his hands clawed as he lunged toward Yuhu. His speed had more than doubled. Ah! Yuhu screamed in terror. He had no time to evade Bei Luo's assault, feeling as though Bei Luo's fingers, glistening with cold light, were poised to rip out his heart. Twin serpent strangle. At that moment, 2 fiery serpents suddenly manifested in the air, coiling around Yuhu's body and crashing into Bei Luo from either side. With a thunderous explosion, the serpents erupted into countless tiny flames, sending Bei Luo staggering back several steps, his body bowing slightly, resembling an upright giant wolf, his blood-red eyes fixated on the space behind Yu Hu. Just behind Yu Hu, less than a meter away, stood Difei, his collar raised to obscure half his face, luminous with brilliant purple-red energy particles. This fellow had already condensed his energy particles. Eileen gazed at the shimmering crimson light, astonished and envious. Chapter 32. Laying down the burden. Second update. I didn't expect you to possess a portion of Beastman bloodline. Difei approached Yu Hu, calmly observing the transformed Bei Luo. Yet you have not yet condensed your energy particles. You must understand the vast difference in power between those who have and have not. Therefore, I advise you to abandon all hope. What should we do, Bei Luo? Eileen cried out, noticing Bei Luo standing still, lost in thought. This is infuriating. Bei Luo sprang back to Eileen's side, whispering in a voice only they could hear. This Difei is more formidable than I anticipated. I might not be able to defeat him alone, and that Jabaiwai, although he has yet to condense his energy particles, is on the brink of doing so. His family runs a training hall, so his physical skills are far superior to average practitioners. Most ordinary mages may struggle against him, and his strength is not far from Difei's. We must join forces to ambush Difei if we hope to stand a chance. These two are devious. Let's not waste our breath with them. Just as Bei Luo and Eileen plotted in secret, a grim-faced Jabaiwai approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with Difei. Let's take them down first. A wave of dread washed over Bei Luo and Eileen, their expressions falling. Both turned their gazes toward Yu Hu. Yu Hu instinctively exclaimed, stepping back a pace. He realized Bei Luo and Eileen's intention, since they could not win anyway. They might as well take down the weakest among them. Isn't it shameful for an upperclassman who has condensed energy particles to bully two freshmen? At that moment, a figure suddenly leaped down from a large tree. Silver white hair shimmering under the starlight. Lin Luolon? Eileen recognized the newcomer with delight. How does this fellow always appear just in time to stand up for others? Could he be harboring feelings for Eileen? Bei Luo could not help but mutter under his breath. Itsu. What? Do you want a medal? Difei regarded Lin Luolon with an expressionless gaze. In any academy, students with special bloodline powers are exceedingly rare. Those endowed with unique bloodlines often become the elite of the school. Someone like Lin Luolon, whose high-level elven bloodline is apparent even at first glance, naturally garnered fame upon entering the academy. Known by both freshmen and seniors alike, you need not engage in such trivial matters. Lin Luolon approached Eileen and Bei Luo, coldly addressing Difei. Every freshman as rude as you. Difei glanced at Lin Luolon, lowering his head, seemingly disinterested in engaging with him. However, in that moment of looking down, his body suddenly moved. In a flash, he was mere meters away from Lin Luolon. Twin serpent strangle, again. Two fiery serpents appeared in the air. Crack. Lin Luolon's crossed arms slid back several meters. The fabric of St. Dawn Academy's uniform, made of unknown materials, did not catch fire, but Lin Luolon's hands were burned a bright red, trembling uncontrollably from the impact. Much like the day he defended against Houston's strike, his once fair complexion bore several burns, leaving distinct red marks behind. If you don't want trouble, leave immediately. Difei, with a fraction of his face still hidden by his collar, regarded Lin Luolon with a dismissive gaze. You should understand a fundamental truth. Regardless of your bloodline talents, the disparity in cultivation cannot be bridged. I have condensed my energy particles, while you have not, rendering you all beneath me, incapable of being my opponents. Lin Luolon, how are you holding up? This guy is insufferably arrogant. Eileen fumed, nearly beside himself with rage. Had Bei Luo not restrained him, he would have charged forward. Lin Luolon remained silent. His fury was palpable, but his features, more beautiful than any girl's, gave him an air of chilling composure, radiating a cold, glinting aura. He fixed his gaze on Difei and began to remove his clothing. What is he doing? Eileen wondered aloud, puzzled. Is he attempting to seduce him? Seducing my foot? He a guy. Bei Luo smacked Eileen on the head. What is this? Difei and Jabaiwai exchanged confused glances, unsure of Lin Luolon's intentions. But as Lin Luolon shed his uniform, they collectively gasped in shock. Adorning Lin Luolon's body and legs were numerous heavy, solid objects, mage weight blocks. In the next second, Jabaiwai's eyes widened in disbelief as he uttered the name of the objects. What are mage weight blocks? Eileen asked, astonished, watching Lin Luolon remove the items. Mage weight blocks are additional weights that mages attach to their bodies during training to enhance their physical capabilities. Each block is incredibly heavy and is typically not used until one has become a mage. Bei Luo explained, his brows furrowed deeply, his blood-red eyes betraying a hint of unease. You actually wore so many mage weight blocks. Difei suddenly felt a chill enveloping his body, just as he uttered those words. The silhouette of Lin Luolan had vanished from his sight in an instant. His breath caught in his throat, and the purplish-red energy particles beneath his feet flickered, propelling him forward by more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. As he turned, Lin Luolan's figure reappeared where he had once stood. "You!" Difei exclaimed in a mix of shock and fury. After removing all of his weight-reducing artifacts, Lin Luolan's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering him unable to perceive her movements. So fast, AI Lin's eyes widened. It seemed as if Lin Luolan had materialized behind Difei in the blink of an eye. Were it not for Difei's quick reflexes, he would have surely been struck from behind. Those of high elf lineage indeed possessed unparalleled speed and agility that surpassed all other bloodlines. Beilu wore an expression of knowing amusement, baring his teeth like a beast. "AI Lin, assist me in detaining Ji Bai Wei, while I handle you who. After that, I shall help you with Ji Bai Wei or Lin Luolan a hand against Difei." Before AI Lin could respond, Beilu had already dashed forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he charged towards Uhu.is. This the true strength of high elf lineage, to possess such terrifying speed even at the sorcerer level? Difei lost sight of Lin Luolan once more, instinctively employing the windwalk technique. In that moment, as he was swept away by the gusts, he felt several strands of hair snap. A shadow of a hand brushing perilously close to his neck. Cold sweat beaded down his back, and the whirlwind he conjured did little to dry it. You are correct. There is indeed a significant disparity in power between those who can condense energy particles and those who cannot. Yet, that is merely a difference in striking power, Lin Luolan stated coldly, her gaze fixed on the pale-faced Difei amidst the tempest. However, should you fail to land a blow on me, then no matter how great your power, it is utterly futile. At that moment, AI Lin had already confronted Ji Bai Wei. It appeared Ji Bai Wei shared Beilu's intentions, keen to dispatch AI Lin swiftly before rushing to assist Difei. As AI Lin charged toward him, Ji Bai Wei accelerated in response. Whirlwind fury. At the precipice of their collision, AI Lin unexpectedly extended his hand, unleashing the rapid and wide-reaching spiral gale. But just as 10 wind whips crossed and swept outward, AI Lin found himself devoid of Ji Bai Wei's presence. Ji Bai Wei had inexplicably toppled to the side, and as he neared the ground, he pivoted on his right hand, executing a spin that culminated in a kick aimed at AI Lin. Bang! AI Lin was sent flying as though he were a mere piece of wood struck by Ji Bai Wei's kick. After sending AI Lin sprawling, Ji Bai Wei swiftly regained his footing. Scanning the scene, he beheld Yu, bloodied and battered, nearly cowering in a futile attempt to shield himself from Beilu's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Difei was desperately evading Lin Luolan's ghostly appearances. Devoid of opportunity to counterattack, however, he believed he could withstand the onslaught until his energy particles were nearly depleted. Thus, he resolved to take down Beilu first, and then the three of them would confront Lin Luolan together. That hurts. Beilu was right. You are indeed formidable. Yet, he was taken aback as a voice echoed. AI Lin had risen once more, rubbing his abdomen as he approached. So resilient, Ji Bai Wei could hardly comprehend. He was exceedingly confident in his strength, certain that no ordinary student could rise after a blow from his whirlwind disc, vacuum wave, chaotic dance of leaves. With a cry of agony, AI Lin was propelled once again. Having been struck by multiple blows, vacuum wave, isn't that a technique of teacher Kate? How can this newcomer already wield spiral gale and vacuum wave? Ji Bai Wei mused, touching his face, which stung from the airwaves. This guy is utterly insufferable, employing Chris's techniques against me. As AI Lin crashed heavily to the ground, nearly losing consciousness, his emotions were entirely different. Just moments ago, he had discerned Ji Bai Wei's technique, only to be caught off guard. Further infuriated by the fact that this technique had been used by Chris in the competition. I refuse to believe I cannot strike you, despite the darkness encroaching upon his vision and cold sweat pouring down his face. AI Lin stubbornly stood once more. You can still rise. Ji Bai Wei was momentarily taken aback by AI Lin's unexpected resurgence. Chapter 33, The New Trio, Third Update. AI Lin's performance left even Beilu, who had just delivered a powerful blow to Yuhu's abdomen, momentarily stunned. Let us observe first. Amidst Yuhu's cries of anguish, Beilu paused, intrigued, refraining from rushing toward Difei or AI Lin at once. AI Lin, breathless and barely coherent, charged again at Ji Bai Wei. Willow dance strike. Ji Bai Wei's figure suddenly appeared to AI Lin's left, but in the next instant, he was on the right. The speed was so overwhelming that 3 apparitions of Ji Bai Wei materialized before AI Lin. One in front, one to the left, and one to the right. I'm about to be sent flying again. It seems I won't be getting up this time. Upon witnessing Ji Bai Wei execute such a high-level technique, Beilu shook his head, a smirk of schadenfreude spreading across his face. However, AI Lin's eyes were devoid of Ji Baiwei's presence, for he had no time to spare for such observations. All that filled his sight was an unwavering fervor for battle. At that moment, every fiber of his being felt like it might splinter into 100 pieces from the pain, yet he remained taut, waiting for his opportunity. Here it comes. His senses were sharper than ever. A fist, carried by a tempest, surged toward his right side, aimed directly at his abdomen. This was the moment he had been anticipating. "Ah!" he shouted, disregarding the incoming punch aimed at his belly, and with all of his might, he unleashed a powerful kick with his left leg. If he could not evade, he might as well counterattack while his opponent struck. This tactic had been inspired by the memory of Chris in that match against Clue, a strategy of mutual destruction. Smack! Ji Baiwei's fist collided with AI Lin's abdomen, but almost simultaneously. AI Lin's kick landed squarely on Ji Baiwei's waist. A heart-wrenching pain surged through Ji Baiwei, radiating from his waist and permeating his entire being, overwhelming his mind. His once graceful form, akin to a willow swaying in the breeze, lost all control and he was hurled backward. As their bodies separated, both flew away, stunned. Beilu, who had been enjoying the spectacle, now stood frozen, his mouth agape, his crimson eyes wide with disbelief. Ji Baiwei crashed heavily to the ground. Almost instinctively, as soon as he hit the ground, he attempted to spring back up. However, in the next heartbeat, as he rose, he pressed both hands to his aching abdomen and knelt on one knee. This senior, who had dedicated countless hours to strength training and close combat techniques, wore a pallid expression, utterly astonished. The force of his opponent had surpassed all expectations. The kick had felt as though his abdominal muscles were tearing apart, leaving him unable to rise. AI Lin's condition was 100 times worse than any of his previous training sessions against trees. Yet the more he felt the weight of exhaustion, the more this desire swirled in his mind. Eileen, however, was increasingly indignant, as if something within him had been ignited all at once, as though flames were consuming every minute molecule in his body. "I shall defeat the members of the Academy team. I will join the Academy team. Rise, now." His body trembled incessantly, his face contorted, yet his hands pressed firmly against the ground, gradually lifting himself up, continuing to support his weight with his hands as he stood bit by bit. Can he actually stand? Just a second ago, Barrow, who had been somewhat gleeful, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must have seen wrong. What? The still prone Ji Baiwei gazed at Eileen incredulously, filled with a sense of absurdity. Even a practitioner like Defei, who had already condensed his essence particles, could not possibly rise to fight after being struck so many times, let alone someone who had only recently enrolled and was still enduring Houston's foundational exercises. "I will defeat you." At that moment, however, Eileen's gaze was solely fixed on the kneeling Ji Baiwei. He advanced step by step toward Ji Baiwei, his body ablaze with fighting spirit. Initially, his steps were slow, yet they soon quickened into a run. The intense aura of danger compelled Ji Baiwei to endure the pain and rise to his feet, counter-dance. When Eileen was but a few meters away, Ji Baiwei suddenly spun around, feigning a fall, yet his hand slammed onto the ground, propelling his body backward while almost going into a handstand, kicking his feet toward Eileen. This was a highly deceptive close combat technique, often leaving opponents bewildered by the initial act of falling. How? To Ji Baiwei, it seemed impossible for Eileen to evade this strike, just as he had failed to dodge Ji Baiwei's previous techniques like the Gale Spiral and Willow Dance. However, what left him momentarily blank was that Eileen had successfully evaded the kick aimed at him. "Ah!" Eileen's scream pierced his eardrums. A fist rose from below, crashing into his body with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed. The searing pain jolted through his mind, and the image of their earlier confrontation flashed instinctively before him. Eileen had shrunk down to evade his kicking feet aimed at his head, then surged upward with a punch that struck his abdomen. How is this possible? Yet even as he fell heavily to the ground, gasping in agony, twisting in pain, he could not comprehend how Eileen had Bellow's body halted at the entrance. "It is essential to continuously challenge opponents who surpass us in skill." Eileen excitedly reminisced about the fight from the previous night, gesticulating with trembling hands, that Ji Baiwei was incredibly formidable, capable of supporting his entire weight on the ground with just one hand while spinning rapidly. And his movements were so swift that they created the illusion of three distinct figures. I could barely keep up, yet I found that sparring with him accelerated my progress far more than my solitary practice sessions. Eventually, I seemed to gain some clarity regarding his movements. I realized that living, skilled adversaries always exert a greater pressure than lifeless, immovable trees. If one does not push their limits, they will inevitably be defeated. Thus, persistently confronting formidable opponents, particularly those from higher grades, will undeniably foster faster improvement than our usual foundational exercises. Eileen eagerly turned to Bello. Bello, don't you agree? If you're saying that, we are in complete accord. Bello turned around, a flash of light glinting off his glasses. Then I shall reluctantly accept you as my partner in dominance. Eileen paused momentarily. My approach seems quite similar to your penchant for seeking out senior bullies for fights. It's all right. You have always been somewhat slow to react and grasp concepts. Bello adjusted his glasses, stating that since you have finally realized that challenging such individuals leads to rapid improvement, I happen to have a suitable candidate in mind. Upon finishing this sentence, he produced a card from his clothing and handed it to Eileen. What is this? Eileen asked, bewildered, as he took the card from Bello, only to be taken aback. Chris. This elegantly crafted card bore a lifelike portrait of a girl, clearly depicting Chris. I grabbed the wrong one. Bello nonchalantly retrieved the card and presented another. This is a character card I commissioned. Find someone resembling the image, and you shall not mistake the target. You wouldn't want to challenge Chris, would you? Eileen shot an exasperated glance at Bello before inspecting the card in his hand. Feeling ruoffing. Eileen read aloud the name of the boy depicted, a slender-chinned youth with long black hair. Indeed. Bello looked at Eileen and explained. Ruoffing is the most formidable contender in his second-year class. His father is a sorcerer recognized by the Phelant family, thus he possesses one or two unique family techniques, and his combat skills are commendable. Overall, he represents a blend of D-Fey and Jabai's prowess. Yet he surpasses D-Fey in terms of sorcery. So impressive. Eileen clenched his fist eagerly. Shall we challenge him now? You would be a hindrance at this moment. Given your current level, you would offer no assistance and might even become an obstacle. Even if you cannot land a hit, you must at least avoid being knocked away and help distract him. Bello scoffed. However, since you've finally aligned your thoughts with mine, I can devise a means to enhance your abilities. What must I do? Eileen exclaimed with excitement. If you can still run and jump, accompany me to the school's training hall. Bello glanced at Eileen, noting that although it may lack the specialized facilities of some external training halls, it is sufficient for your current state, and it is free of charge. You mentioned yesterday that Jabai's family operates a training hall. Eileen asked somewhat bashfully, what exactly is a training hall? A place to enhance your overall physical prowess in combat. You will understand once you arrive. Within half an hour, Bello, munching on a hot dog, and Eileen, who was salivating, stood before the training hall of St. Dawn Academy. The training hall is located not far east of the St. Dawn Arena, and its exterior is quite ordinary, black structures that resemble large iron boxes, constructed on flat ground. Jabai's chaotic dancing leaves barely a fraction of Chris's speed. With that level, you want to evade him. First, practice within this space. Bello guided Eileen to a smaller venue that was conveniently unoccupied. A rebound ball hall. Eileen read aloud from the sign at the entrance. Once you step inside, I will assist by stepping on the pedals, causing fist-sized black balls to be continuously propelled toward you. The visibility within is roughly just enough to discern the shapes. Bello elaborated. These black balls, while possessing excellent elasticity, are quite hard. Being struck by them can be quite painful. You must strive to evade and use your limbs to deflect the balls, but be wary of those rolling on the ground, as they can easily trip you. Generally, if you can endure for 10 minutes, you should be able to avoid the typical attacks of an opponent like Hibai. Is there truly such a facility? The other halls must be equally intriguing. Do not aim too high. Focus on mastering this place first. All right, let us begin. Eileen, unwilling to waste even a second, boldly pushed open the closed door and stepped inside the hall. It was an almost completely sealed room, with only a few vent holes on the walls and ceiling, measuring about 20 meters in length and width. Just as Bello described, dim light filtered through the vents, casting a gloomy ambience. The entrance stood a vertical iron board, behind which were several protruding pedals. Let us start. After directing Eileen to the center of the hall, Bello wasted no time in calling out and began forcefully stepping on the pedals. With each press, it felt as though heavy weights were being lifted and then struck upon something. Whoosh! Before Eileen could process the situation, Chapter 35, The Green, Glowing Eyes, Second Update. The evenings at St. Dawn Academy are nothing short of enchanting. Houston enjoys taking a lunchbox with him during this time, strolling to the hillside south of the Lily Dormitory District. This area, designated for the female students of the academy, is adorned with flourishing lavender. Houston finds solace sitting amidst the lavender fields, watching the sunset while observing the beautiful girls, fresh from their baths with damp hair, entering and exiting the dormitory. It is a splendid scene that evokes memories of his own youthful days. reminiscent of the lovely classmates who have long departed from the academy. On this particular evening, as the sky blazed with the hues of twilight, Houston made his way to the lavender-covered hillside with his lunchbox in hand. Just as he was about to settle down, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him nearby, "Houston Sensei." Startled, Houston turned and almost jumped out of his skin, letting out a shrill scream. It is only natural that most individuals, while preparing to leisurely enjoy the scenery and their dinner, would react similarly upon encountering a face that resembles a specter. "I'm not a ghost, Houston Sensei." A person, sporting a bruised visage and a distorted expression, excitedly exclaimed as they approached him. "It's me, Eileen." "Eileen." Houston could hardly believe his eyes. "Don't come any closer. Is that really you? What happened to you?" "I've been training in the rebound ball hall at the training center for the past few days," Eileen replied enthusiastically. "I just came back, which is why I look like this. Training is one thing, but why did you come here all of a sudden?" Houston felt as if he was on the verge of losing his sanity. "I happened to see you, Houston Sensei, and I thought your guidance has been immensely beneficial, so I wanted to stop by and say hello." Houston still found it hard to believe, gazing into Eileen's eyes. "But why are your eyes glowing green? They're eerily luminous. It might be because I'm hungry. I've been following your advice, challenging myself to endure the most difficult things. Now I only eat once a day. And seeing your lunchbox is probably why my eyes look like this," Eileen explained earnestly. "However, I must thank you, as I truly feel like I'm tapping into my potential. It's as if every tiny molecule within me is striving to absorb nutrients. And each time I eat, I can feel distinct warmth penetrating every minuscule part of my being. And if I get too hungry, it even alleviates pain. When I'm starving, I forget the pain and can practice more." "Are you joking with me?" Houston thought to himself, wanting to express his exasperation, but the sight of Eileen's glowing green eyes made him hesitate. Instead, he instinctively replied, "Well, you should keep it up and continue working hard." "I will," Eileen declared, vigorously pumping a fist in determination. It was not until a full minute after Eileen's figure vanished from Houston's sight that he truly regained his composure. "What on earth is that person? Even my dinner has been disrupted." Houston looked down at the lunchbox in his hand, nearly moved to tears, each time he glanced at the beautiful girls with damp hair entering and exiting the dormitory. He couldn't help but recall Eileen's ghostly grin, and suddenly, their faces morphed into Eileen's eerie visage. "Ouch, it hurts. I am invincible." Another morning dawned, and Eileen's cries of agony echoed continuously in the rebound ball hall. Why is the training center so effective, yet so few people come to practice? After a considerable time of silence following the cries, Eileen lay sprawled at the entrance of the rebound ball hall, sweat creating an outline of his form on the ground. Weak and panting, he looked at Barrow and asked, "Why is it that so few are willing to endure pain like I do?" "That's because not many possess your fearlessness and resilience," Barrow scoffed. "However, it seems that being tough-skinned is indeed a skill. A dim-witted individual like you only realized today that one must protect their face and vital areas first. Yet, despite your thick skin, you managed to endure for 20 minutes. But it's still too slow. I can't dodge those black balls," Eileen lamented. "Too slow?" Barrow adjusted his glasses with a cold snort. It was impossible for him to describe Eileen's progress using normal standards. Over the past few days, Eileen had been recklessly charging forward without considering the subtleties involved, often ending up with a swollen face, which further impaired his vision, forcing him to rely on brute force. Consequently, in terms of evasion, his progress paled in comparison to other talented students. Nevertheless, after just a few days, Eileen could distinctly feel that both his speed and strength had improved tremendously. The primary reason he struggled to evade the black balls was largely due to the immense force he exerted while striking them, causing the balls to rebound off the walls with greater speed and power than they originally had. His reckless training, without the foresight to protect his vulnerable areas or control his striking force, amounted to self-inflicted suffering. Regardless of the type of practice, Eileen was solely focused on tangible outcomes. Although his evasion of the black balls was lacking, his actual rate of improvement was remarkably impressive. "If you still find it too slow, perhaps you should consult Chris for any tips or techniques," Barrow suggested, glancing at the sprawled Eileen. "Didn't you tell me that Teacher Gallen allowed you to visit Chris? You mentioned just a few days ago that you were going to see her, right? Any proficient practitioner who progresses swiftly will have their own unique training techniques and insights, which are often more useful than the experiences of teachers at Houston's level. Or even some elite instructors, right?" Eileen suddenly sat up from the ground. "I can't believe I forgot to see her. I'm going right now. Going right now." Barrow looked at Eileen with disdain. "Your face is so swollen that even I can't recognize you. And you want to go? It's fine. She has severe prosopagnosia," Eileen replied, Whether or not she has prosopagnosia is irrelevant. What matters is that Teacher Gallon needs to recognize you. Barrow retorted with a smirk. Oh, right? Eileen suddenly looked a bit dazed, and feeling dejected, he muttered, then I'll have to wait until tomorrow. The following evening, when Eileen, with most of the swelling subsided, entered Chris's hospital room. He found another person there, the short-haired sorceress who had been the first to arrive that day and had shoved Eileen against the wall. Itsu. The short-haired sorceress expressed surprise upon seeing Eileen. I am here to see Chris. This time, Teacher Gallon has permitted it, Eileen replied, recognizing the short-haired sorceress and answering obediently. Who is he? Chris inquired. The short-haired sorceress made a resigned gesture, mimicking a fainting pose, and said, Chris, your prosopagnosia is truly severe. This is your little boyfriend, Eileen, the one who snuck in last time to bring you your favorite green packaged chocolate-filled candies. I see. But don't deceive me, teacher. He is just a junior of mine. Not my little boyfriend, Chris laughed, playfully sticking her tongue out at Eileen. Since you remember clearly, I won't disturb your conversation any longer. The short-haired sorceress, now less tense than before, smiled as she exited the room, leaving Eileen with a serious reminder. Although Gallon permitted your visit, you still need to be cautious with her health and avoid giving her random foods. Eileen quickly replied with an obedient yes. Quickly, the moment the short-haired sorceress's footsteps faded down the corridor, Chris excitedly called out to Eileen, the chocolate-filled candies you brought last time are in the cabinet by the window. Hurry and get me two. Huh? Eileen responded, but the teacher just specifically instructed me not to give you anything. Eating chocolate isn't the same as eating random food. Besides, I know that eating two is fine, Chris insisted. All right. Eileen opened the cabinet, retrieved two candies, unwrapped them one by one, and stuffed them into Chris's mouth. Why can't you move yet? I can move half of my body now, but to recover fully, it will take at least 3 more days. Chris pouted, speaking with a sense of satisfaction. The other half should be able to move in about 10 days. That is quite fast, Eileen exclaimed, feeling delighted. But your prosopagnosia is really severe. Will you remember me when I come back next time? I'll do my best, Chris replied, gazing at Eileen's face. Huh? Why does your face look like you've been punched? Did someone bully you, or did Houston Sensei punish you again? Tell me, and I'll go out and help you get revenge. No need. I got hit by the balls in the rebound ball hall myself, Eileen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said. Actually, I came to see you to ask if there are any tricks to mastering those exercises, particularly in accelerating the condensation of the essence particles. Chris opened her mouth and gazed at Eileen. What's the matter? Eileen looked at Chris with curiosity. If you bring me another piece of chocolate, I shall tell you, Chris replied with a triumphant smile. All right, Eileen conceded, fetching another chocolate-filled candy and placing it in Chris's mouth. With the chocolate melting in her mouth, Chris, satisfied, remarked, in truth, I have no special tricks. I simply devote all my available time to practice until I can no longer stand. If there is any secret, it would be to set certain rewards for yourself. Certain rewards? Eileen inquired. Yes, rewards after achieving your goals. Chris nodded seriously. For instance, I particularly enjoy this chocolate, so I keep some nearby while training. If I reach my set achievements, I allow myself to indulge in these chocolates. This way, my motivation certainly increases. I often employed such methods, whether it was for new clothes or chocolates. By the way, do you have anything you particularly enjoy eating? You could give it a try. Eileen's eyes glimmered as he replied. I have nothing that I dislike. Chapter 36, Raising in the Wild, third update. In the dimly lit rebound ball court, Eileen stood resolutely, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly green light. After encountering Chris and recalling her contented demeanor after consuming 2 chocolates, along with her words about having no particular tricks, merely dedicating all available time to practice until one can no longer stand, he felt an invigorating surge of motivation. The phrase until one can no longer stand sounded simple. Yet Eileen understood the true difficulty of achieving it. Beyond the intrinsic motivation drawn from Chris, there lay a bowl of roasted sausages not far from him, emanating a tantalizing aroma for Eileen, whose body felt as if every tiny molecule was ravenously gnawing at one another. Any food represented the most precious reward in the world. His current goal was to endure 30 minutes in this rebound ball court while protecting the bowl of sausages from being smashed by the black balls. Come on, brave warrior under the starry sky. After casting a fleeting glance at the sausages, he turned to Barrow, saying, Idiot. Barrow stomped down hard on the pedal. Whoosh, a black ball shot through the air, hurtling towards Eileen's head. Huh, Barrow's pupils instantly constricted. He witnessed Eileen catch the black ball effortlessly with one hand. Whoosh, the second black ball was similarly snatched by Eileen's other hand. How about that? Ha ha. This is my latest idea. Seeing Barrow's face fall as if someone had stepped on him, Eileen couldn't help but burst into triumphant laughter. But in a moment of exuberance, as he laughed at Barrow, his attention waned, and two black balls struck his left cheek like bolts of lightning. With a cry of anguish, his left cheek immediately swelled. "An idiot is still an idiot," Barrow scoffed. Yet internally he mused that while this fellow might be slow to grasp things, he could still come up with unexpected methods. "Don't you think that this will defeat me? That bowl of sausages is mine. Die." Amidst a cacophony of pained cries, Eileen's limbs transformed into a whirlwind. Indeed, he began to act recklessly. Upon witnessing Eileen's unrestrained strikes, Barrow couldn't help but sneer. "Huh." Yet soon after, his pupils constricted once more. In a near-identical manner, Eileen's performance had evidently improved beyond yesterday's level. The vast majority of the black balls were either punched or kicked away by Eileen, with very few actually landing on him, especially around that bowl of sausages, where not a single black ball managed to breach the defense. It's actually possible. I have truly surpassed my usual limits. This time, Eileen was entirely oblivious to Barrow's astonished expression. His gaze was solely fixated on the encroaching shadows and that bowl of sausages. Lured by the aroma, every minuscule particle within him seemed to go berserk, unleashing a power he had never experienced before. The potential he had previously failed to tap into was now unleashed. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, Barrow was utterly petrified. In the history of St. Dawn Academy, the highest record for a freshman in the rebound ball court had been 30 minutes without faltering, and Eileen had indeed accomplished it. One must understand that such relentless, uninterrupted bursts of energy were akin to a full-speed sprint. The longer it continued, the harder it became to sustain. Though Eileen's face was now completely swollen, tears streaming from his eyes, his expression contorted in pain, and his body quaking uncontrollably, he had nonetheless succeeded. And the bowl of sausages remained intact. "Is time up? Have I reached my goal?" After all the black balls ceased their movement, Eileen, somewhat dazed, muttered indistinctly, "Finally, can I eat?" His face glistened with sweat and tears of pain. "Ah." Upon seeing Barrow nod, he collapsed onto the ground, expending his final ounce of strength to devour the roasted sausages. "Your mouth has turned into a sausage, and yet you wish to eat sausages." Barrow grunted heavily, turning to leave. As he stepped outside into the clear sky, this bespectacled boy squinted slightly, feeling a modicum of admiration for the fellow within. At long last, this academy, which had nearly forgotten the essence of courage, has produced someone worth noting, he muttered softly. Houston trudged along the path, his lunchbox in hand, devoid of energy. After enduring a series of devastating blows from the same individual, one inevitably becomes lacking in confidence and gradually resigned to fate. Ever since that dinner when Eileen startled him, he had even begun to shy away from devising ways to deal with Eileen. "Houston." Suddenly, someone called his name. He instinctively leaped aside. "What do you want? Are you going to scare me with another grimace?" Once he fully regained his composure, he realized that the person greeting him was not Eileen but a rather attractive female-in-turn teacher. Instantly, he was overcome with a desire to vanish. Meanwhile, the inexplicably annoyed female-in-turn teacher wore a deadpan expression, contemplating the urge to strangle him on the spot. In the Greatwood Forest, Lin Luolon sat on a branch, lost in thought. This branch had been meticulously cleaned with a handkerchief, and insect repellent had been applied near the trunk to ensure that not even ants could crawl upon it. Suddenly, he sprang into action, leaping up to stand firmly on the branch, adopting a vigilant posture as if ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, a gust of wind blew, and not far from him appeared a gentle-looking young teacher. Teacher Kate. Upon recognizing the newcomer's attire and features, Lin Luolon relaxed, though his expression remained cold, exuding an air of unapproachability. "I am aware of your confrontation with Fei and others that night," Kate remarked, nodding at him with a warm tone. Lin Luolon slightly lowered his head and, in a straightforward yet aloof manner, asked, "Is there any punishment?" Kate paused for a moment, managing a wry smile as he thought to himself that this fellow was indeed as unapproachable as he appeared. He quickly shook his head, saying, "At St. Dawn Academy, we generally do not enforce strict regulations on such matters. I came to ask you a question." Lin Luolon lifted his gaze to meet Kate's, inquiring, "What question?" Kate looked into his appealing eyes and earnestly stated, "Would you be willing to join our St. Dawn Academy team to participate in the Starry Sky Warriors Cup competition?" Lin Luolon shook his head. "I am a freshman. No one has ever stipulated that freshmen cannot participate," Kate patiently explained. It's simply that freshmen' abilities are often insufficient, so there are seldom any in the teams of various academies. However, based on your performance that day, if you agree, I assure you that within 3 months, I can elevate your abilities to surpass most members of the team. I'm sorry, I'm not interested." Kate stared at Lin Luolon in astonishment, his voice faltering. This reaction was entirely unexpected. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Lin Luolon lowered his head, calmly uttering those words before turning to leave. Kate gazed at his retreating figure, increasingly astonished. Did he feel particularly disheartened? A distinguished elite teacher personally extended an invitation to a new student to join the academy's team, only to be met with such a straightforward refusal. A voice resonated from not far behind Kate. He turned, recognizing the arrival of Jialan by the sound alone. Under normal circumstances, who would not wish to participate in such a competition, even I? Upon reflecting on the duels I participated in or witnessed in the past, cannot help but feel a surge of fervor. Kate inhaled deeply and slowly stated, even if one were to find this competition excessively perilous, they would still hesitate. I did not anticipate his refusal would be so resolute and unyielding. He is not the type to lack courage, daring to confront Houston and engage with upperclassmen. Jialan observed the direction Lin Luolon had vanished, knowing there must be a significant reason behind his actions. Kate nodded. In recent days, Eileen's progress remained astonishing, yet he had not seen Lister for some time. What was that fellow up to? He has gone to carry out a mission. Jialan twirled a ring on his left pinky and remarked, according to the information I've received, that power has resurfaced. What? Kate exclaimed in shock. After a brief silence, Jialan changed the subject. Since Lin Luolon is unwilling to join the academy team, I suggest you focus your energy on Barrow for the time being. Barrow? Kate chuckled ruefully and shook his head. He is truly a madcap youth, considering he would venture out every night while injured, spending months digging a hole solely to disrupt the beast examination. No one knows what goes on in his mind, nor why he has recently become so enthusiastic about training Eileen. Also, his strength is insufficient. You may struggle to comprehend, but his opponents will struggle even more. Jialan replied, looking at Kate. Moreover, lacking strength now, if you can help him condense his elemental essence before the competition, and if he can achieve self-induced berserk state, just imagine the outcome. Kate's expression grew solemn. Accomplishing self-induced berserk state in less than 3 months is exceedingly difficult. That is why I advise you to concentrate all your efforts on him and provide intensive training, Jialan stated. And what about Eileen? Do you think he can possibly condense his elemental essence in 3 months? Kate pondered for a moment before asking hesitantly. Almost impossible. The time frame is far too short, too forced. Jialan shook his head. However, for him, I have a suggestion. It would be best not to interfere with his practice or teach him techniques prematurely. Kate, somewhat perplexed, asked in surprise, why? Because I believe that would hinder his growth. Let him rely on instinct rather than technique for now. His learning ability is exceptional. If he is taught too many skills, he will naturally rely on them to easily defeat his opponents. Without techniques, he will inevitably face greater challenges against any adversary. The more reckless he is, the harder each battle becomes, and the greater the benefits he reaps, leading to more significant progress. I believe he will far surpass us in the future. Jialan expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Before coming here, I just observed his training at the training hall. In the rebound ball arena, he endured for 30 minutes without much technique. Kate was left speechless. Chapter 37, The Shadow of the Evil Dragon. First update. In the southern region of the Aki Kingdom lies the ancient Oak City. Unlike the majority of gathering points in the Aki Kingdom, the area where the ancient Oak City is located is not mountainous or forested, but instead rests in the only plain region of the southern Aki Kingdom, the Golden Rose Plain. The ancient Oak City belongs to the Okihet family as territory, due to the more convenient transportation in the plain area. Both the ancient Oak City and the other several cities situated on the Golden Rose Plain are more prosperous and lively than typical cities. This place is also the cultural and artistic center of the southern Aki Kingdom, producing a plethora of exquisite handcrafted artworks, pottery, bone carvings, feather ornaments, splendid garments, wool carpets, and a multitude of painters and minstrels. Compared to other cities on the Golden Rose Plain, what sets the ancient Oak City apart is the towering, massive oak trees that dominate the landscape, reaching heights of over 40 meters. These oaks are nearly 400 years old and, due to the unique soil and water conditions, grow exceptionally robust. Among the many acorns adorning the branches, numerous tree houses have been constructed to serve as shops and inns. These tree houses either mimic the style of elven inns from the Dragon War era or resemble orc dwellings, each with its own flair, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a resort during the Dragon War. As the last rays of sunset vanished from the Golden Rose Plain, laughter erupted from a treehouse tavern within the heart of the ancient Oak City. This small tavern, which could accommodate only about 30 patrons, was centered around an oak table where 2 burly men were guzzling from large barrels of ale. One of them, clearly inebriated, coughed violently, causing golden liquid to spout from his nostrils like a pair of miniature fountains. The dozen or so men seated around the table erupted into raucous laughter, their very essence exuding a palpable air of savagery and brutality, marked by the scars on their bodies and the large goblets they wielded. As if their faces were emblazoned with the word violence. In the stench of alcohol, some began boasting about their recent exploits, claiming they had defeated a rival team of sorcerers and seized a considerable amount of loot from the southern beast forest. From their words, it became evident that the majority of those gathered in the tavern were combat sorcerers who accepted commissions to venture into perilous territories or directly engaged in ambushes and robberies against other sorcerer teams. In a corner of the tavern by the window, a man with a brown leather hat, long black hair, and an exceptionally pale face quietly sipped his drink. He bore no adornments or markings. However, upon prolonged observation, one would notice not only his pallid visage but also his notably long and slender fingers, which appeared unnaturally soft, as if devoid of bones, just as the man who had spewed ale collapsed heavily to the ground. Intensifying the atmosphere, the woven rattan door of the tavern was pushed open with great force, revealing a young woman clad in a black robe. She appeared youthful, with wine-red hair and a petite, yet curvaceous figure. Through the neckline of her robe, one could glimpse the mesh bodysuit beneath. Gulp. Sounds of swallowed saliva resonated as several combat sorcerers, the first to notice her, could not help but envision her without the black robe. Clad solely in the mesh bodysuit. Do not provoke her. This woman is undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Yet almost simultaneously, several individuals hushly cautioned their companions. Both the black robe and the bodysuit were made of rare materials, seldom seen in the outside world. Moreover, for the alert sorcerers, the young woman radiated an aura of terror. If one wished to avoid being embroiled in danger or potentially facing death, it would be wise to leave swiftly. This petite woman spoke directly. I am Donna. What? The leader of the Okihet family's sorcerer team, the firewoman Donna. She is the firewoman, the champion of the Starry Warrior Cup. Boom. The majority of patrons in the tavern, still reeling from shock, had no time to react when a wall of the treehouse suddenly exploded outward, scattering countless splintered wood fragments like a volcanic eruption. What is happening? In horror, the patrons of the tavern witnessed the pale-faced man, previously overlooked, burst through the wall, now standing alongside a massive black-winged serpent, its body larger than the entire tavern. What kind of secret technique is this? What kind of secret technique could emit such a terrifying aura? As the sorcerers in the tavern felt their power was utterly inadequate to contend with this force, they instinctively recoiled in fear. Suddenly, another voice echoed from above, thinking of leaving. It won't be that easy. As the sound resonated, 16 colossal shadows abruptly manifested in the sky. These massive ice pillars, resembling towering oak trees, descended from above in an instant, forming a cage that ensnared the black-winged giant serpent, which was half flying and half leaping, darting away from the city at an astonishing speed. Within these 16 immense ice columns, various howls emanated, akin to different dragon language scholars reciting their verses. This was the ice dragon's confinement technique. It was the White Ridge of the Tali family. To think White Ridge had also arrived. Who exactly was this individual, compelling Donna and the monstrosity that is White Ridge to collaborate against him? Even the sorcerer, who had been intoxicated to the point of collapse, upon witnessing this spectacle, was drenched in a cold sweat. Jolting awake from his stupor, the purple flame projectiles erupted. The man standing atop the enormous serpent's head suddenly pivoted, and as he uttered a low chant, the black serpent beneath him surged forward with even greater speed, crashing forcefully into the ice pillars ahead. Simultaneously, his hands came together, unleashing purple flame orbs the size of human heads from his palms, hurtling towards Donna, who had leapt from the treehouse tavern. Ember eruption. Donna's eyes gleamed with cold light as brilliant purple-red mana particles surged from her hands, swirling around her like a tempest. Countless tiny wooden fragments ignited around her. The existence of that particular place remains unverified, and its exact location has yet to be determined. As for this individual, Lister turned his gaze towards the lifeless form of the pale-faced man. His origins have indeed been traced. Surprisingly, he is not a mage from our kingdom of Aki, but hails from the kingdom of Dawa Kingdom. Both Donna and Belan exclaimed in astonishment. He is merely a lesser-known mage from Dawa, lacking significant comprehension of magical arts and specializing solely in physical combat techniques. Lister nodded, uncertain as to when he underwent such a transformation, leading to his involvement in activities akin to assassination. The crux of the matter is that we remain oblivious to the true intentions of such mages. Donna remarked solemnly. Enough of these weighty topics. Lister chuckled. How have you been lately? Will you be returning to your Riverbend Academy to visit? Of course. Our academy is still a formidable contender for this year's championship. Donna replied with a smile. I intend to attend every match, though I have heard your academy has been performing poorly in recent years. Otherwise, we might have had the chance to meet again at the finals. Don't be so sure. Even if our academy fails to reach the finals, I could still join you at the venue to watch the matches, Lister said with a playful grin, adding, however, we have welcomed some intriguing new talents this year. So encountering you in competition is not entirely out of the question. Donna's smile widened. I eagerly anticipate that day. Honestly, you two are insufferable, perpetually engaging in flirtation. Belan interjected with a heavy scoff. If you truly possess the capability, then simply be together. In the Thinker's Stone Forest, Houston ambled through the trees, his emotions in turmoil. Previously, he approached each class with eager anticipation and exhilaration, relishing the reverent gazes of his students and the unwavering compliance with his commands, which filled him with immense satisfaction. However, that sentiment had shifted, particularly after being startled by Eileen's ghastly visage. His confidence had taken a devastating blow, and now, as he entered the Thinker's Stone Forest, he felt an inexplicable dread, fearing Eileen might pull some unforeseen stunt again. Upon arriving before the waiting new students, he was astonished to find Eileen conspicuously absent. Among the eager students, not only was Eileen missing, but so were his impulsive companion Barrow and the red-haired Mose. Where could those three have gone? He pondered silently, feeling an odd sense of relief rather than the expected anger over their tardiness. Mr. Houston, suddenly, a voice called from above. Houston instinctively jumped forward in surprise. How did you get up there? Turning around, he was met with the sight of Eileen's head peeking over a massive stone. Houston felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against the rock in exasperation. I ran up, Eileen exclaimed, leaping down from the white stone with a thud. What? You managed to run up there? Houston's astonishment grew. The other new students, who had previously been oblivious to Eileen's presence atop the stone, erupted in chaotic chatter. It was known that during the previous assessment, Eileen had only managed to ascend a third of the stone's height, and such wall running required not just initial speed and explosive power, but sustained endurance as well. What did you say? Houston's initial shock morphed into genuine disbelief. You can run up there now. Indeed. It took me numerous attempts to succeed. The key was learning how not to fall when I reached the top. Eileen replied with a cheerful grin. Impossible. Show me. Houston's lips trembled with astonishment. Just days had passed since the last assessment, and even the most exceptional students he had taught in the past could not have made such rapid progress. Really, Mr. Houston, I'm not lying, Eileen said, oblivious to Houston's dazed expression. Without waiting for further acknowledgement, he shouted and dashed back towards the white stone. The sound of his feet pounding against the ground was barely visible, a blur of azure as he approached the stone, where he became distinct again. Each footfall was powerful, reminiscent of a bull charging upon the rock. The slightly sloped white stone trembled, and the hearts of all new students, along with Houston's, raced in tandem. How barbaric, a female student gasped, unable to restrain her reaction that Eileen's relentless ascent exuded a raw, primal energy. However, as the onlookers observed Eileen's momentum never falter, he called out jubilantly, reaching the top of the stone. Just as he appeared to lose his footing and tumble, he thrust his remaining foot down with all his might and leaned forward, letting out an unearthly cry. He did not leap directly onto the stone but managed to grasp its edge and hoisted himself up. The conclusion of this spectacle was undeniably clumsy, yet those who witnessed the entire event were rendered speechless. How is this possible? Houston repeated in a daze, akin to a bewildered child in St. Laurent City. Is this fellow even human? Could he truly possess giant eater blood? Is that bloodline so formidable? Has he been concealing his strength all along? How could he have progressed so drastically in just a few days? Most of the new students were equally dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the astonishing display. Mr. Houston, Eileen exclaimed jubilantly as he jumped down from the stone. Observing Houston muttering to himself, his eyes glazed over. Eileen curiously waved a hand in front of him. You. Houston stepped back, regarding Eileen with an expression akin to that reserved for a monster. Did you really just train in the cultivation hall for a few days on an empty stomach and achieve this transformation? Yes. Eileen responded excitedly. Mr. Houston, given my progress, do you think it's possible to condense a magic essence particle in 3 months? 3 months to condense a magic essence particle. Houston felt darkness envelop his vision. What do you need a magic essence particle for? To defeat the members of the Academy team, join the Academy team, and participate in the Starry Sky Warriors Cup, Eileen declared, recalling something. Mr. Houston, you asked me about my dream last time, and I told you I wasn't sure. Well, I figured it out now. My dream is to help Chris win the national championship in this competition. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This individual, who could hardly be classified as a mage, was audacious enough to declare his intention to compete in such a tournament. Did he not realize how formidable those external teams were? Many new students regarded Eileen as though he were a crazed child. To aim for national championship glory at this stage was remarkable, With his rate of progress, he might indeed become a surprising figure in the competition. Yet, a number of students gazed at Eileen with burgeoning admiration and fervor. Houston was nearly overwhelmed by Eileen's relentless stimulation of his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, "Then you must keep pushing yourself." He then inquired, "What about Barrow and Mose?" "I forgot to inform him to take a leave of absence." Eileen sheepishly scratched his head. "Teacher Kate needed to speak with Barrow and asked me to let you know he would find a time to explain later." "Kate." Houston paused, regaining some semblance of rationality. "And what about the red-haired boy?" He glanced around, anxious that Eileen's accomplice might be lurking nearby, poised to deliver another shock. Eileen shook his head. "Mose. I'm not sure why he didn't come to class." Houston had no immediate reaction, yet the other new students exchanged glances, astonished that someone dared to skip class without proper notification. Chapter 39, The Height of Arrogance. Third update. Mose strolled through the Ironwood Academy. His gaze fixated on the numerous edifices adorned with the emblem of the Ironwood Forest. In the illustrious city of St. Laurent, the prestigious institutions St. Dawn Academy in the Eastern District, Agate Lake Academy in the Southern District, Shield Academy in the Western District, and Ironwood Academy in the Northern District stand as the undisputed four premier academies. Each of these institutions boasts a rich history and has produced numerous eminent sorcerers, renowned throughout the entire Aichi Kingdom. Although the Southern Monsoon Academy's team possesses formidable strength this year, it, like the other academies in St. Laurent, can only be regarded as second tier in comparison to these illustrious four. Both in overall prowess and in public perception, St. Dawn Academy, with its extensive historical roots, showcases classical architecture and excels in a diverse array of disciplines, particularly its medical sorcery program. The finest in St. Laurent, Agate Lake Academy, named after the stunning agate lake it occupies, predominantly caters to female students, staffed chiefly by female sorceresses, focusing on techniques suited for women to compensate for physical disparities. Shield Academy, supported by the illustrious Lannister family, Aichi Kingdom's largest house, wielding vast territories and formidable battalions, has seen many of its outstanding graduates choose to serve the Lannisters, dedicating themselves to the defense of the West and the Aichi Kingdom. In stark contrast, Ironwood Academy is predominantly male, with only a handful of females in each class. Its defining characteristic lies in its exclusive focus on powerful combat sorcery, fostering a robust and fierce atmosphere. The academy was originally established to nurture students who inherently struggle with the integration of physical prowess and sorcery, and has since evolved into the institution with the highest number of physical training facilities in St. Laurent, attracting those naturally endowed with strength but lacking in magical talent. The faculty excels in maximizing physical capabilities, employing secret techniques that synergize bodily strength with sorcery. Consequently, Ironwood Academy has earned the moniker of a bastion for muscular, savage young men. As Mose surveyed the bustling students of Ironwood Academy, most appeared as formidable, rugged individuals. The entire atmosphere resonated with a sense of raw power and aggression. Yet, his attention was relentlessly drawn to a golden-haired figure ahead, a male student he had encountered the day before the competition between St. Dawn Academy and Southern Monsoon Academy, whose mere presence had instilled a paralyzing fear within him. Sydenhan, who would dare skip Professor Houston's class, despite having suffered a few setbacks at the hands of Eileen. Known for his cunning and vengeful nature, Houston, with his notorious reputation, remains an intimidating figure for all newcomers at St. Dawn Academy. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, when Mose inadvertently spotted Sydenhan again that morning on a street outside the academy, he chose to follow the golden-haired boy in secret, despite the fear that gripped him at the thought of both Sydenhan and the prospect of evading Houston's lessons. As Sydenhan languidly passed through the imposing iron gates of Ironwood Academy, Mose's heart raced uncontrollably, the blood within him seemed to heat, and cold sweat beaded on his palms and back. Yet, curiously, the dread within him began to wane, just as the top sorcerers like List and Donna, who are pivotal to the Aichi Kingdom, closely observe the academy competitions and reminisce about their own experiences years later. The Starry Warrior Cup holds an indescribable allure for any young soul daring to become a true hero. Mose's dream is to become a renowned sorcerer like List and Gallon, known throughout the continent, capable of answering the kingdom's call, undertaking various missions, and safeguarding the people of Aichi. Naturally, he yearns for his academy team to shine brightly. Aspiring to participate in such a thrilling competition, perhaps it is this very courageous spirit that renders Sydenhan an overwhelming presence for him, as he subconsciously perceives this golden-haired boy as a future rival. Yet, the apparent disparity in strength leaves Mose feeling that even Chris might not stand a chance against Sydenhan. Thus, he instinctively seeks to uncover more secrets about this enigmatic individual. If Chris and the other members of St. Dawn Academy could discern his combat style and techniques, their chances of triumphing would surely increase. Mose clearly remembers the competition's timeline. Having triumphed over Southern Monsoon Academy, St. Dawn Academy's next opponent is Shield Academy, should they emerge victorious. Their subsequent adversary would be the victor between Ironwood Academy and Golden Lion Academy. The latter is merely a second-tier institution, akin to Southern Monsoon Academy. While Ironwood Academy's team consistently qualifies for national competitions from St. Laurent.as Sydenham neared the physical training facility in the rear campus of Ironwood Academy. Mose grew increasingly convinced that this golden-haired boy belonged to Ironwood Academy's team and might very well face St. Dawn Academy in competition, making his presence at the match entirely plausible. Unbeknownst to him, Sydenham remained oblivious to Mose, the St. Dawn Academy student trailing him from the southern to the northern district, with a resounding clang. He pushed open the grand entrance of the largest training facility at Ironwood Academy. "Hey, is Fei Chilua here?" he bellowed into the interior AT that moment. Mose, only a short distance behind, heard the shout and felt his lips twitch involuntarily, although he had been unable to discern the other 4 members of Sydenham's team that day. Fei Chilua, the captain of the Ironwood Academy team, is a celebrated figure throughout St. Laurent. It was said that last year, Fei Chilua had ultimately defeated Sophia of Agate Lake Academy, leading Ironwood Academy to success. If this golden-haired boy were indeed from Ironwood Academy, how could he not know who Fei Chilua was? If he did not belong to that team at all, what was he doing here? A myriad of questions and shock surged through Mose's mind, leaving him utterly frozen in place. The training facility was spacious, its floor laid with exquisitely smooth stone tiles. Inside stood 6 or 7 boys clad only in trousers. Their upper bodies bare, yet their eyes were covered. "Who goes there?" one of them asked, frowning, as they all turned in unison at the sound of Sydenham's shout. Yet none removed their blindfolds. "I am Sydenham of the Golden Lion Academy, the most illustrious and dashing. I am here to challenge Fei Chilua and your academy's competition team," Sydenham declared with a laugh, oblivious to whether the others could see him, as he tossed his hair and struck what he considered the most charming pose, even pulling out a comb to groom his locks. "What, the Golden Lion Academy?" Mose, who had been completely frozen, nearly exclaimed aloud. "Huh," as the boys in the Ironwood Academy training facility removed their blindfolds and beheld Sydenham posing. Several wore expressions of indifference, regarding him as nothing more than a jester. The Golden Lion Academy? One of the leaner boys, whose peculiar pink eye contrasted with his handsome features, remarked coolly, "The competition is still a while off. Even if you are a member of the Golden Lion Academy, what brings you here? Impressive." At that moment, as the boy glanced outward, Mose felt an inexplicable chill sweep over him, a terrifying aura emanating from the boy. He was nearly certain that this individual was none other than the renowned Fei Chilua of Ironwood Academy, for although the boy appeared the most slender, the others, muscular as steel, lacked his commanding presence. 2 or 3 months is quite a stretch. I can hardly wait. Sydenham appeared utterly unfazed, chuckling lightly, "And you lack even a single attractive female in your academy. Competing against you holds no allure. It would be far more expedient to eliminate you swiftly, allowing us to proceed directly to face other institutions. What sort of lunatic comes to a place like Ironwood Academy, intent on annihilating the opposing team before the competition even commences? Has this fellow lost his mind?" Moss's jaw dropped in disbelief, and he began to question the reliability of his own senses. "What did you say?" The chilling glint in the eyes of several individuals in the hall was unmistakable upon hearing Sydenham's words. One individual dared to suggest resolving our matters before the competition. Yet, Fikiluo's voice remained unperturbed. "Let us see if you can even enter." Moss's gaze involuntarily shifted toward the venue's sign. Chapter 40. Star Players. First update. The Sevenfold Gravity Hall. Moss was rendered almost numb by shock, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. His fear gradually ebbed away, replaced by an unfamiliar sensation coursing through him, as the arrogance he once harbored upon entering St. Dawn Academy began to evaporate completely. The Gravity Hall, one of the most extraordinary training facilities, utilized unique materials to render those who entered significantly heavier than their original weight. The implication of the Sevenfold Gravity Hall was that once inside, one would feel 7 times heavier, with the force evenly distributed across the body, making it exceedingly difficult for the unaccustomed to maintain their balance. For the average individual, walking normally within was indeed a challenge. Yet the students of Ironwood Academy stood there as if nothing were amiss, seemingly unaffected by their surroundings. Were these Ironwood Academy individuals truly made of steel? Moss heard a series of cracking sounds. It was the noise of his own fist clenched too tightly. How peculiar. It's not raining outside. So why is my face so wet? This noise even drew Sydenham's attention, who turned to see Moss drenched in sweat. With a dismissive murmur, Sydenham resumed his self-absorbed demeanor and strode into the venue. Sweat gathered at Moss's chin and dripped to the floor. At that moment, he could hear the thunderous beating of his own heart. He watched as Sydenham entered the arena without any apparent difficulty, as casual as a stroll down the street. The spacious hall was enveloped in silence. I've never seen you before. Are you a new student who has participated in any competitions? Fikilio's voice rang out again, cutting through the stillness with an icy demeanor. Ha. Sydenham laughed heartily, tossing his hair back. Indeed, I have yet to compete in any events. But this year I shall undoubtedly become the dazzling figure captivating all of St. Laurent City. The most formidable and handsome gentleman in the competition. I can't stand this guy. Boss, let me take him down. A robust young man, with a shaved head except for a topknot, displaying crossed scars across his well-defined muscles. Looked at the still calm Fikilio and declared, "We have no ties with that bunch from Golden Lion Academy anyway. Be cautious," Fikilio replied matter-of-factly. The previously composed demeanor of the imposing young man twisted into a menacing scowl. "You be the first to dare to address us like that at Ironwood Academy. I'll make sure to entertain you properly." Bloodthirsty berserker fist. Moss found himself momentarily breathless as the formidable young man, with a sinister grin, transformed into a whirlwind, launching a powerful punch at Sydenham. The muscles on one side of his body swelled dramatically, nearly doubling in size, and the force from his punch swept forward, causing Sydenham's hair to stream backward. Swish, a sound sliced through the air. Suddenly, Moss lost sight of Sydenham. Several stifled gasps echoed within the hall. Sydenham had already appeared before the imposing young man, one hand gripping his throat with an iron grip. With just that one hand, Sydenham rendered the formidable young man immobile. The young man's other half returned to its normal state, his face flushed with embarrassment. Crack! In the next instant, the burly young man, who towered over Sydenham by a head, was sent flying by a single hand, crashing heavily onto the ground. Moss was at a loss for words. Sydenham, however, merely flashed a charming smile, shaking his hand dismissively. That was too slow. The fallen young man groaned in agony, unable to rise. The grip of death. A tall young man with a buzz cut and notably thick joints spoke darkly, aside from Fikilio. The others nodded gravely. The grip of death was a secret technique developed by Golden Lion Academy, utilizing elemental particles to draw the opponent directly into one's grasp. It was said to be extremely difficult to master, and Sydenham's execution of this technique was not only astonishingly swift but also appeared to possess exceptional strength. He exhibits remarkable affinity with elemental particles, Fikilio commented. His technique's power surpasses that of the average practitioner. Boss, may I step in? A young man sporting a distinctive Inyang hairstyle, half short and half long, casting a shadow over his fair complexion, glanced at the self-satisfied Sydenham before turning back to Fikilio with a query. After some contemplation, Fikilio nodded. All right. Are you called Wang Erda? I've heard of you. Your hairstyle is indeed quite cool. Sydenham regarded the uniquely coiffed individual who had bypassed Fikilio, suddenly speaking earnestly, as if genuinely admiring his hairstyle. Is that so? Wang Erda replied, his tone flat, seemingly influenced by Fikilio's inherently cool demeanor. Streams of elemental particles flowed like water from his fingertips, swirling around his palms, and as they emitted an extraordinarily radiant crimson glow, it felt as though countless ethereal wisps had materialized in the air, coalescing into two elongated azure blades that matched his height. This is a physical technique. Moss's hands trembled violently once more. The physical technique, a hallmark of Ironwood Academy, combined elemental particles and force to create tangible weapons that surpass the strength of most metals forged by alchemists, capable of slicing through steel. However, the key lay in the fact that even though most practitioners in St. Laurent City were aware of Ironwood Academy's formidable techniques, only a select few elite students and instructors could master and employ such methods in battle. Given that this technique required an explosive release of elemental particles that the average practitioner's skeletal and muscular structure could not endure. I am about to make my move, so be careful. Just as those words echoed, a wave of water surged beneath Wang Erda, forming a whirlpool. His true form, however, had silently appeared behind Sydenham. The two gleaming azure blades, glinting with a chilling light, were mere meters from Sydenham's back. Yet Sydenham merely turned his head slightly, making no effort to evade, as if waiting for the blades to pierce his flesh. Wang Erda's figure abruptly vanished. Just as the two blades were poised to strike Sydenham from behind, Wang Erda reappeared to his left side. In this gravity hall, achieving such speed and executing such techniques was astonishing. Moss's complexion turned a ghostly white. While he had previously known of Fikilio's prowess, he now realized that even this Wang Erda would likely prove insurmountable for the likes of Kareen and the other members of St. Dawn's team. A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Erda's eyes, sharp as the blades in his hands. You dare to disregard Ironwood Academy entirely. To be so audacious before me and Fikilluo shall earn you an unforgettable lesson. The dual blades in his hands descended violently towards Sidenhan's shoulder. Frost Nova, prepare to fall. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Si Dinghan erupted with a fervent shout, his golden hair billowing wildly. Boom. Wild was utterly unprepared. Feeling only that his blade had grazed Si Dinghan's clothing, when a sudden surge of icy wind and hailstones propelled his body away, crashing heavily against the venue's ceiling before being drawn back down by the force of gravity. Landing with a thud on the ground, his entire body felt numb, unable to lift even an inch from the floor. To onlookers, his state appeared utterly tragic. His bare torso bore countless pale wounds, each a dent from the hail, and half of his hair was frozen to his face, with several strands broken. Had it not been for the warm breath escaping Wild's lips, one might easily mistake him for a corpse long encased in ice. How could Wild, renowned for his agility, be so effortlessly defeated? Who on earth is this person? The potency of his Frost Nova is astonishing. Wild's physique couldn't withstand even a single strike, even when Si Dinghan had swiftly dispatched the first muscular man. The others had quickly regained their composure. However, witnessing Wild's decisive defeat, their expressions shifted entirely. Time and air within the venue seemed to come to a standstill. Haha. Yet in the midst of this atmosphere, Si Dinghan suddenly placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "The illustrious Green Hornet Wild seems to be nothing extraordinary after all. What do you say? Are you scared now? Perhaps you should forfeit the next match." After this brazen display, he arrogantly pointed a finger at Fei Qilua and the others. Is it the bloodline of a dragon? Fei Qilua stepped forward, approaching Si Dinghan. Even in such circumstances, his expression and voice remained calm. Yes, Si Dinghan laughed heartily, tossing his hair back. This fellow truly seeks his own demise. The muscular men behind Fei Qilua turned pale. Si Dinghan's gesture was a blatant provocation and mockery, disregarding Fei Qilua entirely. For most students of Ironwood Academy, they might endure insults against their institution, but they could never tolerate disrespect toward Fei Qilua, who had led them into national competitions for 2 consecutive years. Yet, Fei Qilua merely waved his hand dismissively. Such a simple gesture seemed to possess an extraordinary charm, silencing the Ironwood Academy members completely. To defeat us at Ironwood Academy is no simple task. After waving his hand, Fei Qilua directed this statement at Si Dinghan, his tone still neutral, yet anyone could discern the pride and burning fighting spirit in his words. The boss is furious. This guy is in for a rough time. The way the boss gets angry is so cool. The previously agitated muscular men behind Fei Qilua instantly wore expressions of admiration. Si Dinghan rolled his eyes in disbelief. Are all you Ironwood Academy folks like this? No one responded to his remark. A brilliant stream of purple-red elemental particles coalesced at Fei Qilua's fingertips, invisible magical forces swirling wildly in the air, forming a vortex before him, releasing an unusual pink hue. This coalesced into dozens of substantial, gem-like pink feathers, suspended around Fei Qilua. Is this a tangible technique? How peculiar. Si Dinghan was momentarily taken aback. Green serpent guard, a green cobra, matching his height, suddenly reared in front of him, spewing streams of green luminescence toward Fei Qilua. Fei Qilua's left eye, already an enigmatic pink, seemed to retract inward, forming an exceptionally deep channel. His body remained motionless, arms at his sides. Yet the floating feathers around him began to move. Each green luminescent beam that approached him was met by a feather that effortlessly sliced through it. With every beam severed, powerful shockwaves emanated through the air, showcasing the formidable prowess of their techniques. Yet, astonishingly, the feathers hovering in the air appeared completely unaffected by these shockwaves, seeming both gentle and immensely heavy. You've fallen for it. Si Dinghan suddenly burst into an excited laugh. A black line had appeared beneath Fei Qilua's feet, coiling around him. Is that so? But in that moment, a feather appeared before the black line, seemingly aware of its every move, effortlessly severing it. Si Dinghan was momentarily stunned. He felt as if Fei Qilua could see into the depths of his thoughts, always predicting his next action. It's my turn. A calm voice resonated. The feathers continued to hover in midair, yet Fei Qilua's body had vanished from among them. Crescent moon slash. He materialized at Si Dinghan's left side, his hand radiating a brilliant white light, akin to a dazzling sun. The boss is indeed the boss. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, he cannot suppress his inner fervor. As expected, he charged in for close combat. A chorus of awestruck exclamations erupted. Come, Si Dinghan shouted excitedly, not flinching or dodging, as blinding bolts of lightning enveloped his hand, and he turned to deliver a fist to Fei Qilua. Boom! Their palm and fist collided. releasing a burst of brilliance, lightning, and elemental particles, accompanied by the resounding thud of their physical clash, numbing the teeth of all onlookers. In this collision, neither was willing to step back, locked in a stalemate. However, at that instant, the gem-like feathers that had been suspended in the air suddenly sprang into action, darting towards C. Dingan's back with near instantaneous speed. This guy is surprisingly formidable. C. Dingan's heart sank, his expression shifting in alarm. This strange technique, combined with Fei Qiluo's overwhelming strength in close quarters, felt as though he were facing two Fei Qiluos simultaneously. The boss is truly impressive. Is this the end? Would the boss accidentally kill him? All the members of Ironwood Academy present widened their eyes in astonishment. It had been a long time since they had witnessed Fei Qiluo unleash his full power, and his display ignited their fervor. Moreover, they were exhilarated to see that this year's Fei Qiluo was on an entirely different level compared to last year's competition. Great Water Dragon technique. Just as everyone believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, a massive water dragon surged up from beneath Si Dinghan. With a thunderous crash, the colossal water dragon hurled Si Dinghan against the venue ceiling, allowing him to evade the feather's onslaught. The gem-like feathers dissipated slowly upon colliding with the water dragon's body. Fei Qiluo slowly turned his head, observing the disheveled Si Dinghan in the sky. Mose also unconsciously looked up, his gaze firmly fixed on Si Dinghan. Kill me? Also, is your boss more handsome than I am? Which of your eyes sees him as more attractive than me? Si Dinghan shouted angrily, drenched. Golden instant kill strike. His figure suddenly descended from the air, propelled by a gust of golden particles, landing behind Fei Qiluo. Yet, the moment he revealed himself, Fei Qiluo disappeared from his front, reappearing behind him instead. A hand, resembling a radiant crescent moon, struck toward his back. Great Water Dragon technique. With a resounding crash, Si Dinghan was once again sent crashing against the venue ceiling, while the enormous water dragon beneath him was shattered by Fei Qiluo's single blow. Suspended in the air, Si Dinghan gazed at Fei Qiluo, disbelief etched across his face. What technique are you using that allows you to foresee my next move? He did not make another move, merely descending steadily to the ground with the scattered droplets of water, coming to a halt a good 10 meters away from Fei Qiluo. Fei Qiluo gazed at him with a faint look, her eyes narrowing slightly, expressing her curiosity about the method he employed to surpass the limits of ordinary speed and evade her attack under such circumstances. Observing Fei Qiluo's evident reluctance to divulge her secrets or respond to his inquiries, Sidenhan took out a comb to groom his hair while pondering. Though it seemed I could not defeat you at this moment, you should also find it difficult to overcome me. What on earth occupies this fellow's mind? Could he truly believe himself to be the most handsome man in the world, still preening himself at this juncture? A few members of the Ironwood Academy teams looked on, their expressions filled with exasperation. You are quite right, Fei Qiluo nodded, her voice devoid of fervor, but my teammates are all stronger than those from the Golden Lion Academy. Aside from you, not a single individual from your academy could contend with the likes of Wilder. Thus, when the competition arrives, it will still be your academy that faces defeat. You make a valid point, Sidenhan reflected, then laughed heartily, but it is not entirely accurate, for my prowess will continue to rise. So, when the time comes, you would do well to forfeit obediently lest you find yourselves vanquished by my illustrious and formidable self. All but Fei Qiluo from Ironwood Academy rolled their eyes at him. I await your challenge, Fei Qiluo remarked blandly. Fixing her gaze on Sidenhan, I shan't converse with you any longer. My clothes are soaked. Fortunately, your academy lacks female members. Sidenhan waved his hand dismissively, muttering this before turning to exit the venue. Casting a glance at Moss by the door before striding away from Ironwood Academy, the gazes of Fei Qiluo and the others fell upon Moss. You came with him, did you not, member of the Golden Lion Academy? Fei Qiluo's voice rang out, cool and detached. Moss's body trembled uncontrollably. The recent confrontation between Fei Qiluo and Sidenhan had far exceeded his imagination. An overwhelming dread began to engulf him. In that moment, Fei Qiluo appeared akin to a colossal demon, capable of devouring both his body and soul. Overwhelmed by this inexplicable fear, Moss felt an irresistible urge to confess that he had indeed come with Sidenhan, and then flee. Yet, just as his body quaked in terror and he found himself momentarily speechless, a profound sense of shame concurrently flooded through him. This intense embarrassment caused his body to tremble even more violently, cold sweat pouring down. Nevertheless, his head was lifted. I am from the Holy Dawn Academy. From a faint whisper, his voice escalated into a roar. I am from the Holy Dawn Academy, and I shall undoubtedly represent my academy in the future, battling against you and defeating you. He shouted these words with all his might, Entirely oblivious to the distortion of his features, tears and sweat streaming down his face. So this fellow from the Holy Dawn Academy is equally arrogant, but if he wishes to declare war, then let it be. There is no need for tears. The members of Ironwood Academy regarded him with expressions akin to that of observing a peculiar creature. Yet, Fikilio raised an eyebrow slightly, turning away as she calmly stated, "Very well, I, too, await your arrival, boss. Why did you bother with that fellow from the Holy Dawn Academy? By doing so, you essentially accepted his challenge, which seems rather unbecoming of your stature, especially considering he possesses little strength." A few members of Ironwood Academy questioned Fikilio after Moss had completely vanished from sight, puzzled by her resumption of training. Despite trembling and fear, he still possesses the courage to challenge me. Such a person may yet achieve something great, Fikilio replied coolly, then continued, "As for that member of the Golden Lion Academy, he likely possesses the bloodline of the Green Dragon." Chapter 42. The Art of the Gate. Third update. Join the Academy's team? In a secluded corner of the Greatwood Forest, Beluo was speaking to Kate that I haven't even condensed a single elemental particle. What leads you to believe I possess the strength to join the Academy's team? You sneaked out during your months at the medical facility, practicing at night, and even drilled a hole in the wall of the beast training hall. You have trained for over 6 months longer than Eileen and the others. Given your current physical condition, according to my estimates alongside several elite instructors, if you commence special training today, it is possible for you to condense an elemental particle before the preliminary competition officially begins. Kate gazed intently into Beluo's eyes as he spoke earnestly. Moreover, based solely on your practice, you have already achieved the ability to enter the Night Fury state, should you manage to attain self-induced fury. Your power would far surpass that of Karen and his peers, and you might even wield techniques reserved for sorcerers who have opened 2 gates. So, you wish for me to condense an elemental particle while simultaneously achieving self-induced fury, and thereafter utilize sorcery techniques. The lenses of Beluo's glasses glinted with white light. To satisfy both conditions within such a short time frame is already exceedingly arduous, and mastering techniques exclusive to sorcerers who have opened 2 gates can only be practiced after achieving self-induced fury, rendering it nearly impossible. Kate nodded, observing Beluo's extreme calmness. As long as you are willing to join the Academy's team, no matter how small the chance, it is worth a try. Very well, I shall join the Academy's team. Beluo's declaration momentarily stunned Kate. Following a direct rejection from Lin Luolon, he had not anticipated Beluo's response to be so unequivocal. However, I have one condition. While Kate was still momentarily taken aback, Beluo cast him a glance and added. Kate, intrigued, inquired, "What condition?" "I wish to undergo special training within the giant beast arena." "What?" Kate gasped in astonishment. Incredulity etched upon his face as he met Beluo's gaze. He distinctly recalled Lister mentioning that Beluo's previous severe injuries had resulted from infiltrating the giant beast arena. "I have no idea what sort of special training you have prepared for me, but judging by your reaction, it likely does not involve battling the monsters within the giant beast arena." Beluo adjusted his glasses, meeting Kate's gaze squarely. The bloodline of the beast men, when close to these giants and monsters, allows for the greatest progress during combat. Our ancestors, the beastmen living in the troll jungle, have faced various enormous beasts since birth. Only by immersing oneself in a similar atmosphere can one awaken the power of the beastman's bloodline most swiftly and thoroughly. Not mention the beast training hall. After a brief pause, Beluo continued, "Those pitiful creatures, devoid of any primal essence, are utterly useless for awakening my bloodline power. Only the monsters and beasts raised in the giant beast arena can possibly lead me to the state you describe. But the giant beast arena is a venue for genuine combat sorcerers who have passed the assessments. It is far too perilous for someone like you." Kate gazed at Beluo with a mix of exasperation and concern. "Furthermore, since you are already closely approximating the environment in which beastmen lived during the Dragon War era, we certainly cannot be present by your side. This would place you in genuine life-threatening danger. Those unwilling to wager their lives should abandon any pursuit of education or dreams." Beluo turned away, no longer looking at Kate. His eyes ignited with an unprecedented fire, brimming with an indescribable blend of hatred and determination. This statement, typically a teacher's admonition to students, had unexpectedly transformed into a student's declaration to a teacher. Kate inhaled deeply, contemplating Beluo's silhouette, pondering what could possibly fuel such ambition and fighting spirit within him. Special training? Beluo is joining Kate's special training? "Mr. Houston, why can't I join in Kate's special training? He is an elite instructor, and his training must be exceptional if I also participate in his special training. My progress should be expedited. right? Mr. Houston, could you speak to Kate on my behalf and allow me to join his special training as well? In the afternoon, after Kate had inquired about Houston, she learned from him that Barrow was not attending Houston's classes due to the special training arrangements made by Kate. This prompted Eileen to incessantly hover around Houston, peppering him with questions. Almost all the freshmen were left speechless. While most students would avoid the notoriously disliked teacher Houston at all costs, Eileen seemed utterly oblivious to his sinister and fearsome nature, exhibiting a remarkable closeness to him. Houston, in turn, was left exasperated by Eileen's relentless inquiries. To claim that teacher Kate was an elite instructor, suggesting that participation in her special training would yield quicker progress. Felt like a slap in his face. Eventually, in a fit of frustration, he retorted, "I am not Kate. How could I possibly know why he won't let you attend the special training? If you wish to participate, go ask Kate yourself. Why inquire of me? Do ordinary teachers not possess the right to make suggestions to elite instructors?" Disappointed, Eileen replied, Houston felt as though he had been trampled upon, overwhelmed with a desire to spit blood in frustration. Suddenly, a trembling voice echoed through the clearing of the Thinker's Stone Forest. "Mose." Everyone turned in astonishment to see that the source of the voice was Mose, who had skipped classes all day. The red-haired lad appeared as if he had just emerged from water, dripping with dampness. Houston stared blankly at Mose. Eileen drew in a sharp breath, her excitement bubbling over as she eagerly inquired, "Teacher Houston, how is it that these individuals practice, and why do they progress so rapidly? How would I know how they practice?" Houston replied with a grim expression, "Most of them are peculiar beings with extraordinary bloodlines. Some among them may have awakened their abilities by the age of 10, and like you, have been refining their essence for 5 or 6 years. Some are naturally endowed with terrifying mental strength, capable of opening 2 gates at once. Teacher, I'm telling the truth." At that moment, Mose exclaimed loudly that Sydenham from the Golden Lion Academy is very likely one of those peculiar individuals you mentioned. His physical strength and magical prowess far exceed the norm. He might even possess a high dragon bloodline. A dragon bloodline? Do you have any idea how many sorcerers on the entire Doraster continent possess such a lineage? Even those with a fraction of dragon blood have talents so astounding that they are beyond comprehension. In past competitions, the total number of celebrated figures possessing dragon blood has been exceedingly few. If one truly had dragon blood, would they attend a second-rate institution like the Golden Lion Academy? The absurdity of it all grew, and Houston, with a dismissive snort, turned away. "Teacher Houston, please listen to me." Mose stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, desperately calling out. Yet, Houston seemed to vanish like the wind, moving at a speed that left no trace behind. Mose felt faint from frustration. "Let us go." The remaining freshmen regarded Mose as somewhat unhinged. And since most were too timid to associate with him or Eileen for fear of being perceived as part of the same group by Houston, the clearing of the stone forest of thinkers was left with only Mose and Eileen. Bailu was also absent. Feeling the sudden emptiness, Eileen couldn't help but comment to Mose, "Why should I care about that bespectacled fellow?" Mose, in a fit of rage, retorted, "And you? When I was speaking, you kept interrupting. You should have asked your questions at a more appropriate time, instead making Teacher Houston doubt my words. Isn't your intention to share your insights about Fikiliuo and Sydenham's techniques with Kellyisi, so she can prepare and train accordingly?" Eileen scratched her head, puzzled. "Why do you need Teacher Houston to believe you? As long as what you say is true, I can take you directly to meet Kellyisi." "What? You can meet Kellyisi?" Mose fell silent. "Indeed, I've met her twice, and my current training regimen is taught by her," Eileen replied casually. "Are you telling the truth?" Mose's excitement surged as he grabbed Eileen's arm. "Quick, take me to see her. Why are you in such a rush?" Eileen looked at Mose as if he were a fool. "Kellyisi is still recovering from her injuries and hasn't resumed training yet. Besides, I distinctly recall Teacher Houston mentioning that our St. Dawn Academy team must first defeat the Shield Academy before we can encounter Ironwood Academy or Golden Lion Academy. If you wish to learn, you should first understand the Shield Academy. The Lannister family of the Shield Academy." Mose was taken aback. He had always perceived Eileen, hailing from Kelleran Town, as somewhat simple-minded, yet her words now made him feel like a fool. Indeed, ever since witnessing Sydenham and Fikiliuo's performances at Ironwood Academy, he felt as if he had lost his composure, unable to think clearly. Was it fear of these monstrous figures? Or was he unwilling to accept that he could never compare to them, forever remaining a sorcerer beneath their level? "Mose, are you serious? Are Sydenham and Fikiliuo truly that formidable? Can we watch their training and competitions at other academies?" Mose stood there, while Eileen continued to question him. "Does the Shield Academy have any powerful individuals like Sydenham and Fikiliuo? Should we first see how the members of the Shield Academy team are doing?" As Eileen bombarded him with questions, Her expression filled with excitement and seriousness, Mose found himself calming down completely. "You, my friend," he said, "I've heard from others that you've been clamoring to refine your essence these past few days, aiming to join the Academy team and participate in competitions. Aren't you afraid of how formidable Sidenhan and Fikilio are?" "Not at all. What is there to fear?" Eileen replied, her demeanor carefree. "If the opponents are all inferior to you, what is the point of the competition? You make a valid point. If I only defeat those weaker than myself, then what significance does such a victory hold? To defeat merely lesser opponents and become a renowned sorcerer is hardly a dream worth pursuing." Moses' gaze toward Eileen transformed entirely. "Eileen, I seem to recall that during the last assessment, you achieved the highest score among all of us, correct?" Eileen laughed heartily. "It seems so, but weren't we discussing Fikilio? Sidenhan, in the Shield Academy? If you're not afraid of them and are eager to join the Academy team, how could I possibly lose to you? I cannot allow myself to be outdone by you. Come on, let us have a match. Once I defeat you, we can investigate the Shield Academy team together. I can assure you, even though the Shield Academy team lacks exceptionally renowned competitors like Fikilio, they are still regulars in national competitions. Their team has consistently been recognized as a formidable force." Mose gazed at Eileen, who was grinning with pride, and shouted loudly, "All right, but I won't let you defeat me." Eileen's eyes ignited with fierce determination. "Let us see, warrior under the starry sky, just how much strength you possess. Don't blame me if I knock you down." With a battle cry, Mose focused solely on Eileen. And in an instant, his feet trembled as he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Fire burst fist. Boom! A fireball erupted toward Eileen. What? Yet, in the moment that the blazing punch was unleashed, Mose found that Eileen had vanished from his sight. Smack! A punch struck Mose squarely in the back, sending him stumbling forward several steps before barely regaining his balance. How could this guy's speed have reached such heights? Mose turned around, incredulously staring at the self-satisfied Eileen. "How does it feel? Can you still fight, warrior?" Eileen waved her fist. "I've only used half of my strength. You're so full of yourself. You're done for." Mose roared, and with that, his entire body surged with speed, moving at least twice as fast as before. His legs and fists transformed into a flurry of shadows, unleashing a torrential barrage of punches toward Eileen from all directions. "Warrior, this is still not enough. I am a warrior who has endured the trials of the rebound chamber. Warrior, my foot," Mose shouted. But to his disbelief, Eileen effortlessly dodged his attacks. Each punch was either gracefully evaded or deflected with ease. Smack! A foot, trailing a blur, landed forcefully on his abdomen. Mose doubled over, clutching his stomach as he leaped backward, his knees hitting the ground hard, nearly expelling the breakfast he had consumed that morning. "Warrior, your spirit is commendable, but your movements are still too slow. You lack training." Eileen chuckled at his state, yet her fighting spirit remained undiminished as she called out, "What do you say? Can you still fight? You're doomed." Eileen's eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld as Moses' body rapidly swelled, not in the superficial manner akin to an inflated balloon, but rather in a profound expansion of muscle, becoming increasingly solid and robust. He could even sense a palpable surge of magical energy coalescing in the air, seemingly transforming into Moses' very muscles. The oversized robe Mose wore emitted a creaking sound as it struggled to contain his burgeoning physique, which had doubled in size, rising like a mountain of flesh from the ground. Even the muscles on his face bulged out like rocky formations, his fiery red hair standing on end. Moses' entire appearance was utterly transformed from his usual self. A colossal shadow enveloped Eileen. Chapter 44. The Unification of Three Elites. Second update. The bloodline of giants truly does grant the ability to become a giant. Eileen, in a daze, extended his hand and waved towards the now hill-like Mose. "Hey, do you still recognize me, idiot? Do you think I've turned into something mindless? This is the amplification technique of the giant bloodline." Mose, whose face was already full of bulk, now appeared even more so. For only those with at least one-third of the giant bloodline can possess such a gifted power. Nevertheless, it matters not. You are doomed. Rockfall. His immense and heavy body suddenly leapt into the air like a thrown boulder, towering above, and he hurled a punch at Eileen. The speed of that fist was akin to a meteor plummeting from the sky. Eileen could have dodged, but upon witnessing Moses' gargantuan form and the violent expression on his face, coupled with the muscle that resembled rocks covering his body, he was suddenly filled with curiosity, eager to experience the magnitude of power behind Moses' giant transformation. He did not evade. Instead, he crossed his arms defensively before him. Bang! Moses' fist, as large as a cauldron, struck his arms with tremendous force at the intersection of his crossed limbs. How formidable! Eileen instantly felt a tingling sensation in both arms as an overwhelming force surged through him, leaving him no time to react before his body slid backward along the ground. Whoosh! He slid back for 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. The earth beneath his feet plowed into deep furrows. How could I have withstood his punch like that? His strength has grown so formidable, and yet he remained standing unperturbed. Mose, with his face full of bulk, was momentarily taken aback. That hurts. It hurts so much. But in the next moment, with his arms still crossed before him, Eileen, appearing nonchalant and exuding an aura of mastery, suddenly leapt into the air, vigorously shaking his hands. Mose was left speechless. Idiot. Surrender? Impossible. I will definitely defeat you. Be careful, warrior, here I come. Eileen, shaking his hands, was filled with excitement and fervor. His feet began to stomp the ground at a terrifying frequency, and with no embellishments, he charged straight towards Mose, delivering a punch. Idiot. Do you truly believe you can overpower me in a head-to-head clash? Mounting his fist, Mose's entire body was yanked back by the force of his own punch. Then he launched another fist towards Eileen's flying figure. A resounding explosion echoed. Eileen was sent flying back another 7 or 8 meters from the force of their fists colliding. This time, Eileen's fists felt as though they were swelling, and he was hopping on the ground incessantly. I refuse to believe I cannot take you down. Once more. Yet, he remained undeterred, shouting loudly as he charged towards Mose again. I've never seen such a foolish fighting style. Is brute force all you know? Mose looked at Eileen incredulously, preparing to deliver another devastating punch to send Eileen flying once more. What? But at the moment Mose extended his fist, Eileen's body paused momentarily, his left hand sweeping across to block, while his right fist shot out with even greater speed. Explosive wave. Boom! A gust of wind slammed into Mose's face. Mose let out a wretched scream, his face contorted, tears streaming down as Eileen used the momentum from his left-hand block to propel his body backward. Haha! Watching Mose clutching his face in agony, tears and snot spilling forth, Eileen couldn't help but double over with laughter, one slightly swollen hand pounding the ground repeatedly. You fool! Did you really think I would be so simple-minded as to engage you in a battle of brute force every time? So what now? Where Eileen propped herself up with both hands and stood up. Indeed, you were somewhat impressive, but I shall not be intimidated by you. Come forth, warrior. Your eyes have become panda-like from the blows I've dealt you. Surely, you struggle to keep them open now. Cease your bluster. I am determined to defeat you. Minglu and Rue exchanged glances, bewildered. Were they merely competing? I am merely posturing. Collision of war. Exploding wave. Collision of war. Whirlwind fury. The two figures, one large and one small, collided repeatedly, producing immense sounds and bursts of air. Minglu stared in astonishment. The one battling the red-haired lad was the remarkably mysterious young individual that Lister had favored? When did he acquire such formidable momentum? Rue observed in silence, momentarily speechless. Such momentum, such resilience. This fellow was indeed a genius. Minglu grew increasingly excited, his breath turning fervently heated, yet his fighting style is rather clumsy. His techniques lacking finesse. At present, Mose and Eileen resembled two raging bulls clashing with their horns. Mose repeatedly sent Eileen flying backward, while Eileen, at the moment of impact, retaliated with a powerful strike. Yet Eileen's momentum left Minglu utterly astounded. In the realm of sorcerers, momentum specifically refers to the ability for sustained motion and continuous explosive force. Some individuals possess tremendous instantaneous power and speed but can only sustain it for a fleeting moment. Others may have excellent endurance yet lack explosive strength and speed. There are those who can maintain an ordinary pace for an entire day but lack the power to sprint at maximum speed for half an hour. Individuals who can simultaneously possess perfect explosive force and enduring stamina are exceedingly rare. However, Eileen evidently possessed astonishing momentum, and throughout this fierce contest, Minglu had not observed any signs of his fatigue. This young man was indeed astonishing, a peculiar bloodline unlike any he had ever encountered. Rie discerned the implication in Minglu's tone, but calmly shook his head. I understand you believe he is the most suitable candidate for your techniques. Yet I must caution you. His magical prowess is not to be underestimated. Overemphasis on physical training cannot fully harness his innate gifts. Furthermore, I believe it is best for any of us not to interfere with his training. The lack of technique will make each battle more challenging for him, allowing him to reap greater benefits. Minglu paused, and after a second, sheepishly tapped his head. Rue, you are correct. It would be better to let him grow wild like a weed. As Minglu expressed this sentiment, he had no inkling that he, along with Jialan and Rue, had reached a unanimous consensus regarding Eileen's potential, albeit at different times. You still refuse to concede. Nonsense. How could I possibly lose? Come on, warrior. While Minglu and Rui conversed, Mose and Eileen had already engaged in several fierce clashes, both unable to rise yet still shouting. Suddenly, Mose and Eileen burst into hearty laughter. Your eyes are so swollen you can hardly see. Yet you still wish to fight. You are no better. Very well, let's call it a draw this time. Otherwise, we might find it impossible to gather information at the Shield Academy. A few small pebbles stirred ripples across the pond. Rui regarded Mose and Eileen, slowly remarking, You are well aware that my mind is not particularly sharp. Please refrain from discussing such profound matters in my presence. Minglu excitedly struck his fists together. I can hardly believe I have managed to reach a stalemate with a titan of doubled strength. At this rate, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for Eileen to condense a magic particle within a few months. These youngsters will undoubtedly astonish everyone outside. Chapter 45. I will come to fight you again tomorrow. Third update. With panda-like eyes. Eileen and Mose walked side by side along the tree-lined path leading to the academy's entrance. Mose. Have you not witnessed the duel between Fikilluo and Sidenhan? How much more formidable are those who may have already opened 3 magical gates compared to us? What is the extent of our disparity? Mose rubbed his face and turned to glance at Eileen, somewhat disheartened. Even if we stand still, before we can even comprehend, we are suddenly struck and left unable to rise. Eileen clenched his fists, astonished. Is the gap truly so vast? To put it simply, Sidenhan's simple yet formidable great water dragon technique is so ordinary to him that even if I exerted all my strength and used my doubled power, he could effortlessly send me soaring several meters into the air with that single technique. Mose gestured towards Eileen. If it had been you, you would have undoubtedly become a mere speck in the sky. Eileen pondered. Then, has Khaleesi also opened 3 magical gates? I am uncertain. It is said she possesses the most ordinary human bloodline, so she may not have opened them so quickly, perhaps only 2 gates. Mose puffed out his cheeks to ease the pain from his injuries. However, individuals like her may possess unique combat talents, adeptly employing various techniques, considering she claims to have defeated Teacher Houston. It is not surprising that she could triumph over a higher-tier sorcerer who has opened 3 magical gates in a one-on-one encounter, especially with her secret technique that can devour magic particles. Yet, those like Fikilluo and Sidenhan seem to possess inexplicable and incomprehensible secret techniques. Eileen suddenly shouted in frustration 3 times. Have you lost your mind? Mose was startled. What are you yelling about? Is it that you believe there aren't enough people with panda eyes around you? Given the disparity, how long will it take us to condense magic particles? Eileen inquired. Mose. To what extent must our bodies be refined to reach the critical point for condensing magic particles? Typically, if one can run double the distance you can and leap onto boulders of considerable height, they are nearing the threshold. Mose glanced at Eileen. However, condensing magic particles requires both physical and mental prowess to reach the critical point. For ordinary individuals, physical strength serves as a standard, and if they can reach that level of strength, their mental fortitude should be comparable. But for a creature like you, whose physical strength is rapidly advancing, your body will certainly outpace your mental strength. Only through rigorous training to the limit can your mental resolve truly be tested, leading to any progress. For instance, while an ordinary person may need to reach their limit 100 times to see improvement, you only need to do so 10 times for the same gain in physical strength, yet they will have gained much more in terms of mental resilience. Therefore, when the time comes, your physical strength will far surpass theirs. Yet your mental capacity may still fall short, preventing you from condensing magic particles as they do. Physical strength is evident, yet to ascertain the level of mental strength requires a dwarven gauge. What is a dwarven gauge? It is an instrument crafted by the dwarven alchemists of the Daoic Kingdom, specifically designed to measure mental strength. Its primary components are made from a mysterious underground crystal. Where in St. Laurent City can one acquire it? Eileen became excited. Let us go buy one immediately. Fool, a few years ago, it cost over 100 gold coins each, and even then, one may not be able to find it. Mose scolded Eileen, yet turned to say, the Quinn family seems to have one. If you truly wish to see it daily, I can find a way to bring it back in a couple of days. Yes. Eileen nodded vigorously as he and Mose exited the school gates, traversing the streets and alleys of St. Laurent City. Observing the two, no one would suspect that they had just engaged in a fierce battle, especially considering how Mose had recently regarded Eileen as a mortal enemy. This must be the foolish, spirited essence of youth. When Mose and Eileen helped each other out of the Philosopher's Stone forest, Minglu described their camaraderie in such a manner. This state even stirred a hint of nostalgia and a trace of jealousy within Minglu. As the night completely enveloped St. Laurent City and the starry sky once again dazzled. Eileen and Mose arrived at the eastern gate of Shield Academy. Within SHILD Academy, there were no commercial streets, which paradoxically transformed the surrounding streets into bustling avenues teeming with life, in comparison to St. Dawn Academy. Eileen perceived S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy as a vibrant metropolis that never slumbered, while St. Dawn Academy resembled a park where few ventured after dusk. In order to infiltrate the enemy's ranks more effectively. Neither Eileen nor Mose donned the attire of St. Dawn Academy. However, their battered appearances still drew the attention of most passers-by, most unexpectedly, as they stealthily approached the gates of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. They were halted by two individuals stationed at the entrance. Are you students of SHILD Academy? Why are you not in uniform? Which dormitory and building do you reside in? After just a few inquiries, Mose was utterly flabbergasted. He noticed a sign outside the gate stating, "Unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entering." Is it that other academies do not allow students from outside? Why is it that we from St. Dawn Academy can enter freely, yet you have barred us, after enduring such an encounter? Eileen, feeling helpless, murmured as he and Mose retreated to a street corner. I am uncertain. It seems other academies do not have such regulations, Mose replied, a mix of frustration and embarrassment in his voice. Perhaps it is due to SHILD Academy being sponsored by the Lannister family. Many graduates from SHILD Academy joined the Lannister family's Westerlands Legion or Sorcerer Squads, which could explain the stringent restrictions and somewhat militarized management. Let us return. We have no idea what the members of their academy squad look like. Even if we linger here, we would not recognize them as they pass right under our noses. Nor would we be able to witness their training, Mose lamented, gazing at the many golden rooftops of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy and the two guards eyeing them suspiciously. Absolutely not. Eileen protested with unwavering determination. I shall stroll around the walls to see if there is a place to scale over, or perhaps even a spot to dig a hole. Good grief. Mose looked at Eileen. You truly are a product of your impulsive peers. St. Dawn Academy? We have never considered St. Dawn Academy a rival. One of the guards scoffed as they made their way around outside S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Suddenly, both Eileen and Mose came to a halt. The voice had emanated from a nearby shop. It was a small establishment specializing in skewered meats, also selling cards adorned with illustrations and descriptions of various monsters and beasts. Who dares to be so brazen? Could it be the members of SHIELD Academy's squad? Eileen scowled as he marched towards the shop, with Mose promptly following. With those panda eyes, you two bear a striking resemblance to the panda monster depicted on these cards. The shopkeeper, a man in his 30s, chuckled upon seeing Eileen and Mose. What can I get for you two? Nothing we desire, Mose interjected, feeling that Eileen had grown a bit reckless after spending time with Barrow. He knew Eileen could be clever at times, yet also remarkably foolish, so he hastily stepped forward. We are new students of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, and we are keenly interested in the matches of our academy squad. We overheard discussions about the competition and decided to come in. Turning to the group of upperclassmen seated nearby, he asked, Are you the members of our academy squad? Would you mind giving us your autographs? The group, clad in the crisp, leaf-yellow uniforms of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, looked at Mose with disdain. New students are so naive. Our squad is not so easily accessible. We wouldn't be sitting here at this hour. One of them remarked, a white-faced boy with hair styled even higher than Houston's, adjusting his glasses. Is that so? Mose replied nonchalantly. But I just heard you say that you have never regarded St. Dawn Academy as a threat. Yet, does it not boast the goddess-like figure of Chris? It is said she single-handedly defeated an entire squad from South Monsoon Academy. The likes of South Monsoon Academy cannot compare to us at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. The bespectacled boy sneered. That neurotic girl only has a reputation in St. Dawn Academy. If she were here, she might not even be able to handle us. Honestly, I would find her unattractive as a girlfriend. Let alone a competitor. The only one worth mentioning next would be Fiore from Ironwood Academy. Upon hearing the heavy breathing behind him, Mose sensed trouble. Before he could turn around, Eileen's voice rang out. Have you been practicing your handstands for too long today? Huh? What do you mean by that? The boy with the spiky hair momentarily failed to comprehend, looking somewhat dazed. Practicing handstands for too long must have caused you to regurgitate your lunch, hence your foul speech. Eileen retorted, locking eyes with him. Mose was instantly at a loss for words. He had always seen Eileen as the model student who seldom displayed anger. He never anticipated Eileen could hurl such fierce insults. What did you say? The spiky-haired boy and his companions finally snapped back to reality, rising abruptly. You must apologize for your remarks about Chris, Eileen demanded. Are you from St. Dawn Academy or one of us from S? H.I.E.L.D. Academy. The boy sneered. What if I refuse to apologize? We are from St. Dawn Academy. If you do not apologize, we will make you do so. From St. Dawn Academy? You dare shout here. The spiky-haired boy and his companions glared menacingly at Eileen. Either scram or prepare to kneel and lick our boots. However, to their astonishment, before the echoes of their threats faded, Eileen had already dashed out the door. I'm too exhausted to fight today. ILL returned tomorrow. By the time the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy students registered what had just transpired, Mose had already fled with Eileen, leaving no trace behind. Haha. The bespectacled boy was the first to erupt in laughter. Clutching his belly. Did they really just run off like that? They actually said, ILL come back to fight you tomorrow. What a riot. I've never encountered anything so amusing. Chapter 46. To speak and not follow through is truly embarrassing. Warm sunlight bathed the entirety of St. Laurent City. Nearing noon. At the Golden Lion Academy, the door to a dormitory was kicked open with a resounding bang. Inside, the bespectacled Sydenham lay sprawled on the bed, half of his body hanging off, fast asleep and drooling. The four individuals who barged in were utterly dumbfounded by the sight, their fury reaching a boiling point. Sydenham, you're still asleep at this hour, you scoundrel, sneaking off to Ironwood Academy to showcase your abilities while we were left in the dark. After witnessing Fiori prowess, you still choose to slack off and skip training. Their furious shouts reverberated throughout the dormitory. Yet, despite the cacophony that could have shattered eardrums, Sydenham remained in a deep slumber. Unforgivable, the four could no longer tolerate it. They charged at Sydenham and began to pummel him. Ugh! Sydenham stirred from his dreams, removing his eye mask and gazing at the four furious figures before him. When did you come in? I dreamt that Fury was beating me up. It was quite terrifying that it was us who hit you. Look at the time. You still refuse to rise for training. If you keep this up, you will indeed be beaten by Fiori. I can't train today, Captain Hansen, Sydenham replied, eyeing the stout, thick-browed student among the four. I am unwell. You've been sick 9 out of 10 days. Can't you come up with a better excuse next time you want to skip training? The captain of the Golden Lion Academy team, Hans San, was suddenly filled with fury, veins protruding on his forehead. I have a terrible stomach ache. I might be pregnant and need to rest for 3 months. Si Dinghan remarked. The four of you were instantly petrified. Well, only ordinary talents like you, Captain Han, need to train so rigorously. A genius like me, who is both wise and handsome, has no need for such training. Observing the four who were on the verge of erupting, Si Dinghan tossed his hair and added, You should understand why I joined the Golden Lion Academy, right? It is precisely because the teachers here are quite ordinary. Devoid of those exceptionally powerful and twisted instructors who would force me to endure grueling practices. Moreover, the technique Golden Beast King from the Golden Lion Academy is particularly visually stunning and impressive, bound to captivate numerous beautiful girls. If you all still wish to compel me to train hard here, you might just wake up tomorrow and find me missing. However, since you woke me up, why don't we head to Milan Street in the city for lunch? There are plenty of attractive waitresses there. You can eat by yourself. We need to train. The four could no longer contain their frustration and stormed out. Captain, let us find a teacher to make this guy train. Time is running out, and at this rate, we will never defeat Iron Forest Academy. Outside the dormitory, a team member with hair so short it resembled a shaved head looked at Hansen and said, Forget it. You all heard what he just said. If we really bring a teacher to force him to train, he might actually run off for a vacation, Hansen said with a grim expression. After all, he is the type of genius who requires little training and can instantly open 2 gates upon waking. The only thing we can rely on now is ourselves. We must train harder and strive to enhance our strength in this limited time. Are you really going to the Shield Academy to confront that bespectacled guy? Yes. Didn't I say yesterday that I would go beat him up today? I thought you were just making an excuse to bail. You don't even know the guy's name. Know nothing about him. And you want to fight him. He looks like a senior from Shield Academy, and given his arrogance, he has probably already condensed his elemental particles. And you actually want to confront him on his home turf? At the entrance of St. Dawn Academy, Moss looked at Eileen in disbelief. How could I be making excuses? That guy is infuriating. I must teach him a lesson. But yesterday, didn't you say you and Barrow wanted to challenge our second-year bully, Phelant? Now you might not even be able to defeat Phelant, yet you wish to confront someone from Shield Academy who could be far more formidable? If you want to fight, at least defeat Phelant first, all right? I have no idea where Barrow is. Eileen continued walking as he spoke. I must confront that guy from Shield Academy, and you, brave warrior, with all this talk. Are you afraid? Moss, feeling the sweat on his palms, followed Eileen while feeling speechless. Aren't you scared? What is fear? Moss felt even more at a loss. If you don't know what fear is, you must know what embarrassment is. Right? Are you not afraid of losing completely and being knocked flat on the ground, feeling humiliated? Failing to act on one's words is the real embarrassment. Eileen vigorously shook his fist. Even if I can't win now, I will surely be able to defeat him in the future. Isn't it said that fighting, especially against stronger opponents, accelerates our growth? If one is too afraid to confront those who are more powerful, they will never overcome their rivals. Now that is truly embarrassing. As Eileen uttered these words without glancing back at Moss, Moss fell silent. Where's that bespectacled guy from yesterday? I'm here to fight him. A voice brimming with combat intent rang out in front of a shop by the walls of Shield Academy, instantly drawing a crowd. Huh, you're really here? Upon seeing the two new students from St. Dawn Academy, the shop owner, who was in his 30s, appeared somewhat dumbfounded. Yesterday, he had laughed at Eileen and Moss as they dashed away like the wind. He never expected Eileen would actually come to challenge someone today. Where's that guy from yesterday? Call him out, Eileen shouted with fervor. Sometimes, a person's assertiveness can lead others to perceive them as formidable. Had Eileen not displayed such confidence, the other students from Shield Academy might have banded together to confront him and Moss. However, now, Eileen dared to shout amidst the throngs of Shield Academy students, and surprisingly, few were inclined to step forward. News swiftly spread. Within 10 minutes, the bespectacled student with hair resembling a broom appeared with 5 or 6 others, looking fierce in Eileen and Moss's direction. The bespectacled one? Is that Senior Lingjie? This St. Dawn Academy kid is challenging Senior Lingjie? Such murmurs reached Moss's ears, causing him to feel an ominous sense of foreboding. Boss, give me 50 skewers of grilled meat. At that moment, Eileen addressed the shop owner. I don't think that's necessary, replied Lingjie, the bespectacled student, as he walked over ominously. Since you dare to come back, I will surely make you vomit. It's a waste to eat. Are you Lingjie? Eileen asked earnestly. These 50 skewers of grilled meat are not for now. They are a reward for defeating you later. Is that so? Lingjie removed his glasses and handed them to a companion, then crossed his arms and stretched forward. Let us see if you're as capable as you claim. The crowd quickly stepped back, clearing a large space. All right, I'm coming. Eileen said nothing further and charged directly at Lingjie. His body emitted a tearing sound as he moved. Moss's expression changed immediately as he discerned that, compared to yesterday, Eileen's speed and strength had evidently improved. So fast, many students from Shield Academy gasped in nervous whispers. However, before they could fully comprehend, Lingjie had vanished from sight and appeared behind Eileen, delivering a powerful punch to Eileen's back. What kind of technique is this? He moved without a sound. How can he be this fast? It's the silent shadow technique. A chorus of murmurs and cheers erupted. Amidst the cheers and discussions, Eileen fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times. It's over. Moss felt a wave of dread wash over him, for Lingjie's feet still shimmered with radiant elemental particles, clearly indicating that this senior from Shield Academy had already condensed his elemental particles and was a highly skilled practitioner of techniques. You haven't even condensed your elemental particles, just a bit stronger than the average freshman, and you dare to challenge me? After knocking Eileen down with a single punch, Lingjie paused for a moment, then burst into even louder laughter. I asked your head stuck in the dormitory door. With such a level, you dare to flaunt your prowess at our Shield Academy? Do you think we have no one left? Or do you believe you're considered strong at St. Dawn Academy, thinking we are all as weak as you? As Lingjie laughed, the surrounding Shield Academy students exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially worried that St. Dawn Academy might produce a particularly formidable figure, they feared Lingjie might not be a match, potentially bringing shame to Shield Academy. They were taken aback to find that the challenger was someone who hadn't even condensed his elemental particles. Soon, many students from Shield Academy erupted into laughter. Are you an idiot? Hurry back to St. Dawn Academy and stay there. Don't embarrass yourself out here. Amidst such taunts, Moss felt a surge of blood rushing within him. But at that moment, the noise suddenly quieted down. What are you talking about? This is just the beginning. For at that moment, Eileen's voice rang out, and everyone turned to see him propping himself up, slowly rising to his feet. Chapter 47. A bitter struggle. Lingjie's brow furrowed sharply. In the curriculum of the Shield Academy, once a mage condenses the elemental particles, every strike aims to completely incapacitate the opponent, leaving them no opportunity for counterattack. He was acutely aware of the power behind his blow. Logically, his adversary should have been utterly incapable of rising again. Yet, here stood Eileen before him, defying expectations. How could this be? A person who couldn't even enter the Academy's squad had the audacity to ridicule Chris. Eileen lifted his head, his face etched with agony, yet his eyes betrayed no signs of suffering or fear. Only a fierce and burning fighting spirit. This gaze unnerved Lingjie, who considered himself assured of victory, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. having failed to condense the elemental particles. One would expect that such a strike would lead to numerous fractures in his back. How could he possibly stand? Had Lingjie shown mercy? Impossible. The sound of the with both fists aching subtly from being clenched too tightly and with excessive force. Moss sprang up from the ground in a frenzy the moment Lingjie was knocked down by Eileen. He began to wave his arms frantically and shouted wildly to Ian the next instant. Upon witnessing Eileen on the ground, he cried out in a manic tone, "Eileen, are you all right? Eileen, do you have any injuries? Do not approach. This is a battle between the two of us." Eileen's voice resonated once more, albeit intermittently. Yet it carried a formidable power that deterred Moss from advancing. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they observed Eileen still persevering. Struggling to rise, his hands pressed against the ground, exerting effort ceaselessly. Despite repeated failures to lift his body, he continued to strive, still intent on standing. "You are doomed." Lingjie's voice emerged, pained and distorted as he sat up on the ground. He appeared incapable of standing, yet his condition seemed slightly better than Eileen's. "Come on, barbecue." Eileen's consciousness began to waver. He could not even recall Lingjie's name, referring to him instead as barbecue. Every fiber of his muscles and every bone within him seemed to tremble with excruciating pain. Yet what left everyone breathless was that he managed to stand up, swaying precariously, even before Lingjie. "I shall kill you." Lingjie also rose to his feet, his complexion starkly pale, drenched in cold sweat from the intense agony. Each droplet trickled down from his hairline. Being pushed to such an extent by a newcomer who had yet to condense a single elemental particle was an immense humiliation. An overwhelming killing intent emanated from him. And violet-red elemental particles erupted uncontrollably from his hands and feet. "Enough." A cold, stern female voice interrupted. "It is unacceptable for a senior mage to be reduced to such a pitiful state by a newcomer in our Shield Academy. You should apologize for what you have said." "What?" Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a girl standing atop the barbed wire fence of the Shield Academy's imposing walls. Each wire was no thicker than half a finger and not tightly strung, yet this girl stood firmly upon one, appearing as if she had been observing for quite some time. She was tall, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, her features exquisite, yet her expression bore an indescribable coldness and determination. Clad in a military-like academy uniform, she resembled a true, spirited female officer. "Charlotte, when did she arrive? Is this one of the main members of our Shield Academy's 5-person team, Lady Charlotte?" "Why address her as Lady Charlotte?" "Because she has been granted the title by the Lannister family and is now an official member of a legion in the West. In just 2 years, she is likely to join their mage team." As Lingjie turned, his face still radiated fury, as if he wished to confront the speaker, but upon catching sight of the girl on the wall, the murderous intent and rage evaporated, leaving his face pallid. "He challenged me here at our Shield Academy, and you expect me to apologize to him, Charlotte?" Yet he could not suppress his shout. "The opponent comes to us, and we must apologize in return. What a disgrace that would be if it spreads to other academies." The spirited girl named Charlotte vanished from the wall, materializing not far behind him. "It was your words that insulted Chris, prompting him to challenge you, correct? Remember this. The Academy's reputation is not determined by individuals like you or by a few brawls, but by those like Chris, by the teams within the Academy, and by those who venture out to undertake genuinely perilous missions. You, a senior student of the Shield Academy, who has condensed elemental particles for so long, being brought down to this extent by a newcomer from the Holy Dawn Academy, signifies your failure." A frost seemed to envelop Charlotte's visage, her gaze piercing like a sword as she commanded Lingjie, "Apologize to him." Lingjie lowered his head, no longer daring to utter a word. After a tense silence lasting several seconds, he finally spoke. "I am sorry. I asked this girl named Charlotte, a member of the Shield Academy team. She has already received the Lannister family's endorsement. Only those capable of executing dangerous tasks and succeeding as battle mages could earn such favor." Moss stared blankly at Charlotte, and through the hushed whispers of some Shield Academy students around him, he confirmed that this girl was indeed one of their team members, for reasons unknown, although she did not exude the same terrifying pressure as Chi-Chi and Ding-Han. He felt an overwhelming heaviness emanating from Charlotte's presence. "If you dare speak such words again, I will still strike you." Despite Lingjie's apology, Eileen, barely able to stand, uttered these words, casting a glance at Charlotte as she descended from the wall. Then back at her. "You are impressive, formidable, and yes, quite beautiful." Charlotte did not anticipate Eileen's compliment. A faint blush unexpectedly appeared on her healthy, sun-kissed skin. "Your name is Eileen, a newcomer from the Holy Dawn Academy?" she inquired, gazing at him. "Indeed," Eileen gasped, looking at her. Are you a member of the Shield Academy team? One day, I shall also join the Holy Dawn Academy team and defeat you. What a curious individual. Charlotte remarked, momentarily taken aback by Eileen's earnestness. A rare smile of pride graced her lips. Very well. If possible, we shall meet in the competition. All right, let us go. Eileen decisively nodded at Moss before turning to leave. His exceptional momentum and resilience in battle were astonishing. What kind of bloodline did this peculiar individual possess? Observing Eileen managing to walk back on his own, Charlotte furrowed her brow, her eyes revealing her astonished expression. Hey, you're 50 skewers of barbecue. As Eileen's figure nearly vanished at the end of the street, the 30-something barbecue shop owner finally reacted, calling out loudly, "Just save them for later. Since I lost, I have no right to eat them." "I will have them next time," Eileen said without turning back, casually waving his hand. "They are already cooked. How can you save them? This is outrageous." The barbecue shop owner's face was flooded with tears. Although the fighting style remained reckless and mutually destructive, at least being able to stand was an achievement. To have forced such a swift mage into a state like that and still be able to walk away. What kind of monster are you? After leaving the street outside the Shield Academy, Moss, following Eileen, reflected on the scenes from earlier and gazed at Eileen's back, feeling an increasing sense of admiration. Moss, suddenly, Eileen, who appeared to still be filled with fighting spirit, called out. What? Moss, who was growing more and more in awe of Eileen, paused in confusion. "Oh dear, quickly help me walk." Eileen leaned against him as if he were having convulsions, gasping, "I can't take it anymore. I am cramping all over. I can't hold on." "You were so impressive coming out of the Shield Academy, and it was all an act." Moss was momentarily petrified. "Of course. I couldn't let my opponents see me struggle. Right. I had to make them believe I was formidable, otherwise they would fear me." Eileen continued to moan. "I must have fractured quite a few bones. Considering I could still walk out is already commendable." Moss was somewhat speechless, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Eileen. How peculiar. As he supported Eileen while continuing towards the Sacred Dawn Academy, Eileen suddenly cried out again. The sensation in Eileen's body felt as if it were riddled with countless tiny fractures, and the excruciating pain that penetrated to the marrow left every muscle in his body utterly unmanageable. He could barely stave off fainting, making it impossible to walk normally. Yet, he sensed that atop his head, in the place that had vaguely awakened after his transformation, a door seemed to have opened, revealing tiny particles that sparkled like stars, imbuing him with an overwhelming sense of power. What a peculiar phenomenon. Mose, who was gazing down at the path, immediately inquired. "Do you think I might have refined elemental particles?" Eileen looked at him with suspicion, their eyes locked in a silent exchange. "Why do I feel as if a door has opened at the top of my head, revealing these minuscule particles?" "What?" Mose recoiled in shock, abruptly releasing Eileen. Be gentle." Eileen nearly stumbled to the ground. "You feel as if a door has opened atop your head?" Mose regarded Eileen with a look of incredulity, his body stiffening as he spoke. "There are 7 locations within the human body that can store elemental particles, and the area near the top of the head is indeed the first elemental gate, which is uniquely referred to in the world of sorcerers as the Essence Gate. Are you not jesting with me? Would I choose this moment to jest?" Eileen, on the verge of tears from pain, implored Mose to support him. "I truly feel as if the first elemental gate is opened, and something has manifested within. This is utterly impossible." Mose regained a measure of composure, exclaiming, "Even if such a battle has granted you significant progress, pushing your body and mental strength to their limits, it is still necessary to undergo specific training and employ unique methods to compress and refine elemental particles. It cannot occur naturally in the midst of combat." "That seems accurate," Eileen pondered, recalling how teacher Jialan had elaborated on the concept. The body and mental strength function as a workshop for generating elemental particles, and without its operation, the particles cannot spontaneously materialize. Yet, I genuinely feel a stark difference from before. Previously, the sensation at the first elemental gate was vague, akin to a door that was neither fully formed nor absent. Now, it feels as though an actual portal has emerged, connecting the internal and external currents of elemental force. He absent-mindedly touched his head, expressing his frustration. "Impossible. Even those prodigies who awaken to open 2 elemental gates cannot immediately refine elemental particles." Mose discerned that Eileen was not jesting, and his astonishment grew. Finally, unable to contain himself, he released Eileen and sprinted ahead. "You return to Sacred Dawn Academy first. I shall dash home for the Dwarven Analyzer to ascertain whether your mental strength has genuinely reached the threshold for refining elemental particles. Have you no humanity? Just abandoning me here? At the very least, take me back to Sacred Dawn Academy first." Eileen lamented, feeling despondently forsaken at the street corner. Yet, Mose, consumed by an inexplicable shock, had already vanished from sight. Chapter 49. The Unusual Elemental Gates and Mental Strength Thud. A group of freshmen, chattering and laughing, had just emerged from the Greatwood Forest when they heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. "Isn't that Eileen? What on earth happened to him?" Following the sound, the freshmen, who were on their way to the commercial street, were taken aback to see Eileen, covered in dirt and dust, appearing as if he had fallen multiple times. His body trembled uncontrollably, clearly indicating that his stamina had been pushed far beyond its limits, and he seemed to be gravely wounded. "Eileen, what happened? Are you all right?" After a moment of stunned silence, the freshmen rushed toward him, their bodies radiating concern. However, as they reached Eileen's side, he had already managed to stand, albeit shaking. "I'm fine. I'm almost there." The freshmen's faces turned pale upon noticing the vacant look in Eileen's eyes as he uttered those words. He appeared to be teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. His back and chest were swollen. What could have transpired? What had he done? The freshmen followed Eileen back to the dormitory, unsure of how to proceed. Lingjia's strength was unparalleled by any opponent Eileen had previously faced, particularly as he had anchored himself in place to deliver a devastating blow to Lingjia, resulting in an even greater impact. By the time he departed from the Shield Academy, Eileen's entire body was racked with pain akin to fractured bones, each step a challenge against the limits of his endurance, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at him from within. Upon returning to Sacred Dawn Academy, he was barely conscious, unaware of how many times he had fallen. With the freshmen assisting him, he collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a deep, unresponsive sleep. After observing Eileen for a while and ensuring his breathing was steady and there seemed to be no issues, the freshman exited the dormitory, puzzled. Shortly thereafter, news of Eileen's challenge against Lingjia at the Shield Academy reached Sacred Dawn Academy. Did Mose accompany him to the Shield Academy? Did he disregard everything to challenge Lingjia due to the insults directed at Chris? As they stood just outside the dormitory, the returning freshman overheard whispers about Lingjia having already refined elemental particles and being considered an elite among the upperclassmen at the Shield Academy. They were astonished to learn that Eileen had managed to defeat him through a mutual destruction strategy, prompting the members of Lingjia's team to seek an apology from him. The freshman who had initially escorted Eileen back to the dormitory fell into a profound silence. Just because they looked down upon our academy's team, looked down upon our academy, he fought to such an extent. He is merely a freshman, yet he dared to challenge such an opponent at the Shield Academy. In their territory, in comparison, what are we? He actively practices beyond the regular curriculum, each time exerting himself more than any of us. Let us go. We must do a set of fundamental exercises. The group of freshmen lingered by the roadside outside the dormitory for quite some time. Before nearly in unison, they shouted and charged back into the Greatwood Forest. "We cannot allow others to look down upon us. We must strive harder." Increasingly, those who had initially planned to rest surged fervently into the Greatwood Forest. "Eileen, Belro, is that you back?" Before the first rays of dawn had graced Sacred Dawn Academy, a drowsy Eileen was roused from his slumber. He instinctively assumed it was Belro returning, but after a few moments, when he finally discerned the figure before him, he foolishly inquired, "Mose, what brings you here at this hour? Why did you wake me before dawn?" Mose rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Have you been struck senseless? Have you forgotten everything? You told me you felt as if you had opened the first elemental gate and refined elemental particles, which is why I rushed back to fetch the Dwarven Analyzer." "The Dwarven Analyzer?" Eileen paused for a moment before fully processing the information. "Oh right, you brought it? Are you even awake?" Mose, exasperated, waved a gleaming object in front of Eileen's face. "Haven't you noticed what I have in my hand? This is the Dwarven Analyzer." Eileen scrutinized the object in Moses' hand, which resembled a crystalline art piece, a transparent disc adorned with numerous recessed scales, with a small hole penetrating through its center. Inside the disc's layers, various spheres of different sizes rolled along the grooves. How does one measure with it, now fully alert? Eileen felt pain throughout his body, but found it manageable. He sensed that the particles within the elemental gate in his mind still shimmered, filling him with excitement. "Just insert your finger into the hole of the analyzer." Mose took a deep breath, looking at Eileen with a serious expression. "It might sting a bit, and you can withdraw your hand if necessary. But do not strike the analyzer against anything else, or you will damage it." Eileen extended his index finger towards the hole in the Dwarven Analyzer, but soon found himself frustrated. "It won't go in." "You fool," Mose exclaimed, exasperation etched across his face. "Why not try using a different finger?" "Oh." Eileen smiled apologetically and extended his little finger. A sharp pain shot through his finger as if the hole in the gauge had suddenly constricted, threatening to crush his digit. He let out a cry of anguish and desperately shook his hand. "All right, hold still." Mose forcibly restrained his hand. The gauge inflicted pain at that moment, when all of Eileen's mental focus was directed at his finger. measuring his mental strength while his entire body instinctively sought to escape the gauge. If you remain still, the pain will soon dissipate. Is this just a little pain? Eileen felt tears welling up uncontrollably. Enough with the chatter. Mo swiftly grasped the dwarf gauge. A miraculous pale green light illuminated the surface of the gauge. Then Eileen saw a series of markings light up. 20. Your mental strength has actually reached 20. Mose exclaimed. I told you, you haven't yet attained the level required to condense elemental particles. Eileen was immediately filled with doubt about his own intelligence. What did 20 mean? One moment he was told his mental strength was impressive at 20. Then the next he was told he hadn't reached the level to condense elemental particles. What does this mean? The gauge measures up to 100. Do you see that? Mose took a deep breath. Attempting to calm himself, yet he couldn't help but gaze at Eileen as if he were a monster. 30 is roughly the level required to condense elemental particles. Generally speaking, one needs to reach around 50 to unlock the second gate. Your mental strength is currently at 20, which is insufficient for condensing elemental particles, but it is already quite peculiar, as typically, someone like you, who has only recently awakened, would have a mental strength barely above 10. This indicates that on the path from awakening to condensing elemental particles, you have traversed 2/3 already. But I can assure you that the vast majority of new students in our current class have only progressed 1/3. Not enough. Eileen stared blankly at the gauge in Moses' hand, and with the glowing green light, he clearly saw that the gauge's surface was encircled by a white-marked scale, with 20 markings illuminated. Mose nodded. Not enough. But it is indeed strange. Your mental strength is somewhat beyond the normal level. Could it be due to the extensive training old genes provided me? Eileen mused, recalling the countless days of diligent practice in Kellulin Town. Does this mean I might condense elemental particles faster than expected? Excitement surged within him. The advancement of mental strength is built upon relentless practice and battles that push one beyond their limits. The number of attempts determines the outcome, but surely, Teacher Houston and the others only considered your mental strength to be slightly above that of an average new student, perhaps reflected as a maximum of 12 or 13 on this gauge. They certainly never anticipated you would reach 20, Mose said solemnly. According to conventional wisdom, Teacher Houston believes that even if you train twice as hard as all other new students, you might save half the time. A better student might condense elemental particles within 2 years. You would take at least 1 year. However, now that your mental strength is at this level, the time could potentially be half. 6 months? Eileen asked, astounded. Yes. Mose looked dejected, appearing as wilted as a withered eggplant, his confidence severely undermined. In the entire history of St. Dawn Academy, it is unlikely that there have been many who could condense elemental particles within 6 months. 6 months, that long, but Eileen could not comprehend Moses' feelings, instead becoming frustrated, exclaiming, No, it seems I must practice even harder, at least twice as hard. Thinking about how long it would take him to reach the level of condensing elemental particles. Mose felt a surge of blood rising in his throat upon seeing Eileen's expression. Could it be that this gauge is inaccurate? I clearly feel as if I have already opened the gate and have elemental particles. Yet Eileen continued to call out, urgently shaking his body. Mose, you should measure it too, to see if it's malfunctioning. A cry of despair erupted. Hearing Eileen's words, Mose actually measured again. Eileen then snatched the gauge to take a look. 13. Eileen counted the markings, turning to the visibly distressed Mose. Mose, is it truly 13? Is this gauge even accurate? Accurate. More accurate than anything. Mose shouted frantically in Eileen's ear. At that moment, he began to understand the sentiments of Teacher Houston, who sometimes seemed exasperated. Chapter 50. The Fire Evil Eye Technique. Second update. Teacher Jialan, on the rooftop of a low building opposite the St. Dawn Medical Center. Jialan heard Eileen shout. I heard you got into a fight at the Shield Academy yesterday and even defeated a rather formidable upperclassman? Jialan did not turn immediately, but the corners of her mouth curved into an attractive smile. I didn't win, and if the fight continued, I might have lost. A girl named Charlotte from their academy came out to demand that Lingjie apologize. She seems quite powerful. She has already participated in real combat operations as a battle mage, so of course, she is impressive. Jialan stood up, turning to see that Eileen was not alone this time. He was accompanied by the red-haired Mose. She nodded at the two. What brings you here today? Teacher Jialan, after my fight with Lingjie yesterday, I felt as though I had opened my first gate. And there were already some elemental particles inside. However, before coming today, Mose used the gauge to measure my mental strength, which showed 20. Mose said I have not yet reached the level to condense elemental particles. Eileen looked at Jialan eagerly, asking, So I can't understand, and I wanted to ask you about it. You felt the first gate open and sensed the presence of elemental particles. Jialan was taken aback. Stepping closer to Eileen, gently ruffling his hair. You feel it in the center of your head? Yes. Eileen nodded earnestly. Do you have the dwarf gauge? Jialan glanced at Mose, who was too intimidated to speak in front of such an elite teacher. Mose, whose palms were sweating and unable to comprehend why Eileen was so calm in front of Jialan, quickly nodded and produced the gauge. Have you measured it? What was the result? Jialan asked Mose, who could only helplessly respond. 13. Then there shouldn't be any issues. Jialan's brow furrowed tightly. Eileen, your mental strength is nearly double that of an average new student, but Mose is correct. A mental strength of at least 30 is required to compress and condense elemental particles. Furthermore, this process demands a high degree of mental concentration, integrating mental power with elemental energy, as well as the energy stored in every minuscule molecule of our bodies. This compressive process is unique and distinctly perceptible. No one could possibly be unaware of it. Condensing elemental particles directly in battle lacks theoretical basis and is simply impossible. Is condensing elemental particles really so slow? Eileen couldn't help but ask. Indeed, Jialan nodded. For mages of our level, if one expends all the elemental particles accumulated during a single battle, even if one immediately begins compressing and condensing them, it would take roughly 4 days to replenish them fully. Is there truly no possibility for me to condense elemental particles now? Eileen felt somewhat disheartened. Then why do I have such a clear sensation? I have never heard of any lineage exhibiting such a peculiar phenomenon. Jialan's heart raced slightly faster than usual, sensing that there must be some inexplicable reason behind it. There's another method we can try. She took a deep breath, looking at Eileen, and said, I can teach you the method to condense elemental particles. And I can also instruct you in a technique that only mages, those possessing elemental particles, can possibly utilize if you are capable of successfully condensing the essence particles of the art, or, in other words, able to utilize the techniques. It indicates that you have truly unlocked the first gate of the art. However, the underlying reason for condensing the essence particles in such a state of mental intensity, without even being aware of it, remains a mystery to us. This is the logic of the matter. Pay attention closely. Jialan stood quietly, her hands clasped together, her fingers forming a unique sequence as they intertwined in a continuous dance of various postures. Resembling 10 tiny figures in a lively performance. By persistently engaging in such movements and maintaining her gaze upon her hands, she elevated her mental focus to an extraordinary degree, drawing the ambient magical energy into her arms, compressing it, and sending it through the open gate of the art. The initial step is to master this technique that allows for heightened concentration and the drawing of magical energy into the hands. Isn't it? Eileen inquired, and upon receiving a nod from Jialan, he fixed his gaze and commenced his practice. The creature, Mose, felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Although this finger technique consisted merely of repetitive motions, it inherently required intense concentration to execute correctly, leading to an unconscious state of heightened focus. Each movement altered the positioning of the 5 fingers, making it exceedingly challenging. Mose found himself awkward in nearly every gesture, each step fraught with errors, as if his 10 fingers were akin to tangled ropes. In contrast, Eileen appeared completely different. After merely mimicking the movements once, he began to perform nearly flawlessly from the second attempt onward. Growing increasingly adept, almost able to execute the technique independently without Jialan's guidance. Kate's assessment was indeed accurate. This mysterious bloodline child possessed not only a physique reminiscent of a barbarian, but also an astonishing capacity for learning. Jialan's expression remained relatively unchanged, yet internally, she experienced tumultuous waves of astonishment. Throughout her years at the Holy Dawn Academy and beyond, she had never encountered a genius like Eileen. She was certain that even those with true high-level dragon bloodlines could not compare to Eileen's learning capabilities. In terms of physical strength and momentum, he was hardly distinguishable from typical dragon bloodlines. While dragon bloodlines exhibited superior affinity for magical energy, their techniques paled in comparison to his prowess. Their resilience might be similar, yet his recovery abilities surpassed those of dragon bloodlines. No other bloodline seemed to possess a learning capacity akin to his. She found herself unconsciously comparing Eileen to those she had encountered with dragon bloodlines, and the results left her even more astonished. She felt a peculiar sensation, as if Eileen possessed a mysterious bloodline that neither the entire Holy Dawn Academy nor the broader Aichi Kingdom could fully comprehend. If given the choice, she might even prefer Eileen's current bloodline over that of a dragon. I shall also impart this technique to you, Jialan declared, observing Eileen's rapid grasp of the logic finger technique after merely 6 or 7 repetitions. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly before stating, this technique is known as Fire Evil Eye technique, a finger technique as well. Pay close attention. This secret art concentrates the essence particles at the fingertips of these 5 fingers, utilizing the varying degrees of compression of the particles between the fingers to create 5 distinct force fields, each unleashing a unique and bizarre potency. Mose had never heard of the fire evil eye technique before, and upon hearing Jiao Lan's brief explanation, he immediately sensed its terrifying complexity. He could ascertain that this was no ordinary technique, but rather one of the exclusive secret arts of an elite instructor like Jiao Lan. Excellent. Yet Eileen seemed undeterred by any perceived difficulty, his face alight with excitement and determination as he exclaimed, "Teacher Jiao Lan, I will pay close attention and give it my all," just as Mose felt another wave of nausea. Jiao Lan nodded and extended her right hand skyward. She deliberately slowed the casting speed, allowing even Mose to clearly see 5 brilliant streams of essence particles flowing from her fingertips, swirling and compressing. Each glimmering crimson orb varied in size, evidently reflecting differing levels of compression. Suddenly, a giant eye, the size of a fist, materialized before her fingers, shooting toward the heavens. This eye, composed entirely of flames, was tangible and seemed to emanate an astonishing magical force, drawing the attention and focus of both Eileen and Mose irresistibly. To Eileen's eyes, the blazing evil eye transformed into a delectable feast. Meanwhile, in Mose's gaze, the malevolent eye morphed into a stunningly beautiful golden-haired maiden. Just as the two widened their eyes in astonishment, the evil eye emitted a terrifying radiance and heat, overwhelming them as if illuminated by the rays of a dozen suns, causing their eyes to sting painfully and tears to flow as they cried out in distress. The fire evil eye technique not only wielded formidable fiery power but also possessed a unique essence that could reflect the deepest desires within one's gaze, making them feel as though they beheld their most cherished aspirations. Jiao Lan's voice resonated. "Incredible, truly remarkable. Merely witnessing this is astounding. If it were to strike directly, one would undoubtedly be reduced to mere jerky plastered against the wall," Eileen exclaimed with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Mose, captivated by the image of the golden-haired beauty, felt as though he had been scorched, his face aflame with embarrassment. Chapter 51. Unique Significance, Guardianship, Third Update, Divine Pact, Mental Touch. Jiao Lan cast an appreciative glance at the exuberant Eileen, her left hand suddenly extending to touch the space between his eyebrows. At the instant her ring finger made contact, a radiant stream of essence particles illuminated, morphing into a deep crimson flame that seeped into Eileen's brow. Eileen felt a slight sting at his forehead. Yet his mind was suddenly flooded with vivid imagery, each depicting the precise movements Jiao Lan had just executed. "How can this be?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "Teacher, how did you grant me such clarity in my mind?" The principle of this technique is to stimulate certain neurons in your eyes and brain with magical energy, allowing the images you have just witnessed to be deeply imprinted, with the effect lasting approximately 20 days. This technique is useful for learning, originally intended for elite sorcerers during missions, enabling them to remember critical information more effectively. Jiao Lan regarded Eileen. There are various types of techniques. Some solely pursue pure destructive force, while others can influence a person's mind. Certain unique flames, scents, and subtle magical stimuli can affect the body's neurons and sensory perceptions. Thus, higher-level sorcerers employ a myriad of combat styles, many of which are quite unexpected. No sorcerer of any rank can guarantee their own safety during missions. Eileen nodded, realizing that even those he had encountered possessed distinct combat styles, let alone the higher-level elite sorcerers. At that moment, he began to comprehend why many refrained from choosing the path of combat sorcerers, seeking the respect that came with it. In contrast, those sorcerers who did not venture into perilous missions, while perhaps lacking in recognition and esteem, enjoyed a comparatively secure existence. "Teacher, what if you also performed this for Mose?" After a moment's thought, Eileen, displaying his camaraderie, turned to Jiao Lan. However, Mose, feeling a pang of envy, discerned from Jiao Lan's expression that he had little hope. Indeed, Jiao Lan shook her head, explaining, "His giant bloodline is not suited for my techniques. Inappropriate techniques can detract from focus, hindering a sorcerer's development. In due time, he will find a more suitable instructor." "All right." Eileen appeared spirited, eagerly inquiring, "So, I merely need to practice according to the images you have provided, correct?" "Precisely." Jiao Lan imitated Eileen's enthusiastic gesture, raising her fist. "Stay strong, warrior, with your learning ability. A mere 20 days of impression will suffice for you to master these two techniques. Only then will you discern whether you can truly condense essence particles or if some other reason has created the illusion of unlocking the first gate of the art." "Teacher Jiao Lan, may I ask one more question?" As Eileen gazed at Jiao Lan, who had settled once more at the edge of the rooftop of the building, he hesitated for a moment before succumbing to the urge to inquire. "What is it?" Why do you always wear that red scarf? Eileen's question was prompted by the vivid imagery in his mind, where Jialan's red scarf consistently appeared strikingly vibrant. Jialan replied, her gaze drifting towards the distant sky. It holds a certain special significance for me. Throughout one's life, one inevitably encounters certain things that bear special meaning or require protection. I see. Most thought Eileen would surely be curious enough to probe further, for he too sensed that Jialan's red scarf must harbor an extraordinary story. However, Eileen merely nodded and turned his attention to the medical facility directly opposite Jialan. Teacher, you've been near this clinic to protect the people within, haven't you? One could say that, Jialan responded with a smile. Our healing arts department at St. Dawn Academy is renowned throughout the kingdom, often attracting formidable practitioners who require treatment for ailments beyond the capabilities of other institutions. In truth, all the practitioners of the Aichi Kingdom share a singular, ultimate mission, to safeguard our realm. Every practitioner brought here is a warrior who has fought for this cause. They are among the most esteemed individuals and invaluable assets of our kingdom. By protecting them, I fulfill my own mission of safeguarding this land. In the quiet confines of the hospital room, Chris was methodically performing a series of stretching exercises, though she executed them with great care. Her muscles felt utterly rigid after lying in bed for an extended period. Each movement seemed aimed at softening and elongating her stiff muscles. The process was somewhat painful and demanded utmost caution. Otherwise, she risked injury that could hinder her recovery. A knock echoed through the room, prompting the already perspiring Chris to pause her exercises. Come in, she called out, and soon two youthful faces appeared before her. Are you Eileen? One of them seemed to recognize her but was uncertain, pointing first at Mose and then at Eileen. And who is this? Goodness, Eileen exclaimed. Chris, your face blindness is truly severe. You can't recognize me again? I am Eileen, and this is Mose. Remember, he has red hair. I remember your voice. Chris chuckled. The moment you spoke, I knew it was you. What brings you both here today? I should be able to leave in a few days. Are you almost fully recovered? Can you resume training? Eileen asked eagerly. Indeed, I'm nearly back to my old self. She confirmed. We came primarily because Mose is heading to Ironwood Academy and happened to witness a duel between a new student named Sidenhan from Golden Lion Academy and Fikiluo from Ironwood Academy. Those two were incredible. Mose interjected. He mentioned that Sidenhan's strength and magical prowess are extraordinary. In the sevenfold gravity chamber, he knocked Wilder away with a single move. Moreover, Fikiluo seems to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate his opponent's next actions. Although Sidenhan and he fought to a standstill, Sidenhan appeared quite beleaguered. Mose felt compelled to inform Chris so she could prepare herself with some forewarning and targeted practice. In the strength training hall at Ironwood Academy, Sidenhan knocked Wilder away with a single move and held his own against Fikiluo. Eileen spoke rapidly, lacking detail, yet Chris seized upon the crux of the matter, her expression growing grave. Strength and magical prowess of such magnitude. And he's a new student. Could he possibly be of dragon bloodline? Mose was suddenly elated, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. I believe that Sidenhan is indeed likely of dragon bloodline. But when I mentioned this to Professor Houston, he simply wouldn't believe me. Fikiluo seems able to predict his opponent's next move. Yes, it appears he knows what techniques his opponent will employ and where their body will be positioned even before they move. Then he might have mastered mind-reading techniques. Mind reading. Eileen and Mose exchanged astonished glances. It is a rare, legendary technique, attainable only by those with unique bloodlines, a type of unique bloodline skill, Chris remarked. Her brow furrowed. It allows one to directly read the thoughts of another, even foreseeing their next intended actions. How can one fight such an opponent? Mose's face turned pale at the thought. There are still some targeted strategies, such as employing high-momentum continuous movements, launching a tempestuous barrage of rapid attacks. Even if he knows your immediate actions, he may not be able to respond to each subsequent maneuver in time. Chris nodded at Mose's suggestion. Fortunately, you reminded me of this. Otherwise, I might have been caught off guard during the match, allowing him to seize the initiative. Truly, you possess an exceptional combat awareness. No wonder Professor Houston claims that even if you were to unlock one less magical gate than others, they would still struggle to match your prowess. Mose opened his mouth in awe, utterly captivated by Chris. We also visited Shield Academy, but we missed their squad training. Eileen interjected. We did meet a girl named Charlotte. She seems quite formidable as well. Charlotte, you encountered her. Chris gazed at Eileen and Mose in surprise. She is an anomaly at Shield Academy, focusing on physical techniques like Wilder, yet she surpasses him by a considerable margin. Is she the strongest at Shield Academy? Eileen couldn't help but ask. The strongest is their squad captain, Ivan Fart, Chris replied. Last year, Shield Academy advanced to the national competition solely through Charlotte's efforts, teaming up with Ironwood Academy. However, in the first round of the national competition, they faced Able Academy, who ultimately took third place. Due to the vast difference in strength, he didn't compete, so we only know that he is likely the strongest in Shield Academy's squad. But no one knows whether he possesses any unique bloodlines or what secret techniques he might have mastered. Shield Academy is that impressive. Mose was momentarily at a loss for words. Every opponent is formidable. And with so many powerful adversaries to contend with, we cannot afford to relax for even a moment, Chris remarked, her gaze drifting to the window, as if speaking to herself. Chris, when you recover, will you allow me to train alongside the Academy squad? Eileen exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. I intend to join the Academy squad and fight alongside you. Furthermore, I can participate in your targeted training against Shield Academy, a warrior, such fighting spirit. Chris laughed. In that case, be sure to give it your all. The purpose of this transitional chapter is to set the stage for the next climax, and due to the steady pace of rapid updates, I seek monthly votes. I welcome donations, sponsorships, and fervent support. Warriors, let us rally together. Chapter 52, Academy Squad Selection Tournament. First update. On a serene afternoon, in a clearing within the giantwood forest, Eileen clasped his hands together, his fingers dancing with fervor as he continuously shifted through a series of gestures. His speed was such that the moment his fingers met, a faint sound could be heard. Eileen's expression was one of utmost seriousness, his entire focus devoted to his hands. Yet, after a quarter of an hour, Eileen found himself dispirited, letting out a soft sigh of frustration. It had been over 20 days since Jialan had taught him the logic finger technique for concentration, yet no matter how hard he tried or how intensely he focused, he could only faintly perceive the flow of magical energy around his hands without being able to grasp it. Fire Evil Eye technique. After another failed attempt to condense the magical particles, Eileen extended his hand once more, mentally recalling the method for executing the Fire Evil Eye technique. No magical particles emerged from his fingertips, and thus, the spell inevitably failed. This won't do. Eileen lamented. It seems Jialan was right. My mental strength has yet to reach the standard for condensing magical particles. But why do I still have this sensation? He muttered to himself in frustration. The feeling of having opened his first magical gate lingered. Yet the magical particles within remained unchanged. Never mind. The harder it is to condense magical particles, the more I must strive. After a few more frustrated exclamations, he dashed toward a towering tree ahead, its bark visibly worn down, bearing witness to countless footprints. Ever since that day when he measured his mental strength at 20 using the dwarf's gauge, Eileen had been training at least 4 times more than the average student. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the forest as Eileen sprinted at full speed towards a colossal tree, only to reach a point where ascending further was impossible, causing him to tumble down. After rolling on the ground, he immediately dashed towards another giant tree, repeating this cycle with relentless fervor. Remarkably, Eileen sustained this unbroken burst of energy for over 30 minutes, his clothes soaked with perspiration. Yet he displayed no signs of exhaustion or intent to halt. Such diligence, brave warrior, came a voice, laced with breathlessness and a hint of concealed fatigue. Mid-sprint, upon hearing this voice, Eileen let out a startled cry and fell from the tree. He looked up to see Chris perched atop the tree, her presence eliciting surprise. Chris, what brings you here? Have you finally remembered my face? You're the only one here, and I've memorized your footsteps, so I could never mistake them, Chris replied, resembling a veritable madwoman as she leapt from the treetop. While a typical person would surely plummet to the ground in a crumpled heap, Chris descended gracefully, her feet consistently making contact with the tree trunk, accelerating as she went, never once losing her footing. Eileen observed that she didn't even utilize her elemental particles during this feat. How do you manage that? Is it solely the friction between your feet and the tree trunk that must require immense strength? The gust of wind created by Chris's approach nearly blinded Eileen, who was left in awe of her prowess. Is it true that your academy team has commenced unified training, prompting your visit? This is a skill you could master with practice, she said, pausing only to catch her breath before turning to run again. Follow me. You must have been training nonstop these past few days. It's been ages since you checked the announcement board outside the cafeteria. Today is the Academy Team Selection event, and Professor Jialan has signed you up. If you succeed, you'll compete as a member of the Academy Team. The Academy Team Selection event? Eileen hesitated momentarily before sprinting after Chris. Is it happening today? Yes, it's about to start, Chris replied breathlessly, her words sounding almost like a soliloquy. Eileen's heart raced as he sensed Chris's commitment to rigorous training, even in delivering this news, as she continued her foundational exercises without pause. I must join the Academy team and help her secure victory. After reaffirming this determination internally, he inquired, I haven't seen any announcements. What are the rules for the Academy team selection event? Do the current team members participate? Must one defeat them to gain entry into the team? Current team members don't take part in this selection. As long as you place in the top 5. You can join the Academy team. Before the competition, the team will assess all members' conditions and the characteristics of the opposing teams to finalize the 5 competitors, Chris explained. Then let us bring Mose along. He asked the one who told me you were here, but he asked still better than after you defeated him yesterday, and one be able to participate in the preliminaries. Though, I forgot. By the way, where is the event taking place? At the St. Dawn Arena. The St. Dawn Arena, Professor Jialan, along with the elite instructors Minglu and Rue, stood at the apex of the arena, just as they had during the previous competition. Do you genuinely believe that the opening of his primary technique is not merely an illusion? Minglu asked, watching the approaching figures of Chris and Eileen. His spiritual energy was measured at 20 on the dwarf gauge at that time. Making the likelihood of any illusion minimal, Jialan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Minglu. I would prefer to believe there are reasons we have yet to comprehend. At that moment, Rue, typically reserved, turned his gaze towards a certain direction. A figure seemed to emerge from thin air, suddenly appearing at the edge of the dome. Lister, Jialan exclaimed in delight. You're back. I heard you've signed that young lad up for the Academy team selection. How could I miss such an intriguing event? Lister yawned as he sauntered over, maintaining his usual languid demeanor. So, how goes it? Rue asked simply, his gaze fixed on Lister, just like the previous vile dragon cultists, exceptionally strong. And they left no survivors, Lister replied, casting a glance at Rue. However, there has been some progress. We've at least pinpointed their camp's approximate location, and several sorcerer teams will be dispatched for reconnaissance. Rue nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Jialan, are you allowing him to participate in this selection merely for his development? Or do you genuinely believe he can place in the top 5? Lister asked, his interest peaked as he observed Eileen and Chris nearing the arena entrance. It all depends on him. If he can identify a combat style that suits his current abilities and possesses some innate talent for battle. He should be capable of passing the selection and joining the Academy team, Jialan stated confidently. You hold such faith in him. Lister, surprised, glanced at Jialan, Minglu, and Rue. You all share this belief. You've been away from the Academy. So you're unaware of his recent progress, Jialan replied, taking a deep breath. His physique has reached the threshold for cultivating elemental particles, and astonishingly, his momentum, resilience, and recovery abilities are several times greater than those of upperclassmen who have only recently begun to condense elemental particles. After a moment, Jialan added, not long ago, he struggled against Mose from the Quinn family, but yesterday he easily defeated Mose even after he had augmented with War Burst. It seems he has far surpassed my expectations. Lister mused, stroking his chin with a smile. Those cultists who have gained some dragon bloodlines are no more formidable than that. Even those cultists lack his remarkable capacity for learning, Rue interjected quietly. This year, the Golden Lion Academy has a remarkable young talent as well. After hearing Jialan mention him, I went to see him yesterday. He appears to possess a high-level green dragon bloodline. You've already seen him and confirmed it's a green dragon bloodline? Both Jialan and Minglu exclaimed in surprise. Turning to Rue, he nodded, but offered no further elaboration. It has been ages since a green dragon bloodline has surfaced. If he can master deep green domain, that would be extraordinary. Lister remarked, shaking his head in admiration. Achoo! At the entrance of a small cafeteria at the Golden Lion Academy, Hang, applying an ice pack to his face, sneezed. What bad luck. I just went out for a late-night snack and got beaten up in a dark alley. With panda-like eyes and bruises adorning his face, Hang grimaced in pain from his sneeze, muttering in frustration. So many people. Meanwhile, Eileen had followed Chris into the St. Dawn Arena, and he immediately noticed the stands were packed. Even more so than during the previous match between St. Dawn Academy and South Monsoon Academy. I asked that Eileen, the new student who challenged the Shield Academy, why is he here with Chris? Did he sign up for the selection too? Since his challenge to the Shield Academy, Eileen had garnered considerable fame within St. Dawn Academy. As he entered the venue behind Chris, many recognized him immediately. Chapter 53, The Heart of Tactics, Second Update. Chris led him into the contestants' rest area. He is truly participating in the selection. How did he become so close to Chris? Isn't she usually too focused on her training to remember anyone's face? Can a newcomer really compete in such a selection event? Could he win enough matches to join the Academy team? Amidst the cacophony, Eileen barely caught the murmurs from the stands, yet a surge of excitement welled up within him. He relished the anticipation of battle and the electric atmosphere. I love this exhilarating sensation. I thrive in this competitive spirit. In his heart, he mused to himself that this time there were more participants than before, with a total of 20 groups, each engaged in a knockout tournament. Only after a group champion emerged would the competition transition to a double elimination format, making it imperative not to concede in any match. Ignoring the gaze of the spectators around her, Chris gestured encouragement to Aaron, saying, "In a moment, several matches will commence simultaneously. Just listen for the teacher to call your name, and when you do, head over to prepare for your match." "All right." Aaron, whose fervor was steadily rising, vigorously pumped his fist. He had resolved that no matter who stood in his way, he would take them down. In the previously unmarked arena, 5 equally sized zones had been hastily delineated, each occupied by a teacher from the St. Dawn Academy. Chris indeed wasted no time. Within just a couple of minutes, Aaron's familiar instructor, Kate, arrived at the center of the arena to announce the commencement of the matches. "Aaron." Suddenly, someone shouted his name from the sidelines. "Huh." Aaron turned and immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Jabaiwai, the one he had defeated in a skirmish alongside Barrow and Lin Luolon in the Greatwood Forest. "Jabaiwai, you're here for the selection match too?" He smiled as if greeting an old acquaintance. "Where's Defei? Why isn't he participating?" The fierce Jabaiwai, brimming with combat spirit, found himself at a loss, realizing he could not muster any anger. "Aaron, I've already condensed my elemental particle. Last time I lost to you, but this time I will definitely win." "You've condensed your elemental particle already? That was quick," Aaron exclaimed, his face lighting up with envy as he moved closer to Jabaiwai. "What is it like in the first elemental gate? Does it feel like little stars sparkling, brimming with power? What is it like to condense the elemental particle, and how does it feel when it flows through your body? Is he an enemy or a good friend?" Jabaiwai was momentarily speechless. The 5th group was unexpectedly starting off with such a heavyweight clash. Both were formidable opponents, leaving spectators uncertain of the outcome. At that moment, a wave of astonished gasps and murmurs erupted from the stands in the competitor area. Ruofing. Aaron's first thought was that the name sounded familiar, and in the next moment, he recalled that this was the class Tyrant Barrow had mentioned, with whom they planned to join forces. He looked up to see a boy in the center of one of the arenas, resembling the image on Barrow's card, sharp chin, long black hair cascading down. Opposite Ruofing stood an exceptionally tall and muscular boy, nearly 2 meters in height. Ruofing. Barrow said he is the most formidable in the 2nd year, with hand-to-hand combat skills nearly on par. But his magical techniques are even stronger than Defei's. Is he the one? Unable to contain his curiosity, he nudged Jabaiwai, asking, "Who is that Yanson's Hong? Is he formidable too?" Upon witnessing the duel between these two, Jabaiwai was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "Yanson's Hong is a 3rd-year student known as the Impenetrable Iron Wall for his exceptional defense. Like Ruofing, he is among the favorites to succeed in the selection. Defense. He doesn't just charge like Moss?" Aaron questioned, struggling to understand. "What good is pure defense? You have no idea. If the attacking side cannot succeed, they will inevitably expend more energy and elemental particles. Moreover, he excels at using physical combat techniques for defense, meaning that any magician facing him must break through his defenses to inflict real damage. If they fail, they will simply tire themselves out, and once their energy is depleted, he will surely unleash a decisive counterattack." Jabaiwai shot Aaron a disdainful glance, turning away in bafflement as to why he had shared so much with him. "So that is how it is. I wonder who will win." Aaron shifted closer to Jabaiwai, further perplexing him. The competition had officially commenced, although 5 matches began simultaneously. It was evident that the vast majority of students from St. Dawn Academy were fixated on the clash between Yanson's Hong and Ruofing. Clearly, Ruofing was aware of Yanson's Hong's strengths, as he stood motionless amidst the cheers and shouts from the 2nd-year students, refraining from launching any attacks. However, Yanson's Hong, seemingly anticipating his strategy, steadily advanced toward him. With a sudden crack, the air split as the focused battle between Ruofing and Yanson's Hong ignited. Ruofing merely tapped his toes twice on the ground and was instantly before Yanson's Hong. Whirling leaves. Jabaiwai involuntarily gasped as Ruofing's silhouette multiplied around Yanson's Hong, overwhelming him with a flurry of strikes. The rapid-fire claps drowned out all other sounds. Yanson's Hong's body spun like a top, his arms blocking every strike, while his outer body was enveloped in a whirlwind of flying elbows. Having failed with his initial strike, Ruofing retracted his hands and began to circle Yanson's Hong, creating a swirling vortex that engulfed him, rendering Ruofing's figure virtually invisible within the tempest. Whirlwind escape. Jabaiwai's expression soured. This technique emphasized physical strength, and Ruofing's display revealed his superiority in that regard. Suddenly, a sharp wind blade burst forth from the spiraling vortex, aimed at Yanson's Hong's waist from an unexpected angle. With a swift movement, Yansensong seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, bending slightly to see Eileen had never anticipated that this confrontation would conclude in such an unexpected manner. The surrounding gasps and murmurs flooded his ears, and he absorbed them like a parched sapling reveling in a sudden downpour, instinctively drawing nourishment from the discourse. This vivid impression ignited within him a profound understanding of the significance of targeted strategies and methodologies in combat. Chapter 54. The First Battle. Third Update. Various Requests. Speed, strength, reflexes, and the caliber of the elemental particles. In Eileen's eyes, Yansensong appeared slightly superior to Ruofeng. Yet, it was Yansensong who succumbed to Ruofeng. This was an internal academy competition. Had it been a real mission outside, a battle among combat sorcerers, Yansensong would have been decisively defeated. You see, brute force. Eileen's mind echoed with the familiar taunts from his sparring sessions with Mose. It seemed that even sheer recklessness demanded an awareness of the opponent's weaknesses. Gazing at the unconscious Yansensong, Eileen couldn't help but murmur to himself, In the arena, the victorious Ruofeng did not immediately exit. Instead, he gestured towards the stands filled with supporters, and then cast a cold glance at Alien. Is he looking at me? Eileen blinked in surprise and nudged his companion. Jabaiwai. What does he want? How would I know? Jabaiwai replied, equally puzzled, having discerned that Ruofeng was indeed fixated on Eileen. I'll go ask him why he is staring at me. Are you an idiot? Jabaiwai was left speechless as Eileen genuinely sprinted towards Ruofeng. Loudly inquiring, Ruofeng, why were you just looking at me? Was this a challenge? Ruofeng stiffened momentarily at Eileen's bold approach. His expression suddenly shrouded in frost. I heard that, Belu, and you have been conspiring to take me down and are seeking a protection fee. Huh? Eileen was momentarily dumbfounded. You know about this. Just a single Belu was already audacious enough. He hadn't anticipated Ruofeng to be equally so. Ruofeng's gaze sharpened, transforming into a blade, and his voice resonated with authority. I never expected you to be so reckless as to enter this selection competition, especially in the same group as me. You will soon learn your place. What? Eileen and Ruofeng are in the same group. The tension escalated, as they already had a history together. Ruofeng's tone was decidedly domineering. Do you realize? Jabaiwai interjected. Ruofeng, backed by the Feetland family's secret arts, has been a formidable presence since second year. Many from his class have already tasted defeat at his hands. If Ruofeng could effortlessly defeat Yansensong, Eileen would likely stand no chance against him. The crowd erupted in astonishment and chatter. Are we really in the same group? Eileen, though surprised, bore no semblance of fear. Instead, he radiated determination. Although Belu is off somewhere with Teacher Kate for special training, I am far stronger now than before. I will surely defeat you. Ruofeng merely snickered, casting Eileen a contemptuous glance before striding past him to take a seat nearby. How rude. Eileen, typically calm, felt a surge of indignation at Ruofeng's blatant disrespect. I will flatten you into a pancake, he shouted impulsively. Jabaiwai, exasperated, thought, what on earth is this guy thinking? How rude. Eileen huffed as he plopped down beside Jabaiwai. Stay away from me. It's not like we're best friends. Jabaiwai retorted. What good does shouting do? Instead of yelling, you should be strategizing on how to deal with him. And honestly, have you lost your mind? If you shout so loudly and then can't back it up. Won't that be utterly humiliating? What's humiliating about it? Eileen scoffed, then nodded. But you might have a point, Jabaiwai. What should I do to counter him? Do you have any good ideas? I'm not in his group. Jabaiwai exclaimed. Besides, with your current abilities, facing him is tantamount to certain death. What strategy should he employ against Ruofeng? Eileen racked his brain, replaying every moment of Ruofeng's clash with Yansensong. Are you finished? Did you win? His concentration was so intense that he failed to notice Jabaiwai leaving to compete. It was only when Jabaiwai returned, flushed and panting after his match, that Eileen realized. Exclaiming in surprise, are you not only dense but also blind? Jabaiwai, having fought hard for several minutes to secure victory, nearly choked on Eileen's remark. Eileen. At that moment, Eileen heard someone calling his name. Who? He turned, only to find a teacher clad in the academy's azure uniform summoning him. It my turn to compete. The realization finally dawned on him. Eileen recognized Tiger, a second-year student who had already refined his elemental particles and was reputed to have mastered the web-binding technique, making it perilous for him to engage in combat. To face such a formidable opponent right from the outset, anyone bold enough to enter this preliminary competition was certainly not to be underestimated. Each group comprised 8 participants, and one needed to win 3 matches to advance. Amidst the murmurs, Jabaiwai rubbed his heated chest, observing Eileen as he stepped into the arena. If this guy who was just shouting fails to pass the first match, It would be truly embarrassing. Eileen, give it your all. The crowd erupted into an enormous cheer. After challenging the Shield Academy Eslingia, Eileen had become an idol for all the newcomers, inspiring many to train diligently, particularly since he was the sole freshman competing in this event. Wait, why isn't Lin Luolan here? Given her prowess, Eileen was slow to catch on, realizing only now that Lin Luolan's true strength could allow her to shine in this competition. After all, even formidable characters like Di Fei had no chance against her. I wonder who would prevail if I faced Lin Luolan now. As he entered the competition arena, Eileen couldn't help but ponder this question. Wait, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Huh. Eileen snapped back to reality, nearly colliding with his opponent as he had been so engrossed in his contemplations. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Jabaiwai stared at Eileen's mortified expression, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Clearly, it was unnecessary to regard him seriously. At this level, he would be unlikely to surpass even Tiger.I in another corner of the resting area. Ruo Feng let out a cold, heavy laugh. Is everyone ready? I must win. As the teacher officiating the match inquired, Eileen stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by a sea of spectators, their fervent cheers and roars filling the air. Instantly, he was swept into a state of unprecedented zeal and excitement. He gazed at his opponent, a dark-skinned upperclassman exuding calmness, and felt a fierce battle spirit ignite within him. There was no trace of fear or anxiety. Rather, the larger the spectacle, the more fervent his spirit became. This little guy, favored by Lister and Garan, was clearly a natural competitor and warrior. The intensity in Eileen's eyes even caught the attention of the teacher overseeing the match, causing a flicker of concern to cross her brow. All right, begin. With a commanding shout from the referee, Eileen's opponent, Tiger, inhaled deeply, his own fighting spirit surging. Huh, what now? However, what left him, and the vast majority of the audience, utterly bewildered was that, at the very moment when the flames of battle were about to ignite, Eileen suddenly turned around, presenting his back to him, and staggered forward, collapsing to the ground. Yet, the eyes of Jabaiwai in the contestants' rest area widened to an extreme. Just as Eileen was about to crash heavily to the floor, he forcefully pushed himself up with his hands, unleashing a surge of strength that propelled his body backward, flipping head over heels with astonishing speed. Wham! Before Tej could even react, he was struck fiercely in the chest by Eileen's fleeting feet, causing his body to flip backward and tumble through the air before crashing down hard. What? Half of the students from Shanglaming Academy in the stands could not help but leap from their seats, erupting in incredulous cheers. The dance of the falling stump. Jabaiwai also gasped, feeling a wave of nausea. Eileen had just utilized his technique. Right before his eyes, he had employed his own move to decisively knock Tej down. And just a second later, as a greater uproar of astonishment and disbelief reverberated through the arena, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Jabaiwai's forehead and back. Such formidable power and explosive force emanated from Eileen's body. Jabaiwai was certain that even if he attempted the same move, he could never match Eileen's speed and explosive power. Not long ago, Eileen's strength and speed were nowhere near comparable to his. Yet now, it was evident that Eileen's physical prowess surpassed his own, even exceeding that of someone who had already condensed their technique essence. How could this be? The expressions of many senior students in the contestant area changed simultaneously. Everyone witnessed Tej, now on the ground, groaning in pain, utterly unable to even prop himself up, incapable of rising. Though Tej had been caught off guard by Eileen's unexpected tactic, being struck without time to evade and unable to get up was undoubtedly a matter of instantaneous explosiveness. Dear boys and girls, uncles and aunts, behind the flamboyant updates lies immense effort. In light of my heartfelt sentiment, please do shower me with collections and rewards. Various requests. Seeking a chilly autumn day of 360 laps of naked running. Chapter 55. Phantom Blade Style. Deception and ambush. This was undoubtedly something Tej had overlooked. Tej hadn't even utilized his favored web binding, which felt utterly unfair. Some second-year students, who were supposed to be on good terms with Tej, voiced their frustrations from the stands. The match had already been announced to begin. One must be fully focused on the opponent's every move. If it were a real combat mission, could one still claim negligence? A loss is a loss. Eileen's clearly deceptive close combat techniques had fooled him. Who could he blame for that? If it were a genuine battle, the opponent would certainly not wish for you to unleash your favorite techniques. If you couldn't execute them, that was a matter of strength. These individuals suddenly found themselves collectively rebuffed by the remaining students of Shanglaming Academy in the stands. Remarkable, to have defeated an opponent with just one move. After the initial shock, the overwhelming majority of newcomers erupted into frenzied cheers and shouts. Ruo Feng's expression darkened somewhat. Eileen's strength far exceeded his expectations. Did you see that? I can bring you down just like him. Yet, What made his expression even grimmer was when, amidst the cheers, Eileen returned to the rest area and directly waved a fist at him, shouting loudly, "Do you truly believe I am a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed? Even if your explosive power surpasses mine, you are still just a sorcerer who has yet to condense their technique essence." Ruo Feng's knuckles popped as he nearly shouted out like Eileen. "I must defeat all my opponents. Enter the academy team." At this moment, however, Eileen's gaze was entirely elsewhere. It was fixed upon the arena below, the surrounding stands, and the thronging students of Shangliming Academy. He relished this sensation. He reveled in the fiery passion of facing his foes. He cherished the exhilaration of having his supporters cheer for him. He adored the feeling of battling for his dreams. Indeed, his progress was faster than I had imagined. At the apex of the arena, Lister could not help but stroke his chin and smile. He appeared as if he truly enjoyed the heat of battle, better than I had anticipated. He is a born combat sorcerer. The usually taciturn Rue nodded in agreement, saying, "You want to let me step in to teach him?" Minglu expressed his frustration, feeling a strong urge to intervene. "This is just the beginning." Teacher Jialon smiled, noting that Chris had never progressed this quickly either. "So do you remember how many years it has been since we watched a new student match with such enthusiasm? You actually used my dance of the falling stump. How was it? Quite adept, I presume. Do you have even more powerful techniques? Dream on." Eileen and Jabaiwai exchanged these words, yet their eyes never ceased to dart around. Observing one match after another. Debola, Debola, Debola. Suddenly, a deafening cheer and uproar resonated, almost threatening to lift the entire arena's dome. What is happening? Is this Debola particularly formidable? Eileen could not resist tugging at Jabaiwai beside him. Inquiring. At this moment, Debola, a tall boy with a long braid and a handsome face, was stepping onto the stage. He was recognized as the strongest student of the entire third year, acknowledged by all as the most formidable contender in this selection competition. Jabaiwai regarded the lanky boy with a hint of reverence. It was said that his father was a powerful elite sorcerer, and he himself not only mastered a formidable earth spike technique but also trained in physical techniques. It was rumored that those who faced him, even knowing his intended techniques, found it exceedingly difficult to withstand them, as he adhered to his family's sorcerer philosophy of not overindulging in various techniques but rather striving to maximize the efficacy of the techniques he wielded. Many teachers had already concluded that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly secure a key position in the academy team this year. Specialized yet not overly indulgent, Eileen's gaze immediately fixed intently on Debola. He did not catch the name of Debola's opponent, only noticing that Debola's adversary was a stout boy wearing a headband, with somewhat small eyes and a serious expression. "Begin," with a loud command from the teacher officiating the match. The entire venue fell silent. The handsome and calm Debola first nodded to his opponent, then his fingertips suddenly glowed with brilliant technique essence. These essence particles flowed down his fingers like a stream towards the ground. But as they neared the surface, a pale blue blade tip formed first, swiftly extending upwards along the essence particles until it transformed into a crystal-like pale blue longsword in his hand. Whoosh! The moment this pale blue longsword formed in his grasp, two stone spikes suddenly shot up from beneath his opponent's feet, aimed directly at the soles of his feet. Such astonishing casting speed. The physical technique had barely been executed when essence particles began to flow from beneath his feet, launching this assault. Jabaiwai's face turned pale, knowing that the rumors were true. Facing Debola would surely lead to his doom. A tidal wave of gasps and shouts erupted from the stands, rather than the anticipated scene of blood-soaked soles. As the two stone spikes slammed down onto the stout student's feet, two azure orbs suddenly appeared beneath him. Resembling air cushions that would never deflate, the stone spikes struck these orbs with tremendous force, causing the stout student to bounce upwards at an incredible speed. Wind escape. It was evident that the stout student had prepared specifically for this. The moment he leaped, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and a whirlwind suddenly enveloped his body, causing him to vanish. When he reappeared, he was already behind Debola. Debola turned. Air burst. A white orb surged forth from the stout student's hand, revealing that he was also an unassuming yet surprisingly skilled master. Just as it seemed Debola's blade could not possibly keep pace with the bursting speed of the orb. At that moment, Debola remained remarkably calm, refusing to draw his sword. Whoosh, whoosh. Once again, two jagged stone spikes erupted violently from the ground, piercing the soles of the stout student's feet in an instant. Although his feet were still enveloped in a protective air bubble, the force of the stone spikes propelled his body upward. A resounding boom echoed through the air as a burst of energy exploded above Deborah's head, the resulting shockwave leaving several crimson streaks across his fair visage. Had he been struck by that whirlwind, he would undoubtedly have been severely injured. Yet, his expression remained remarkably serene. standing motionless as he swung his longsword toward the stout student. "Ah!" the stout student exclaimed, startled. In that moment of urgency, his seemingly heavy frame exhibited an astonishingly swift reaction. He clapped his palms together, attempting to accurately trap the sword within his grasp. However, just as his palms were about to meet the blade, Deborah's sword vanished from his right hand like melting ice, reappearing at an astonishing speed in his left. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, Deborah's sword was poised against the stout student's neck, forcing him back to the ground. The stout student's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down. "I concede." After several moments, he finally uttered, acknowledging his defeat with genuine humility. "Impressive." Eileen exhaled sharply, yet turned to Jabaiwai with a puzzled expression. "How did he execute that last move? It seemed as though I didn't see a single particle of energy emitted from his hand. And how could he be so quick? That was the illusionary blade technique." Jabaiwai replied, his face slick with sweat. "The blade exchange technique. I understand that it involves swapping blades, but I meant how he achieved that exchange. You fool. I'm referring to the illusionary blade, not merely a switch." Jabaiwai retorted in frustration. "This is a unique corporeal technique. What you perceived as the sword in his right hand was merely an illusion created by his technique's reflective properties. The sword was actually in his left hand from the very beginning. The blade in his right was a mere phantasm, a projection of the sword in his left. His initial outpouring of energy was also from the left hand. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to generate another blade in such a brief span. A technique designed to deceive the eyes." Eileen finally grasped the concept, exclaiming in astonishment. "So the sword was merely a phantom, while the true blade was concealed in his left hand." "Precisely." Jabaiwai wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression slightly improving. "However, the crux of the illusionary blade technique lies in the fact that when facing him, it becomes exceedingly difficult to discern which blade is genuine. The sword in his right hand was a mere illusion this time. But next time, the sword might genuinely be in his right hand. Especially in the heat of battle, as the pace quickens, it becomes increasingly challenging to distinguish which blade is real. This is a formidable corporeal technique that intricately synchronizes with the body. Who would have thought that even among those who have yet to enter the academy teams, there would exist such formidable talent?" Eileen nodded, erupting into cheers. "What are you so pleased about? Aren't you the least bit concerned about encountering such a formidable opponent in the competition?" Jabaiwai grumbled, casting a disheartened glance at Deborah as he returned to the resting area, his confidence waning with each passing moment. Chapter 56. The Warrior. Second update. Jabaiwai. "It's Duel." "What? I can't believe I'm facing him." "Duel? What's the matter? You look rather pale." "Mind your business." Jabaiwai gritted his teeth, distancing himself from Eileen as he stepped into the arena. He had initially hoped to last another round, but encountering this individual was unforeseen. Before him strode Duel, a tall figure with a tuft of hair atop his head, exuding an air of icy indifference. Jabaiwai's mind echoed with apprehension. Duel, possessing a trace of barbarian lineage, was a formidable character among the third-year students of St. Dawn Academy. He had already condensed his energy particles shortly after the beginning of his second year, boasting over a year of experience. In terms of physical strength and technique, Duel undoubtedly surpassed those who had just begun to condense their energy. In the previous round, Duel had effortlessly sent a second-year student who had recently condensed his energy, flying with a single strike of his blazing lotus. Rumor had it that Duel's most formidable technique was the spiral punch, a powerful maneuver that generated a rotating force around his fist, capable of sending opponents spiraling even if they managed to block it. Faced with such an overwhelmingly dominant adversary, Jabaiwai felt utterly devoid of confidence, his head instinctively drooping. "Jabaiwai, warrior, you can do it. You must defeat your opponent. I'll be cheering for you during the match." However, just as he felt a wave of darkness wash over him, Eileen's voice erupted, shattering the tension. Is it time to begin? Upon witnessing Eileen shouting fervently from the edge of the contestants' area, Duel's lips curled into a sinister smile. Clenching his fist, he directed a menacing gaze at Jabaiwai. A chill ran down Jabaiwai's spine, compelling him to nod involuntarily. Swift wind thrust. In the instant Jabaiwai nodded, Duel launched himself into the air, resembling a raging bull caught in a tempest, delivering a fierce jab aimed straight at his face. Jabaiwai's eyes were blinded by the gust, his body chilled to the core, his mind momentarily blank. Yet, ingrained reflexes from countless hours of training kicked in, and he evaded, his body swaying like a willow in the wind, leaving behind two afterimages. Swoosh! Duel's punch sliced through the air where he had just been. "Excellent!" Duel exclaimed with a sinister chuckle, propelling himself with tremendous force as a surge of energy erupted from his feet, crashing into the ground. Raging waves. When did Duel learn such water techniques? A gasp of astonishment rippled through the audience as Jabaiwai felt an impending sense of danger. Yet, Before he could react, a torrent of water surged toward him. The veritable wave, rising to half a meter, knocked him off balance, sending him sprawling to the ground, half of his body drenched. His previously blank mind finally regained clarity, but just then, a blurred fist emerged from the air before him. Descending toward his chest, there was no time. His pupils dilated as he crossed his arms to brace for impact. Simultaneously, defying all odds, he leaped backward, unable to utilize his legs for propulsion. Bang! Duel's fist collided with his arms. While Jabaiwai's body slid backward across the ground for several meters, Duel's other fist crashed to the earth, sending up a cloud of dust. How could Jabaiwai possibly evade that blow? How was he able to leap backward? It wasn't a technique. How did he do it? It was the ground jump technique from their training hall, utilizing his back muscles to rebound off the ground. Duel, having struck the ground, noticed the silence from the audience. Surprised that his punch had missed. It seems your physical skills are commendable. It appears I must get serious to deal with you. As a sinister grin spread across his face, he charged forward once more, delivering a punch toward the still recovering Jabaiwai. Jabaiwai was unable to evade the punch, but having endured various physical training since childhood, he adeptly employed close combat techniques. In that fleeting moment, he shouted, gripping Duel's fist with both hands, stretching his body backward as if seeking to create distance using the momentum of Duel's punch. Wait, that's not right. Yet, just as his hands were about to connect with Duel's fist, his breath hitched in his throat. It's the spiral punch. Before he could fully comprehend the icy dread creeping into his heart, his body spun helplessly like a withered leaf. Duel exhaled triumphantly, his fist penetrating through Jabaiwai's disordered arms, crashing into his chest with tremendous force. Boom! Jabaiwai was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground like a ragged sack. This is hopeless. The disparity is too great. I stand no chance of retaliating. The pain is excruciating, rendering him utterly devoid of the strength to rise, and his vision has faded into darkness. After crashing heavily to the ground, Jabaiwai perceives nothing but an inky void, punctuated by flickering stars before his eyes. The intensity of his suffering makes it difficult to breathe, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to retch, yet he finds himself unable to expel anything. He instinctively contemplates surrender. Damn it. Get up. Is this how it ends? With such a lackluster display, you dare challenge me, seeking to defeat me in this contest. Muster your strength. Rise to your feet. You've only been struck once. Get up. You haven't even landed a blow on your opponent. What kind of competition is this? At this moment, the majority of the spectators remain awestruck by Dualwai's formidable punch, yet Eileen's shouts reverberate through the arena. Jabaiwai strains to open his eyes just a crack, through his tilted gaze from the ground. He glimpses Eileen at the edge of the competitor's area, desperately leaping, vociferously cheering him on, and fervently waving his fists, urging him to stand and continue the match. You fool, do I know you well? Are we friends? Why are you exerting yourself to cheer for me? The opponent is clearly stronger, and that punch nearly made me cough up blood. You want me to get up? Do you wish for my demise? Jabaiwai mentally roars, cursing under his breath, yet an inexplicable force ignites within his chest, compelling his hands to push against the ground, enabling him to rise. After taking my spiraling punch, how can he still stand? Dualwai instinctively glances at the referee, a teacher from the academy, only to see the instructor signaling for the match to continue. At that moment, Dualwai feels annoyance at Eileen's incessant shouting for the first time. All right, you're up. Keep going. Hit him. The moment Jabaiwai stands, Eileen's excitement surges, his voice cr.